monitors, that is GENDEM. We picked up a number of core issues.
Thank you very much, my brother, Mule Musau. I saw everybody in the room take very copious notes of your introductory remarks. And it looks like we have a lot of work ahead of us as a country. And what I want to do at this stage, before we take the next input from Malombe, is I want Marcus to help me recognize who has come very briefly, and then we go to the next input from Davis Malombe. Marcus, please.
Thank you very much, Bwana Cyprian. Just in way of passing and because of time, I'll just name some of the people that I can remember, I will see here, and the organizations that they represent. I will be able to start with the Law Society of Kenya. We also have representation from the religious community. I saw the Hindu Council somewhere here. Not yet. I thought I saw some of them here. We have a representation from the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Veronica Mwangi is here to represent the CEO. Do we have any representation from the CMD? Yes, we have one there. Then we have KEPSA. We had also asked KEPSA to come in. Very well. We are expecting a representation from Editors Guild. Or they're already here. Editors Guild. Where you can wave. Welcome, welcome, Editors Guild. Then we have a representation from the Political Party Dispute Tribunal, represented by Wanga, she's here. We are having a representation from political leadership of the country. I would like to, at this point, invite Mheshimiwa Martha Karua to weigh a representation from the Kenya Catholic Conference of Bishops, CJPC. Grace, welcome. Then we also have our various organizations that are convening this symposium. Defenders Coalition, I saw Power 254. 254, right? We have Uraia Abu, who is also helping us here. Then we have got ICJ Kenya. Very welcome. Then we have got Inuka Trust, Kawive, Katiba Institute. All right. Then we have got Inform Action. Very welcome. Then Zalendo Trust, I saw Caroline here. Then TI, Harriet. Harriet was somewhere here. Very well, Harriet is there. I don't know, ELOG, of course. Then we have got our members. We have got UDPK. The chairperson of UDPK is here. And all those who, and we have some of our friends who have joined us, UNDP team, Jen and your colleague, welcome. Pambazuko is here. Yes. I don't need someone. We'll keep on doing that as we proceed.
Thank you very much, Marcus. For that, recognizing the organizers and the stakeholders who have already arrived. Davis is going to be coming forward shortly. He had to step out and get some of the participants who we are expecting for this conference. I want us to make a big step forward so that we now listen carefully to the presentation from Wachira Maina. Wachira Maina does not need any introduction in the Republic of Kenya. I actually have realized he does not need an introduction in the region, the East African region. Wachira Maina has been a leader in democracy and governance in this country for the last 25 years. And he has mentored very many of us. His courage and eloquence is established. And therefore, we could not have gotten a better intellectual input this morning to point us around the issues that are before us better than Wachira Maina. So please join me now by putting your hands together so that we invite Wachira Maina to deliver his keynote address. Let's welcome Wachira Maina. Thank you so much. Asante-san.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, sometimes when I'm introduced, I don't recognize myself. Sometimes I look behind me to see who it is that is being spoken about. I am very delighted and particularly honored to be here this morning to share with you some thoughts about electoral issues in Kenya. My eyesight this morning is not very good. I broke my glasses, so I will not be able to see you, but hopefully we'll be able to listen to each other. Now, when I was invited to speak here, the question was, what sort of reforms would we propose to speak about so that we can have elections that have integrity in 2022, and also a referendum, if it is held, that has integrity. And I said to myself, I don't want to come here and repeat the same old bromides. Oh, change this statute, change that statute. Didn't want to do that. So I thought what I would do is to give us that I think are key to reform if you're going to have elections that have integrity in 2022 or a referendum that has integrity. Now, I will be drawing very heavily from, and I hope Felix Owori is here, I'll be drawing very heavily from a study I did for Elgia on electoral integrity in Kenya. And I'm hoping that at the end of this session, everybody who has participated here will have a copy of that study, because I think it does raise these issues in a deeper way. Now, let me just sort of give you a highlight of how I propose to proceed. I was told I have 30 minutes. I'll ask for a bit of indulgence, but I'll try to cover what I need to say in 30 minutes. Now, the overview of the presentation. Then I want to talk about electoral realities. What are the electoral realities of Kenya that we ought to keep in mind? And then I'll talk about the features of the Kenyan electoral system. And then I'll say quite a lot about electoral oversight, because I think this is where the failures are. I'll be talking about corruption and the integrity of the elections. I'll be talking about youth gets lost. I will talk about electoral boundaries a little bit, architecture of law enforcement, the register of voters, structure and composition of IEBC, and then strengthening complementary institutions. I will summarize a lot of this stuff so that you don't have to listen to things that you've already had. Those who have listened to me in the past will recognize some of the issues that I'm raising. I hope I'll present them with sufficient novelty for you to remain interested in them. But you'll notice that they're familiar. Now, let's begin with the key questions that we need to ask ourselves before we go to the 2022 election. The first question is, can electoral reform be achieved between now and 2022? And if they can be at integrity. So those are the two key questions I think we should ask. Now, as to what we mean by electoral integrity, I will refer you to the, it's called the Electoral Integrity Project. I will refer you to their definitions. Go to their website and see how they define electoral integrity. And this is what they say in summary. Integrity depends on reform institutions. We've spent a lot of time reforming institutions. This project is saying it is not enough to reform institutions. Citizens need to be convinced that the changes are real and that the changes deserve their confidence. Inclusiveness, transparency, accountability are all fundamental to develop in which public has confidence. And I should know, I've been involved in this business for a long while, and I was involved in the 2016 Windsor reforms, which I'll be mentioning a little bit later. So this is the nub of electoral integrity as defined by the Electoral Integrity Project. Now, what are trust? Now, electoral processes must actually work. In other words, they must be demonstrably accountable. Now, the electoral process must have post-election verifiability. It must be possible to verify that the system worked as should work. Verifiability. Every time we go to court, one of the biggest problems is to actually determine what went wrong. Number 3, elections must be conducted through open standards acceptable to all. Through open standards acceptable to all. You'll be seeing, as I describe some of the things that have happened in the electoral process, the number of wasted votes, wastefulness of the electoral process. And then all elections should be able to withstand what are called robustness tests. And we'll come back to that in a minute. Now, what is the context for elections in Kenya, which is where I want to start? Now, the context, I'll try and summarize it. First, except for the 2002 election, all elections in Kenya since the first multi-party elections have either been violent or so tense as to threaten to become violent. Okay? Now, since 2007, there has been no election that has a complete set of results. I don't know whether you are aware of this. This is the 2013 election, where there were like 6 or 7 different sets of results, uploaded at various times on IEBC's website. So if you are tracking that process, by the time you got to August, which I think the last time the last result was uploaded sometime in September, if you compared the numbers of electoral processes in Kenya has been opaque and unaccountable and prone to obvious mismanagement and corruption. Each of the electoral management bodies in Kenya, beginning with the ECK and the Interim Independent Electoral Commissions and the IEBC, have been caught out in corruption. And you can go back to the Kivuitu Commission. The Kivuitu Commission used to be paid sitting allowances for every day of the week, including public holidays. And they would also be allocated a commission car, and then would be paid for their private cars. People don't often realize this. So corruption isn't something that began with IEBC. Corruption in the Electoral Commission has always been there since the early 1992. There is no political price for interfering with the election or with provoking violence. There is no political price to be paid. That means that interfering with the election and violence are low-cost, high-return activities. Now, economic theory predicts that if you have a high-return, low-risk activity of the politician. Now, the other contextual issue that we need to note is that the transiting of staff from ECK to the Independent Interim Electoral Commission to the IEBC, the transiting of staff over time has also led to the transiting of bad practices. So we have this legacy of transitioning bad practices, bad corporate practice governance, bad practices and corruption across that I'm painting. I don't have very many pretty things to say about the electoral system in Kenya. But if that is the picture, what are the things that we should keep in mind as we think about the next phase of reforms? What are things we need to keep in mind? Again, I'm going to say some uncomfortable things because I am sure, because there are a lot of lawyers in this room, this is important, but it cannot eliminate political partiality or interference. The current IEBC has adequate powers. It is undermined by its own unwillingness to act. Okay? They begin well, and this continues and undermines effectiveness of how you do oversight. I want now to go issue by issue on the key oversight questions, which is now the meat of my presentation. The first problem is corruption. Now, if you look through the last 2 elections, 2013 and 2017, in 2013, IEBC procured face technology. Basically, I can't even call it procure. It is directed contracts. Directed contracts face technology. And yet, IBC's own ICT director had warned that the system could fail. IFES advised the chair of IBC to cancel the electoral voting, the voters' identification to see what happens on appeal, or all the way. I suspect the appeals will go all the way to the Supreme Court. But there are some debates, there are some elements of this conversation that needed to have taken place but didn't take place. Number one, legislators were arguing that we needed to have one person, one vote. In other words, let's equalize votes. It was one person, one vote, 1 shilling. We need to equalize the vote. Now, I think it is important to unpack that question of equalizing the vote. You see, government is capital city based. So if you live 15 kilometers from the capital city and you want a service from the national government, your cost of getting access to the service is probably 20 shillings by matatu. If you live in Kalokol or you live in some place in Wajir, the cost of accessing the same service is probably 40,000 by flight. So that one person, one vote seems like a really good thing to say, but if you need to weight the vote against geography, because geography enhances or restricts representation. And I think it's a very important conversation to have, because if you do not understand the effect of geography on representation and the effect of geography on effectiveness of representation, you're going to be drawing things, treating these that are unequal as if they are equal. Yeah? I think it's an incredibly important conversation to have. This is not my contribution to the conversation. My contribution to the conversation will be written up, but I'm just flagging this as a thought to help understand the conversation. Let me come to one of the things that I think is critical, the integrity of the voters' register. Okay? Elections cannot have integrity unless we know who is voting. And we can't know who is voting unless the register has credibility. Now, unfortunately, we have a hopelessly compromised register. In 2013, the register had numerous additions and deletions. 13,790 voters were deleted in Coast and Nyanza. 50,000 voters were subtracted in Nairobi. 2,900 were subtracted from Western. In Central and Rift, 68,000, almost 69,000 voters were added. 4,200 voters were added in Eastern. In Turkana, 5 constituencies had additional votes. I mean, it goes on and on and on and on and on and on. This is work that was done by Sima Shah at Africog, and it's some work that I was also involved in. And that register had no integrity at all. When the case came to court, if you remember, I don't know how many of you remember, when the case came to court, there were like 5 different registers that kept being referred to. Yeah? So it was never clear which the IEBC had used for the purposes of the election. Now, the integrity issues around the 2013 voters register got worse, if it is possible for you to believe this, in 2017. And I'm referring here to the study that was done by KPMG. Although this study was marked confidential and was never released to the public, which is itself a very serious electoral integrity issue that you should be following up on. It's a horror story. Those of you who read horror stories by Stephen King could not improve this. The audit was done in May 2017, but it was done too late to be useful for the 2017 election. Now, what the audit revealed was that the register was in worse condition than we all previously thought. It was a catalog of deliberate and inadvertent failures, illegalities, irregularities, and just bad, hopeless corporate governance. The audit revealed that at the national level, IEBC's national office, there was a major mismanagement of the technology for voter registration. IEBC did not have a centralized BVR kit that showed the serial numbers by location. You see, the central BVR kit should show serial numbers of the various constituencies and linking them to the system. It didn't have that. The serial numbers of many BVR kits were not embedded in the BVR system, which made it hard to authenticate and very easy to plug in rogue kits. If you wanted to plug in a rogue kit, you could have. BVR kit name changes, which were changed frequently, was not restricted. In other words, you could make changes or add new kits, auditability. This process wasn't auditable. The connections between head office and regions lacked redundancy. You know what when you design computer systems, or even when you design aeroplanes, an aeroplane has an aeroplane that has 2 engines can fly on one. An aeroplane that has 4 engines can fly on 2. The other 2 engines are redundancies. Now, head office and regions didn't have redundancy inbuilt. Returning officers were not mapped onto their constituencies. A third of the UPS, as I said to you earlier, large number of voters did not have identification documents. KPMG found 171,000 voters' records without matching IDs. 17,000 voters' records did not have matching passport numbers. The audit unearthed 95,000 duplicated ID and passport numbers, and which created a total of 197,000 records. 1,650 identity records were duplicated. Okay, let me give you this. This is a horror story. Yeah? 1,600 records were duplicated 3 times. 1,600. 502 records were duplicated 4 times. 361, 5 times. 289, 6 times. 261, 7 times. And it goes on and on and on and on. One record was duplicated 35 times. Now, who had access to the system, who had been fired by IBC, but remained logged on or capable of logging on for a year plus. So, for those of you who will sit in this room and propose more technology for fixing this problem, please read the report first. Please read this report first. It's a horror story. As I said, it makes very troubling reading. Then the problems of dead voters. We have a democracy the year after, even here in Kenya. Here, I think there is also a question to be raised about the political party dispute resolution mechanism and whether it can be strengthened and whether it is effective as this country constituted. Now, so going forward, sort of last thoughts. Going forward, why have reforms so spectacularly failed to deliver credible elections? In other words, what are the causes of the structural and institutional failures of elections? I have developed a theory over the last 3 years, and I think Elgia might speak to this a little bit. The state capture model, of understanding this. What is state capture? State capture is when state institutions are repurposed to the private benefit of a few. Now, if you capture state, if the state is captured, what are the only ways you can guarantee, first, that the capture will not be destabilized, and 2, that capture can transition from one regime to another? You can guarantee that only if the electoral process does not produce surprises. You can't have an electoral process that produces surprises. So how do you ensure the electoral process does not produce surprises? You must have an electoral management body that cannot surprise. And how do you guarantee that? Several things. If I take you back to 1997, 2002 or 2000, yeah, we had the large Kivuitu Commission, which had party nominees. The parties were told to bring their nominees. PPG reforms. The theory was that if political parties had nominated people, those people would go to the electoral management body and look after their interests of the political party, look after the interests of the political party, and therefore guarantee the independence. In other words, by a clash of partisanship, the theory was which suggests that there is a major crime on our highways. And each roadblock will have about 7, 8. The Gilgil one normally has about 10 police officers. If you take that number, say you have 7 roadblocks plus 7 police officers, you've got 49 police officers on the road. If you multiply that by 8 to get the number of days, the number of hours, then you multiply by 365. I worked out the numbers, and you are losing something like 365 man-years in 10 years. That's what you lose by these policemen being on the road. Why are they on the road? They are on the road because they are collecting money. When they collect money, that money is funneled upwards. All the way, I don't know how high it reaches, but it goes up. It goes pretty up. How do I know this? During police vetting, you remember when the senior officers came to be vetted? All of them were chicken farmers. They were in Woman or another pig farmer, raking in 300K every week. So I suddenly said to I wrote cynically in an article, you know we should abolish the Faculty of Commerce in Nairobi and send everybody studying commerce to Kiganjo. Because obviously, this is the place where entrepreneurs are being trained. Yeah? We are wasting resources at Nairobi University, training people where they should go to Kiganjo and get trained and acquire all these skills, money-making skills. So that's the stability of a captured state depends on those guys being able to make money at the ground. So law enforcement will not ensure electoral integrity. Electoral management bodies will be compromised. So I am not striking a very positive note in terms of the possibility of reform. Now, it seems to me that the reform options are very limited. First, I'm just coming to the end. First, who is going to generate the political will to undo this? So then there is a bit of corporate governance issues related to IEBC. I'm not very optimistic about structural changes to IEBC. I think the current constitutional provisions are sufficient for running an independent electoral management body. I don't think the problem is constitutional. I think the problem is corporate governance tied into the interests of politicians. I have talked longer than I should have. I really thank you for listening to me in patience. Asante sana. I look forward to getting some questions from you and continue this conversation even beyond today. Thank you.
So, log on electoral justice
have ended up being very contested and very violent. We have also seen a lot of human rights violations, which make us very much concerned, and also so many injustices. Actually, towards and after election, we have seen a lot of destabilization of the state, and this problem has now become very common within the region. Recently, we were monitoring elections in Uganda, and we saw the same outcome. Last year, we were doing the same with our partners in Tanzania, and we saw the same outcome. So this is the time we need to start revisiting the agenda of electoral governance, and that's why we are focusing on the notion of electoral justice, to see how our sectors and the key leaders in the country can be able to start finding solutions, so that when it comes to the D-Day, we are not going to end up with this kind of situation. And we also come from a perspective, like Wachira has said, that most of the issues are not basically policy and legislation by nature, because we have been able to resolve that. So the problems are more political, and that's why there's a need to have that kind of approach and understanding. And then, therefore, we see so many other concerns, which I also want to raise here. I know Mule and Wachira has talked about that. One of the other issues we are also very much interested in is the question of skilled registration of persons. We normally talk about registration of voters, but remember, before you are registered as a voter, you require a national identity card. So that process is usually not very transparent and accountable. And in the work we normally do, we have found that as one of the major indicators of the flaws in our electoral governance system. So that's one of the big political questions we need to deal with, because sometimes we find people who come from the opposition. There's also a way of having their IDs held, so that, like in 2017, some of them actually got the IDs in 2018. So the question of registration of persons is also critical to the issue of electoral justice. And of course, the independence of electoral management body, and it's not just IBC. There are also many other institutions whose mandates have a bearing on elections. So when we are talking about this issue, we also need to be doing a broad-based mapping and analysis of which other institutions are compromised and their mandates can also help us push the agenda. For example, when we have the independent commissions like Kenya National Commission who have no commissioners, and their work is also critical in terms of ensuring human rights are protected in the context of elections. When you have IPOA, which is also not very effective, and then we have violence during the time of election, do you expect IBs to respond? No. So this agenda also requires that broad-based understanding of the issues and also mapping of all the key state and non-state actors who are critical in this discussion. And therefore, moving forward, we think this is just going to be the beginning of this conversation. And I think because we are assuming we are going to have elections in August 2022. So that's part of the things we are saying we are not going to compromise on, because it's a constitutional obligation and there's no logical basis for those discussions about postponements. We think within the next 6 months, maybe in December and also in June next year, we are going to be having follow-up discussions. So this is not going to be the end of this discussion. And from our side as partners, we are also going to be having follow-up topical discussions, because this agenda is big. There's also a need to dissect it and then follow through other thematic and topical discussions. So we are going to be having that, and also county-based engagement with members of public. Because we also want to push the idea that the voice of the citizens must always count in these conversations when it comes to elections and also the broader political governance of the state. And the other thing is we are also thinking about establishing a multi-sectoral initiative, because this agenda cannot be about political parties, cannot be about IBC, it cannot also be about state institutions, because the issues are broader, and this approach will help us keep on following through the issues at hand. And of course, there's a need, and this is also part of what emerged from other forum, which was hosted by George and Osea. They also need to think about a think tank which can be monitoring and also responding to many issues which are also happening in the country. We also don't expect a situation whereby COVID is also going to be used to curtail the space for organizing and mobilizing around elections, especially for the civic actors and also the ones who are also perceived to be the opponents of the state. So with those brief remarks, I wish all of us fruitful conversations, and I say this is just but the beginning, and we hope also all these discussions are also going to go back to the sectors where we come from. Asanteni sana.
I thank you so much, Davis, for that additional note to the material that we had already considered in the morning. It is quite heavy now, as you say. When I was recognizing those who had come, I hadn't seen my sister, Anne Deritu, the registrar of political parties. I don't know where she's seated. She's right here. Please welcome her. And that the Swiss embassy is actually represented here by Valentine Helnega. Did I try? I succeeded. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you so much for that. Let me be transparent about one thing, about your tea break. Let me be transparent about it because it normally wastes a lot of time. I know that it's your right and the tea is out there. But I have pleaded with the organizers that my experience is that once we make it public that the tea is available, then you can look for a way of grabbing, because it takes a lot of time to release people and get them back into the room. And the flow just breaks. And you lose a meeting, you lose a conference, and knowing the caliber of people in this room, once they start moving to the next most urgent event, then you are going to lose a lot. So I just wanted to be transparent about the tea. It's available, but please look for ways of getting your cup of tea, because those are 30 to 35 very precious minutes. Having said that, and having listened to Mule, Malombe, and Wachira Maina, we want to go to the next phase of this conference, which is where we invite the various stakeholders listed in the Part B of the program. And let me tell you why we really want to listen to you carefully. We want to listen to you carefully because we want you to make commitments. We are requesting that you make commitments towards ensuring that we have electoral integrity in this country. And if we get to hear what your contribution to that is, I think that would be very, very precious. We will appreciate. And with 10 minutes, I know that's not much, but we will limit you to 10 minutes and we will take your contribution and your commitment. Because tomorrow, the press conference that we will be holding here, and we hope that you will be here present, we want to have a press conference of action, of commitments, and of moving together as a country, because this is our country and these are our elections. So I kept Nerima Wako's recognition because I want her to be the first one to give us the brilliance of young people. And after Nerima, we will have somebody from the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights and the political parties. Then I'll give you the list of the other three that will follow immediately thereafter. Nerima Wako from Siasa Place, representing the youth-serving organizations. Please, let's put our hands together for Nerima Wako.
Good morning. Let me just take a deep breath. I guess that was quite an ambush, but to be young is to be prepared. Just like to say good morning to distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I have written a few notes, so I'll be sharing. If just the youth had shown up at the ballot box during the 2017 elections, they would have elected the president with 3.4 million votes to spare. And this time around, the first-time voters are just as many. Right now, with the IBC, they're targeting 4 million in their current voter registration drive. But statistically, we have up to 6 million youth who will be eligible to vote for the very first time. What a large block. But the challenges that come with young people are very many. Kwa grao, vitu ni different. The National Registration Bureau mentioned in March 2020 that nearly 30,000 identification cards, IDs, have not been collected in the coast, and 32,000 have not been collected in North Rift. I've not even mentioned those in urban slums. I've not even mentioned those in the other counties. But that's a large number when you think about it. It adds up. So it can be safe to say that even when it comes to voter registration, there is marginalization. But something else pops up. When it comes to young people turning 18, you would think that they would be interested in collecting their IDs, but not necessarily so. Youth are becoming more and more distant with every election. A sense of apathy is growing, and it's growing quickly. You have to ask if a young person will vote. I ask you to try, because this time, don't assume that every young person wants to be involved in the coming election. So that number is growing. We can blame the economy, we can blame high employment, but why would someone feel the urge to participate in election when employment is becoming a privilege? And it appears to be a sham with every year. Granted, the relation between good governance and leadership is connected to the economy, but many youth do not see the linkages. Yes, youth are used to instigate violence, but let's look at the environment. We're in a space where it is ripe for abuse of power. And honestly, even when we look at the mechanisms that are being put in place, why arrest someone for selling their voter's card, but we do almost nothing to the people who are buying their voters' cards? Our history with elections hasn't been particularly rosy. A good example are the recent by-elections. They were violent, cases of bribery. No wonder young women shy away. Young women's participation is dismally low. It's worrying when I see some of my engagements. There can be absolutely no young women present. The cycles of violence after every election depresses the country's investments and economy. In December 2020, the president said, "Leadership is not given, it is taken and grabbed. Move with it." But how can youth grab positions when systems are not fair and credible? Look at the party
protect and promote human rights in Kenya. In fulfilling this mandate, KCHR performs a lot of functions. Some of them includes complaints processing, investigations, monitoring human rights compliance, advisory, as well as advocacy for relevant reforms through partnerships and collaboration with both state and non-state actors. Indeed, election is a human rights agenda that calls for intervention by national human rights institutions and all the partners. Like any other subject that impacts on democracy, development, and social cohesion, elections remain a key process that impedes or promotes enjoyment of human rights. According to the international laws, for instance, the Universal Declaration on Human Rights and the Covenant on Civil Political Rights, there is the provision that the will of the people shall be the basis for the authority of any government. Coming back home, Article 3 of our Constitution bestows upon every person obligation to respect, uphold, and defend the Constitution. And it is okay for us to read this section together with Articles 1 and 2, which echoes the sovereignty of the people. That alone is a section that really empowers all of us to really engage in this dialogue and also to walk the talk beyond the dialogue and ensure that we have accountability and we safeguard the integrity of our electoral processes. The right to vote and to be voted remains a difficult subject in Kenya, Africa, and the globe. This is due to the policy gaps and practices that resort to high politicized elections, incitement, human rights violations, as well as impunity by those in position of leadership and power. Like any other growing democracy, Kenya has made strides in developing electoral rules, improving democratic space, and opportunity for every citizen to exercise their right to vote. However, like evidenced in our previous electoral monitoring reports, that is in 2007, 2013, and 2017, there remains a lot of gaps, both our laws, policies, institutional and administrative structures that continue to impede Kenya's democracy and the integrity of the vote. Looking at election and human rights, we need to really ask ourselves, how bad is the situation? Just a snapshot of what our reports, and these are reports by Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, KHRC, IMLU, and all the different human rights civil society organizations. In 2007, a total deaths of 1,133 were recorded. Again, over 600 persons were reported to have been displaced. And also we recorded 900 cases of sexual violence. That is just in 2007. Again, a repeat of the same occurred in 2017, where the reports of 99 killings, 260 cases of torture, and 210 cases of sexual violence were reported. It is therefore important for us to reiterate that we need remedial actions that will ensure that the ongoing political processes, as well as the possibility of the BBI processes going on, the increasing political tension, and the high possibility of incitement, as we have seen by the trends in the past few months, we need really to have remedial actions that will address this and ensure that we have proper systems, proper structures to ensure human rights accountability, and well as safeguard the interest, safeguard the integrity of our vote. Elections affect everyone. However, the vulnerable amongst ourselves face the brunt. And in this regard, I would want to just make a mention of the women, children, persons with disability, the youth, elderly, and the marginalized groups like the urban poor. I think you have heard from the different speakers that have spoken about the different situation and the challenges that we continue to really face as a country. However, the most people that really keep on suffering are the vulnerable. And the need for us to also consider how can we really come in and support the vulnerable to exercise their sovereignty and safeguard them from abuses and different violations that take place during electoral processes. Kenya National Commission on Human Rights has in the past engaged in elections via monitoring elections campaigns, party primaries, and the actual election processes in order to support Kenya and all relevant actors to uphold the right to vote and democracy. To ensure safeguarding the right to vote as a nation, we must uphold the following. 1, the right to political participation. Then we must uphold self-determination and freedoms of expression, assembly, movement, association, and protection from any forms of discrimination, torture, and inhumane treatment. Kenya National Commission for Human Rights reiterates that for Kenya to achieve a free and fair election and safeguard the right to vote, all stakeholders must work closely and support the key duty bearers. And the key duty bearers here, we are speaking about the 3 arms of government, the specific agencies, ministries, and departments of government that are responsible for proper planning, collaboration, and alertness in exercise of their mandate during electioneering period. Further, the Commission affirms the role of civil society organization in ensuring accountability and transparency in election and calls upon our leaders to stop actions that resort to shrinking the civic space. What is Kenya National Commission for Human Rights commitment? KNCHR remains committed to, number 1, collaborate with both state and non-state actors in ensuring empowerment of citizens through civic education, supporting election early warning structural plans, and actual monitoring of election processes with a view of ensuring compliance with the electoral laws and upholding of human rights as provided for in our Constitution of Kenya and other applicable laws. We further commit to continue advocating for the safeguarding of civic space even as we approach elections. And lastly, we also will continue to monitor human rights violation incidences and continue to serve as a human rights watchdog and an advisor to government and the public on matters human rights as we get into this period, as well as anticipated BBI processes. These will remain our key strategies. That is, election monitoring processes will remain our key strategy in forestalling human rights violations and ensuring that there is accountability for human rights violations that will be committed or documented during the process. In conclusion, the Commission takes note that in 2017, and this is through its report titled Silhouette of Brutality, the prevalence of sexual gender-based violence cases was such a concern in that SGBV was used as a tool of violence to both the voters and some persons who were either vying for different seats. It is unfortunate that out of the people who suffered this animosity included children, persons with disability, women, youth, and the vulnerable, and in particular the urban poor. The Commission is hopeful that the government, through the offices aforementioned, that is the arm of government, will ensure that we have measures put in place to ensure that no person is violated during the upcoming elections, and where the violation is reported, then swift action shall follow, and perpetrator brought to book as a way of deterrence. As a Commission, we appreciate that the timings are hard, noting that we are already dealing with a country that is facing economic distress and the COVID-19 pandemic. However, we are glad that the government and the civil society and all actors, if we come in and work jointly, and this is what is manifest in this national dialogue, we shall work towards a peaceful, free, and fair election as one way of ensuring we remain afloat and create an environment for better economic growth, democracy, social cohesion, and realization of the Sustainable Development Goals. We are also looking at ensuring that we create pace for Kenya to achieve the Africa Agenda 2063 as well as Kenya Vision 2030. This is only viable if we, all of us, work together to really safeguard the integrity of our electoral processes. As I close, I want to just say hashtag Eyes on Election and hashtag Credible Election 2022. I would want to pose a question as a challenge to all of us in this House. How many vulnerable groups will exercise their sovereignty as well as their right to vote? And in this regard, I would want to really ask, what is your role in safeguarding this group or these groups to ensure that they enjoy that right that all of us are speaking about today? And as a parting shot, I want to just reiterate that we need to look through and ask ourselves, do we have other vulnerable groups that have been left out of this conversation? As a Commission, we have been bestowed the mandate by the Attorney General's office to advocate for the plight and the rights of the intersex persons. Some of them have documentations that continue to clash with what they are or how they appear. So there's need for us to start asking ourselves, as we speak, even if it is only one person who is likely to miss out on that right to vote, we must address it. So in total, we had 1,524 intersex persons that were enumerated during the 2019 population census. These were just but a few. From the statistics that we have, we perceive that in Kenya we have about 20,000 on the lower side, up to 80,000 on the upper side of 800,000 upper side of the intersex persons. The question that I would want to leave all of us with is, how are we prepared to ensure that this particular group are attended to and are not denied their right to vote, and that their dignity will not be violated as they exercise what we are speaking about. And with that, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Veronica. And the remarks from the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, where you have not been having commissioners for the last 15 months, and nothing is being done about it by the Office of the Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya. By the way, I was warned in the morning by the organizers that I should not express some of these views strongly, so I'll leave it there. So now we want to invite Michael Orua. Michael Orua is the secretary to the Center for Multi-Party Democracy, Kenya. He will be representing the center, and he will be giving his remarks. After Michael, we will be going to the trade unions. And because we have not had many ladies speaking here today, I want to request the CEO of the Kenya Women Teachers Association to prepare to come and speak in that slot immediately after Michael Orua. Please, I don't know where Michael is seated. He's right here. Please welcome me in inviting Michael to represent CMD Kenya.
Thank you. Good morning. I wish to confirm my name is Orua Michael. I'm speaking on behalf of the Center for Multi-Party Democracy. Greetings from the chair, Senator Abshiro Alake, and members of the steering committee, and the entire board of CMD Kenya. CMD Kenya exists to promote inter-party dialogues, but also more importantly to encourage the development and growth of a robust multi-party democracy in Kenya. Having said that, you are probably already thinking about the challenges that come with achieving especially the second vision of building political parties as a robust space for democratic exercise of democratic rights of Kenyans, holding political leaders accountable, building political parties as enduring vehicles and as guarantors of our Constitution of Kenya's commitment to multi-party, building a multi-party democracy. We would say as CMD that it is obvious that the strength of our democracy, and indeed multi-party democracy, is dependent to a large extent on the strength or determined by the strength and nature of the political parties that we have. We know the situation of political parties in this country. We know what they have achieved, we know what they haven't. As Center for Multi-Party Democracy, one of our enduring commitments is to ensure that we create a platform where political parties can influence each other in ways that can help strengthen the democratic tradition and the promises of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Several incidents over the last 10 years, 5 years, continue to send a lot of worry around whether we can actually guarantee the promise of a multi-party democracy in this country. So at the center, we think that inter-party collaborations, relationships, alliances, we hope that these continue to work to strengthen and not undermine the promise of multi-party democracy. Over the last couple of years, we've seen incidents of collaboration that perhaps have pointed to undermining the democratic promise of a multi-party democracy than strengthening that particular promise. We continue to support and encourage political parties and parties to adopt the best practices despite the difficult challenges that we have. We think we need to build political parties as enduring institutions. This country has one of the highest mortality rates of political parties, which means we do not have political parties as institutions. The political party that removed the KANU dictatorship in 2002 did not contest as a political party, as a single entity identifiable in 2007. Those who won 2007 election did not contest in the same identity in 2013, and 2013, 2017. So we see a significant amount of death of political parties, which means it is almost impossible to build political parties as institutions, because if you continuously have new vehicles, you do not have the capacity to actually build a political party as an institution. If you have your youth league, for example, if you have a women's league, if you have a person's disability league, if you have a vibrant NEC, and this changes and this composition change every 2, 3, or 5 years, then you do not have the capacity to really hold each other accountable, grow, and develop as an institution. We continue to encourage political parties, political actors, to act in the best interest by institutionalizing political parties. We would want also to encourage definitely citizens, young people, not so young people, to register as members of political parties. Of course, we know that the incidents of the last few days at the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties with regard to data breaches, or people being unwillingly registered, finding themselves in political parties that they did not subscribe to, does not work to build the confidence and trust that citizens need in order to register as political party members. Despite our challenges, or the challenges of political parties and our multi-party democracy, why is it important for us to be members of political parties? By a show of hand, curiously, how many of us here are bona fide members of any political parties? I'll be generous and say any. Any political party that is registered. Now, the organizers are probably depressed at those statistics. It's not worth writing home about. There are less than 5. Assuming some of them are shy because of the strength, relative strength of the political party you belong to, so you didn't have enough courage to raise your hand. If I double that number, we are still less than 10. It is important, and I'm generous by saying any political party, hata pata potea party of Kenya, because we cannot build parties, reform them, strengthen them, if we only associate with political parties from an emotional, periodic, I identify with party X. You cannot reform that party, build it into a model institution if you are not member number XYZ. You are not able to move to a court of law, for example, or to write authoritatively to the registrar of political party and raise administrative governance issues if you are not a member of a political party. I know we are far from the promise of credible political parties in this country, but even a journey of 1,000 angoa begins with 1. So I am challenging. I know the onus is on political parties to build the trust so that they can attract members who consciously say, I identify with the Ukweli Party, I identify with the Na Kenya Party, I identify with Jubilee Party, I identify with ODM, I identify with XY. But in the absence of that, the citizens, as active citizens, have an obligation to then take those political parties, be members, and try to transform them from within. I have seen a running joke this week out of the fiasco of the registration, where some gentleman who will remain nameless decided because he was registered in ANC and he doesn't know how, he is going to be the party leader and is mobilizing all other fellow ANCists who are registered in the same manner to take over the leadership of the party. It looks like a joke, but I think it picked quite some traction. And without prejudice to our member, ANC, if those members decided then we will not withdraw or resign, because the record already indicates we are bona fide members, and call for a national delegates conference, and start to push for reform within that political party. So there could be a silver lining. But ultimately what I am requesting us and urging Kenyans is that as we complain about the type of political parties we have, the truth is we do not have a perfect democracy. We will probably not have it in 100 years. But if we can all do our part, the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties working to clean up the system, to ensure parties align and meet some basic minimum standards, if the Parliament reverses the bad amendment that ensures only 2 political parties get money from the exchequer and democratizes this process and ensures that parties that have met a certain threshold are given resources but also are held accountable to those resources, so that we get rid of this cycle where we are not strong, we are not able to do certain things because we don't have resources. But we are also not having resources because nobody will trust us with resources because of the kind of operations we have. So I think despite our dysfunction or relative dysfunction of the state of multi-party democracy, there's a lot of hope. But each one of us must play our role. So as Center for Multi-Party Democracy, our appeal to member political parties, our appeal to the government agencies, our appeal to partners is that, and our appeal to citizens definitely, is that each one of us has a unique role to play. Citizens must become members of political parties so that the right positive pressure comes from within political parties to transform them.
And actually, Mike mic'd himself off. Let us be very transparent about it. Mike, we cannot do that. I didn't know that the executive director of Center for Multi-Party Democracy is also in the room. Franklin Mukwanja, is he in the room? I'm told that. Virtually. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We didn't recognize Jen Serwanga properly when she came in with the Rolly Davila. Please, if you can just salute us. Yeah, thank you so much. We are now at the trade unions. But let me, as a moderator, Michael Rua, you didn't tell us 3 things that we wanted to hear from you. Are the political parties going to conduct credible political party primaries? You cannot complain the whole morning about issues that you are, in, but there's no assurance that you are going to conduct credible political party primaries. Are you going to sign on to campaign financing accountability? Are you going to ensure that there's no violence by your members in the elections? Those are the kind of commitments that we know we have a lot of problems. But we also want to hear commitments from speakers so that we know that there's some hope in moving the country forward. Thank you so much, Michael Rua. Let's go to the trade unions. I am told that not just the Kenya Women Teachers Association is present. Please welcome the CEO. But there's also a representative from NAT who will say something. So I'll limit your time so that the representative from NAT is also able to say something. If you can come and use the steps on this side, please. Let's welcome her so that she brings us greetings from the Kenya Women Teachers Association.
Your Excellency, the former Vice President, Kalonzo Musyoka, the party leader for NAC Kenya, Honorable Wandai, and all protocols observed. Good morning, or is it afternoon? Good morning. My name is Benta Opande. I am the Chief Executive Officer for Kenya Women Teachers Association, a platform for women teachers to manipulate and discuss their issues, canvass, and get solutions for themselves. But we also are interested in the girl child and even the boy child using a 12-point agenda. Well, when I was invited to this function, I wondered what I was going to talk about politics. And I had a written speech, but I think most of the things I wanted to say have already been indulged in. So I will take a very few minutes to tell you something about my relationship with politics. So when I was born to a teacher who was a father, a very staunch member of KANU. I remember the day of the coup, my father actually almost got a heart attack. Then he gave birth to a son called Ken Opande, who became another KANU stalwart. In fact, he's the one who used to open the doors at State House in Kisumu. I saw politics take my father from slightly wealthy man to a very poor man. And my brother, who used to be the KANU stalwart, had a lot of wealth, but by the time he was passing on, he left me with a bill of 3 million, which I'm still paying up to now. So generally, you understand that I may not have very nice things to talk about elections and politics. But being the person who I was, the son of the Upandes, the daughter of the Upandes, politics was running in my blood. And so I joined a political party called National Vision Party. I worked very closely with the man who was most feared in this country, called Total Man. I was his right-hand woman, and I helped him grow the party. And actually, I'm the one who registered National Vision Party to CMD. So, why am I giving you those opposite sides of the stories? Because the question I saw on the document was, are elections important? And how can they be carried out? So in a very short while, I'll deliver just a few points I noted down while I was there. Yes, elections matter because, among others, it is a universal right recognized by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. I think that should be chapter 19, as a means of regular and periodical mandate of government. So elections must take place. Secondly, another thing I noted was that elections also enables public participation in the affairs of government. So it's basically a social contract between us and the government. And if it is not done right, then this social contract becomes meaningless. And it's not done right when the people who are going to be governed are not factored in. So it will remain valid even if elections are said to be fair or not fair. This social contract must always be there. Now, let me delve kidogo too into the BBI thing, although I know it's a bit sensitive. So, but before I do that, I can say that unfortunately, election season for most of the politicians, even those who are here, is a time for them to splash a lot of wealth. We, as the voters, it is our time to eat. In fact, many people say, jam no chiek, as in, there are some fruits which are now ready. Let us eat this season. So it is a time for us to eat, and therefore, people become heartbroken when things don't work, because it becomes a party time. And because it is a party time, the results end up disappointing the governed. So, this festive mood can only be, effective if we change it to be a serious moment. And I think this kind of interaction is trying to do that, so that we don't look at election time as a festive season to enjoy. So the Constitution of Kenya is considered one of the most progressive in the world because, for one, it is people-centric, the way we did it. All of you remember. It says there are certain matters which can only be decided by the people in a referendum. And there are two kinds. One being people-driven, and that's the popular one which we call Wanjiko. And the Wanjiko-driven one states that it must be sincere, and the sincerity is in the involvement of Wanjiko, or whoever you want to call the person. I think now we understand who Wanjiko is. If we look at the other drafts that were there before, the Waki and the Bomas draft, those two drafts actually recognized Wanjiko as far as I'm concerned. But they were rejected partly because towards the end, it was seen as a state project. Without dwelling much into that, I think we understand where that point goes. The 5 bench judges, I know the matter is in court, but there was a ruling that had been done which I can be comfortable talking about. So I was saying that the 5 bench High Court recently ruled on whatever it ruled, and it identified 17 matters for consideration or key issues and ruled against the state for the following reasons as far as I'm concerned. Because the president turned a good document into a state project. Okay? A good thing into a state project. And I'm going to end up by saying why I think it is good and why it should go on. The other reason is that they didn't look for all the other routes. There are several routes that we can use to amend our constitution. I think the great lawyers here know, and I dare not go to the sections, lest I be surcharged. So there are several routes that we could have used, including Parliament. But I think in our case, the state chose the wrong route. And I would really urge the players, Parliament, to take back the document and relook at it, because we feel that there are 4 steps which were not followed. Civic education was not done, public participation was not there, and Parliament was not involved. Now, does it mean that all is gone? No, it is not gone. And I would like the referendum to go on. But I would like it to go on using that process. I do not understand, the intricacies. Unajua kuna kuanga some things under the table you may not know. So some of us, we just talk over here. So Parliament take charge, and I would urge Parliament to take charge because, number 1, the women got 47 seats in the Senate. We want them. Number 2, there is inclusivity, which women want. Everybody says we need to have the votes, but many women don't go to vote because of violence. When you hear that this group and this group will be meeting, as a woman, you think about your children and you stay home with your vote. So all the civil societies, led even by my friend Daisy, I think we should put a lot of emphasis on taking the women to the voting center. What do we promise? We promise, number 1, as teachers, that for the first time, the state and the politicians should see teachers as the greatest change agents. If there is something that you need to take to the grassroots, you take it through teachers and it will work. We are genuine, we are honest. Number 2, we are ready and we promise to provide a system of peacekeeping. If only we get support from Cyprian here and his team to ensure that we have got peace ambassadors in every county as a teacher. Then the early warning signs will be seen. We also promise to support a system that is going to bring good governance. How does that work? If you go to the United States, you find trade unions, 2 trade unions, AFT and NEA. They always support 2 different political groups. And it is open, it is obvious, because teachers are voters, and they also want transparency. So if this committee that shall be formed would want to work with teachers to promote good governance, we provide that platform. Thank you very much and be blessed.
Irene and the rest of the team are taking notes of the commitments that we are getting from the various players, the various stakeholders, and the teachers have also made a commitment. Is Michael Seno of the Kenya National Union of Teachers in the room? Michael Seno? Michael Seno is not in the room. Let me recognize then Mr. Mukaisi. I'll just recognize Mr. Mukaisi. Mr. Mukaisi, wherever you are, can you salute us, please? Thank you so much. Karibu Sana, representing the agricultural sector workers, unions, and the musicians. Is there somebody from UASU in the room? UASU? No? Okay. So we will continue with the floor. After the trade unions, we are requesting that the media owners and all the editors guild come up next. Churchill Otieno is online. Is he ready to present at this stage? Can I get a signal? If he is not, then we will schedule him to come after. Is he ready right away? Is ready to go? Yeah, Editors Guild, as you know, these are very, very important players, and the media is a very important player in election integrity. And we want to invite Churchill Otieno, the president of the Guild, to speak to us for at most 5 to 10 minutes. Is he on now?
Hello, can you hear me?
Churchill, we can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Echo. Thank you. If you can hear me, that's good. I'll go ahead and give my remarks. Allow me to a special thank you to the organizers for bringing us together. Consider what the elections mean for us, but more importantly, what we can do going forward in our various roles. I speak to you this morning as the president of the Kenya Editors Guild. And first, I'd like to make a commitment from us as journalists of Kenya. Journalists and the media have no candidates in the elections due on August the 9th, 2022. We have a code of conduct of journalists that guide our engagements on these matters. And we have the Media Complaints Commission to handle any transgressions by any journalist of that code. Our duty is to serve the public interest by using journalism to inform, to enable debate, and to hold the privileged and the powerful accountable to the people. We are working to reduce any chances that the editorial space gets contaminated by the influential in society. We acknowledge that sometimes interests by some media owners, some media managers, some media leaders leave media professionals torn between telling the story as it is or following their boss's covert or overt instructions. There are instances where media owners have declared their political biases openly. In such instances, the journalists come under immense pressure and sometimes personal risk. We are currently conducting self-reflection as journalists and as media to assess whether our democracy indeed is matured enough to allow media houses to do what happens elsewhere, which is to endorse parties and candidates. But we wonder what the effect of that would be, knowing just how divisive our elections tend to be. The second issue that I would like to address, ladies and gentlemen, this morning is access to information. As we tell political stories, we balance three conflicting rights. The rights of voters to be helped to make the right choice, the rights of aspirants and candidates to sell their policies so that they are understood by the voter, and indeed journalists' own rights to inform, to enable debate, and to hold the privilege to account. Basically, the power and the right of journalists to offend. All players in the electoral arena
we are trying to run with time. Can I take this opportunity to recognize the chairperson of the Kenya Correspondents Association, who also happens to be in the room. Even if he's not going to speak at this stage, my friend, our brother Olo Janak, is in the room. Olo Janak, please let's wave at Olo Janak from the Kenya Correspondents Association. When we get Jachil, because he was making very important remarks, we will get him back so that he can complete that presentation. Do we have anybody from the business sector, KEPSA, in the room? Irene, please help me if there's somebody so that I don't miss them. Somebody who is mandated to speak for KEPSA and their commitments to elections. Please let me know, Irene. You will let me know. All right, good, thank you. We are going to a very important section, that is the judiciary. We have 3 institutions at that stage: the Judiciary Committee on Elections, we have the Kenya Magistrate, and we have the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal. I don't know who's going to speak for the tribunal, because I see Millie in the room, but there was a consultation that was going on at that stage. So I'll be informed probably by Malombe, but Millie will also advise. I'm told that Justice Commander is online to represent the Judiciary Committee on Elections. Are we able to get her? The Judiciary Committee on Elections. I'm also told that the Honorable Zipporah Gichana is in the room. If you can please rise and wave to us. Thank you so much for representing the Kenya Magistrates and Judges Association, is that right? JCE. All right, so Honorable Zipporah, is it you or the Honorable Justice Commander who's going to be giving remarks? Justice Commander? JCE, the Judiciary Committee on Elections. The Judiciary Committee on Elections. Please come. You are here. It is better when we see you than when. So if you can just hold. We've consulted with the Honorable Zipporah Gichana from JCE, and our estimation is that it will be procedural if somebody from the Judiciary Committee on Elections gives remarks. And as the Honorable Zipporah prepares to come, why don't we invite the Honorable, because Millie, now you are at the level of judge. Once you have been appointed into a tribunal, you are basically at the level of judge. Please help me to welcome Millie Odongo from the PPDT to make brief remarks. Will you join me, please, in welcoming Millie? Thank you very much. Yeah.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, respected guests who are here in this hall. I am not going to speak as a judge, as Nyamomu asks me to. I am a member of the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal, and I was not going to come and make a lot of commitments, but I will tell you the journey that we are having as an institution to date. Naturally, I think that we are all aware that with the passing of the 2010 Constitution, there was a lot of excitement in as far as elections are concerned, because we did hope that we were going to change the trend of things in this country. 2013, the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal saw a very difficult time. And I say this because we had two parallel processes going on at the time of elections. We had the IEBC listening to disputes, and we also had the tribunal listening to disputes. In 2017, there was a marked improvement. Under the leadership of the current chair of the IEBC and the then chair of the tribunal, we reached an arrangement known as a Memorandum of Understanding. And under that arrangement, the tribunal was able to listen to most, if not all, of the political party primaries disputes that arose. Now, we learned lessons. We did. And the lessons did not just arise from the time when we were listening to the disputes, but all through to the almost end of that period of the electoral cycle. One was that we did set as a requirement with members of political parties that we shared model rules. If I may go back a bit, we shared model rules with them, which we developed jointly with the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. And we had agreed that we would model our dispute resolution mechanisms around these rules. We also agreed that political parties would share with us lists of their members so that disputes that are arising would be based on those registers. I have listened very keenly this morning as I've sat here to different persons speaking, and I've heard them speak about the need to have clear data and information. I have not heard them talk about the data of the membership of political parties. And this became an issue for us because at one point we had to retreat and reach a determination. Do we proceed or do we stop? Because it was a requirement that the political party primaries are based on the membership and the registers of those parties. But most of the political parties did not do this. Now, when we sat back and thought, we decided to proceed to listen to the parties and to make determination relying on what they, as parties, had agreed to use in their party primaries. Much as we knew it was an issue of concern to most of the stakeholders engaged in issues of electoral process who had anticipated that political parties would adhere to what we had all agreed as stakeholders in the process of preparing for elections. You can imagine the level at which we were disconcerted when the Supreme Court made the first decision and the presidential elections. We said, what will happen in 2022 if these are the standards we have to apply? Because we felt very concerned that looking at that decision and the decision we had made, were we on the right track? And we sit under the judiciary. We were a bit appeased by the second decision of the Supreme Court when the second election, the issues of the second election were taken to court, and the learned judges did agree that an election had occurred. So we agreed then that even us as a tribunal had perhaps made the right decision at that time. But these are issues that we must continue to engage with as stakeholders in this key sector, and issues that we continue to concern ourselves with. That is why we are currently in partnership again with the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. They hold the key to political parties as far as we are concerned. Therefore, we rely on them heavily to be able to do this, to remodel the rules so that perhaps they will be much more applicable. There were lessons that we learned, as I stated. For example, political parties releasing all their decisions on the last day, according to the calendar that was given by IEBC, a calendar that is recognized even by the highest court of the land that we must all work with. But decisions were released on that night, and our deadline had come, and therefore it was becoming very difficult for us to listen to those disputes. And the High Court has systematically stated that they will only listen to disputes related to political parties insofar as the tribunal has first determined them. So that was another dilemma we found ourselves in, and we continue to engage with, and that is why our commitment as we stand here today, and I did quickly engage. The fortunate thing is that due to circumstances beyond our control, the membership of 7 is currently only 4. So in the time I've been here, I've been able to communicate with the 4, and I can speak for the board members when I say that our commitment remains that we'll continue to engage with different stakeholders to see the level to which we will be able to address these challenges that we have seen. We also did learn a lesson in that a number of persons who presented themselves before us came and said they were concerned by their political party's action of removing them from the party lists. But our concern was that many did not know how they got into the list in the first place. Therefore, it became very, very difficult for us to be able to ascertain whether there was injustice in their removal when they were not aware as to how they came into the list in the first place. So we will continue to work with the stakeholders here to ensure that there is some procedure that can be presented before a rule of law process, a procedure that is more transparent, a procedure that does not discriminate against any actors. We, of course, also did learn other lessons, like having persons coming before us who wanted to present their issues, particularly in the issue of party lists, and they could not communicate in some of the ways that we're used to, either English, Kiswahili, or sign language. They came with somebody who the Sexual Offences Act in Kenya recognizes, someone you'd call an intermediary, who understood their concerns and could tell their story. But we had no clear way of confirming, because, for example, there was one lady who someone was speaking for her, and at one point she got so agitated when the person was speaking that she started making sounds, which we could not, of course, interpret. So those are legal questions To what extent had this person been speaking really for her? These are issues that we continue to engage with and that we hope that the partners that are represented here today will work with us to ensure that we have a better and smoother party primaries come 2022. Thank you for your time.
You will agree with me that that was clarity. There was a lot of clarity in the communication. So, my sister Anne, I know you wanted to see if you can speak before lunch hour. The session we have for you at 2 p.m. is so significant because these issues that we are raising, this is a generating session. You are going to have to answer these questions. People want to know how they are in those lists and how they are going to be moved out. So, so thank you so much. We now have Justice Kamau online for 5 minutes. Please, can we have Justice Kamau from the Kenya Magistrates and Judges Association coming on online? She was ready. She was ready. She was ready. She was ready.
Thank you very much for having me in this conversation. I hope you can hear me. I can see my video has been disabled. The host has stopped the video, but it's okay because I can still speak without the video. First of all, kindly, the moderator, my name is Justice Jackie Kamau. I had you calling me Commander at the very beginning, but it is Jackie Kamau. I'm currently the president of the Kenya Magistrates and Judges Association and currently based in Kisumu High Court. Now, allow me to kindly adopt all the protocols that have been adopted previously for purposes of saving time. But let me say this, that I'm honored to join you today on this very important occasion. And this national dialogue on electoral justice in Kenya is a most important and timely discussion for our country, seeing that we are nearing another electioneering period. And even without the normal rules being followed, we can see there's a lot of electioneering going on, and even previously, because in Kenya, the politics is within everybody's bones, and it seems that they must continue with these elections every other time. I hope now you can see me. You can see me now. So I congratulate all the partners for making the dialogue possible, because it marks yet an important milestone to ensure a safe space for citizens to exercise their franchise, and for the candidates and all the political players to be able to be elected and conduct themselves in free and fair elections. Our Constitution establishes an approach to governance and democracy that requires elections to be free, peaceful, and credible. And you'll remember the last time what happened during the last elections, where there was a question as to whether the elections were credible. So delivering this constitutional requirement is the responsibility of several institutions. And this is by no means an easy task. So as a task and a contest for political power, elections by their very nature invite disputes, and in all countries, whether developing or developed, there are problems. And even as far as we are concerned, even with the United States of America in the last elections, we saw that it is not only in Africa that these problems occur, but they do occur also in other countries. So courts have the responsibility of addressing these disputes. And if these electoral disputes are not properly handled, they can lead to mass protests and violence and undermine the legitimacy of the elections. Now, a case in point was the post-election violence that erupted in 2007, 2008 in Kenya. And we all do not ever want to go through this. And it's for that reason that we have seen people taking all care. I've seen the IEBC saying that they're going to open the servers. There are these kind of national dialogues because nobody wants to go back to where we were during that particular time. So effective electoral dispute resolution, therefore, is key in preventing violence and ensuring the legitimacy of electoral disputes and results. I want to give a commitment that our members, who are composed of judges, magistrates, and cadis, and of course the cadis are not going to listen to these cases, it's just the judges and the magistrates, but we are ready and mentally prepared to listen to these electoral disputes. The Judiciary Committee of Elections, the JSC, has trained them in the past, and we are hoping that budgetary allocations, adequate budgetary allocations can be made to the judiciary so that the Judiciary Election Committee on Elections can be able to train other magistrates and judges who have actually been appointed. We remember that so far now we have about 34 judges, but of course we have 7 judges going to the Court of Appeal. They will need to be educated on having or how to handle these electoral disputes. Very, very critical. So we call on adequate budgetary allocation. Again, to ensure that the political parties tribunal, other players, and the courts get it right. Because if they do get it wrong, then it will be very costly for the economy and even for the chaos that we saw. Of course, the previous speaker has mentioned about how the party lists were being dealt with by the courts, they were being dealt with by the political tribunals. There was so much confusion at the very beginning, but at least now I do appreciate that at least we know what is to be dealt with by the political tribunals and what is to be dealt with by the court to avoid any confusion. Again, also, if there's not adequate training, you find that there's going to be unnecessary elections, unnecessary nullification of elections. This is very costly also to the economy because then it strains other votes where the money should actually be going into the economy. But if people are properly trained and the dispute resolvers are properly trained, they will get it right from the very, very beginning. Now, judges and magistrates are ready to work within the strict timelines that are enshrined in the Constitution. But all stakeholders must ensure a flawless process without unnecessary interventions from higher courts. We have seen during the last elections, as courts were proceeding with matters, then you find that litigants have been taking these matters to court for interlocutory applications and appeals on interlocutory applications that have been determined. But we are happy with the Court of Appeal having decided that let all those matters actually come at the very end of the process, because we have very strict timelines within the 6 months to conclude these processes. We do not want to cause any constitutional crisis in these aspects. So the timelines are strict and very stressful to our members. Remember, they are human beings. They are psychologically affected, especially when people have to work under a lot of deadlines and timelines. So we need to complete these processes way in advance. So we ask for the support of all the stakeholders, and the ones who will be sensitizing even the political parties, the political players. Everybody needs to work with the timelines, but if we are even able to complete our processes way before the timelines, it will even be much better. So this dialogue is timely, as it has been done in good time, at least about a year before, to ensure that the electoral process will be conducted in a safe space. We are a neutral arbiter as the courts, the political tribunals, and I speak for the courts here, and it ought not to be brought into the political arena. And for this, I would actually be asking the registrar of political parties. We have been going online and finding out that some of us have been registered in political parties that they were never aware about. And this can cause a lot of damage because all that people need to do is to put me in a particular party where they perceive that is an opponent in their region, and then the perception of bias comes in. I am happy that when I looked and I searched, I have not been put in any political party. But I know quite a number of my members were shocked when they found that they were registered in political parties, that they were never registered in, or they have never registered themselves. So we are hoping that even before this time, we can look at these political parties registrations and find out that let the parties who want to be members, and of course I did hear the moderator asking who are members of political parties, that needs to be voluntary. It needs not to be something which is forced on the even the neutral arbiters. So members of public and all players ought not to ascribe political affiliations to judges and judicial officers hearing electoral disputes, because electoral disputes are very emotive and the decisions are very emotive. And if this is not curbed and it's not looked carefully, then there's going to be a bit of a problem. I remember the last time when I was doing an election petition, everybody, and remember that the name betrays you. And already there was a question of whether they would get justice in that court, because already my name betrayed the political party I'm in. Maybe I'm not even a member of a political party, but just because my name says I'm Kamau, then if you're on the opposing side, they were feeling that they might probably not get justice. And I'm happy that at the end of the day, they were able to win the case. And I think they were happy that irrespective of the name that I hold as a surname, they were able to get justice. So the commitment I want to make to all the stakeholders and all the players is that our members are neutral, they are impartial, and they are ready and willing to do this process to ensure that the country does not go back to where it was. We are willing players, and the kind of preparations that you're making, we are ready to be there. So thank you so much. I don't know whether I have exceeded my time, but it was important that I make these points. And thank you so much for the partners for having allowed me to be part of this conversation. Greetings all the way from Kisumu. Asante.
I want to confirm to the Honorable Justice Kamau that you have represented the judiciary stakeholders very competently, and the commitments and assurances are taken with a lot of hope and encouragement by the participants in this conference, both online and those of us who are in place in the room. So let then, because Justice Kamau has really covered the subject matter, we will just invite the Honorable Gichana to just make remarks on behalf of JCE, and that will close that chapter, please.
Honorable members, distinguished guests, and all the delegates who are here today, good afternoon. Good afternoon. This indeed is an honorable day because this is a conversation that we should have had way before. Election preparations in Kenya, where we don't have quite a closure of the election cycle, is one that we cannot say we are doing too early, because as other speakers have already noted, we are already in the electioneering period. What do we need to do as the JCE? We are the committee. I'm here to represent my chairman, who's Honorable Justice Musinga. He's the chairman of the Judicial Committee on Elections. My name is Zipporah Gichana. I'm the secretary in the said committee, and I'm also a magistrate. We have had quite a number of achievements as the JCE in preparations of elections. We have been able to train our members, who include the judges and the magistrates. We have also engaged very competently and very well with a number of our stakeholders. And our stakeholders are both in the government and beyond the government. Within the government, we have IEBC, we have the JLAC committee, which is within the parliament, and our other members also. Beyond that, we have members who are, we have stakeholders. And I can see the president here of the Law Society of Kenya. I recognize you. And they are one of our very, very key stakeholders. And because of the engagements we've had, we have been able to achieve the following. We have in year 2017, we developed the 2017 election petition rules that were used by the four levels of courts, from the Supreme Court to the Court of Appeal, as well as the magistrate courts. These rules also affected the other electoral dispute resolution organizations, which include the IEBC and PPDT, who have already spoken before me. We also have real-time data collection of the 2017 election petitions as they were filed, which informed, of course, the gazettement of the election courts. Now, what you realize is that this is also a very delicate process, because when you gazette members too early, there is always the fear that people are looking out, which judge is going to hear which application where. And that fear is because, I mean, we all understand that the process of the resolution of the election disputes is such that every party wants to feel that they have an opportunity to tilt the scales of justice. Of course, the only way we say you can tilt the scales of justice is with the evidence you present. That notwithstanding, there is always the fear that parties want to know who the judges are, so that, as Justice Kamau has already spoken, either bring interlocutory applications saying I'm not going to get justice if the person hearing my application is Justice so-and-so because of ABCD. And as we've heard, some of us have been put in political parties that we have never ascribed to by reason of the offices we hold. We also have this real-time data collection. What I would tell you is that increasingly we have seen the number of election petitions going up. In the cycle that ended in the year 2013, we had only 188 election petitions filed. In the last cycle of 2017, we had 389 election petitions filed. What does this portend for us? We can never be too prepared. Remember, the number of courts are limited. These very courts, as we speak, are already overwhelmed by the number of matters that are filed before us. Because of the strict timelines within which we have to deliver on election petitions, we are forced to push back our other matters. Remember, courts still are hearing family disputes, courts are still hearing civil matters, courts are still hearing every other dispute that Kenyans present before courts. But when the pressure on election disputes comes, we are forced to relegate these matters to a second tier. Of course, this causes a lot of disaffection from our stakeholders, both the external and internal. And also it means a lot of pressure for the magistrates and the judges who are working on this. So we continue looking for support from our development partners, because as we all know, the national cake has to be cut into various ways for everybody to have a bite of it. So what we're calling for, and the challenges we have as of now, is that the electoral reform process, being amendments to electoral law regimes, is yet to be finalized. Various pieces of legislation are still within Parliament, and they have not been finalized. It means that when we are training our members, we are not training them on what is going to be the legal regime, as at the time when we're hearing election petitions. So what I would request is that our stakeholders here, and also the Parliament, to try and ensure that these amendments are pushed through in time for us to be able to prepare also our members for the legal regime that will be in place when we come to the time of resolving these disputes. We also need to revise the key election dispute resolution reference materials, such as the bench book and many others. These, of course, need finances, and we continue calling upon our partners to continue supporting us. We have had a lot of support from LSK. We have had a lot of support from UNDP. We have had a lot of support from ICJ Kenya. We have had a lot of support from our development partners who channel their support through DANIDA, USAID, UNDP, UK Aid, among others. We continue requesting that this support continues to be. And the support we are looking for is not just financial, we also need a mouthpiece. As you know, judges have no forum within which they can go to explain themselves. But when we sensitize our people and explain to them what the legal processes is, they will continue to have faith in the process. And in that case, as they continue to they build faith in the process, then it means that we remain credible, and that is very important. We have also had support from Elgia, whom I have also noted in the room, and they have continued to promise that they will continue to do so. We thank you so much. The key pending issues for us, and which we continue to request the support is, you'll notice that elections in Africa, we have continued to adopt election technology. We have, for instance, electronic voter registrations. We have many other forums, but what you realize is that these run concurrently with the manual processes. But for our courts to be prepared, we need to be aware of what the election, these changes in the election technology are. Because remember when we were talking, for instance, in the last election cycle, kufungua server, what does it mean for a magistrate who's sitting in court? What kind of evidence, how do I scrutinize the evidence that is presented before me if I'm not well trained in that area? So our cry continues to be, please help us to train our members to be ready for this election cycle. Also, we continue to request our stakeholders to be our mouthpieces out there. Judges and magistrates give their hearts and give their all with the intention that they deliver on time, and not just deliver on time, also deliver results that are credible. Please have faith in our institutions. You will see where we have shaken the faith in our institutions when you see the number of pre-election disputes that are brought. For every procurement process that IEBC goes through, you have 3 applications that are presented to court. Please, can we have a lot more faith in our institutions? Those members who are seated in those institutions, believe me, they try to do their best. Of course, we are human and there might be a mistake here and there done. But let us, first of all, come from the premise that they have a system within which they follow, and they try to follow it to the very end. These pre-election disputes, of course, delay the election, delay the whole process and cause a lot of pressure for the parties who are required to resolve them. So I thank you most sincerely, the conveners of this meeting, and I continue to call on our stakeholders to support us and give us feedback so that we may be able to even prepare further and better for the election cycle that is coming in 2022. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zipporah. But let me tell you that it looks like it's only the judiciary which looks slightly prepared. I don't know whether that is, it's only me who's seeing that. The rest of us, the political parties could not even make a commitment. Did you see that? They could not assure us of anything. So the question we are asking there, it's going to be projected, is on the scale of 1 to 10, how do you rate Kenya's preparedness for election 2022? You will be given a number. Please text your rating, because I'm going to give you that. I'm going to be transparent. I'm working with my team there to tell you how you feel about preparedness for the 2022 general election. Irene, when we are ready to project, please let us know. Let me recognize my sister Elsie Saina, the Executive Director of ICJ Kenya, who have been mentioned here very favorably in the work that they are doing. I'm retaining Churchill Otieno to speak after the president of the Law Society of Kenya. The president is very well recognized across the country and beyond, and is also youthful, if that is positive at all. The president, Nelson Havi, is here to represent the society, and the questions are there for you to really address. Your work is cut out. Please use your minutes well and encourage us and tell us your commitments as a society to preparedness for 2022 general election. Do you have a presentation that you want to project? Okay, please then join me in welcoming the President, Nelson Havi.
I bring you greetings from the Law Society of Kenya, currently under the leadership of the legal political party called the Brave New Bar. I also bring you greetings from Amani National Congress, which I'm proudly associated to be a member. We stand for Uchumi Bora, Msingi Thabiti wa Maendeleo na Demokrasia. May I also welcome you to Westlands constituency. Permit me to start by thanking the organizers of this conference. It comes at the most appropriate time, a tipping point in the democratic and constitutional history of the Republic of Kenya. The speakers before me have manifested a lot of tranquility and peace. Permit me to deploy some intellectual violence in this discussion. You see, history at times gives you the best, and often it just gives you what is available. No wonder, therefore, the discussion of electoral justice in Kenya should not be isolated to the Constitution, the structures, the legislative framework, and the institutions that oversight this process. I premise my discourse on one fundamental issue: the people themselves, the people you want in office, either elected or appointed. And this is fundamental, because you can purpose to have a free and fair election. But who are you going to elect? Let me start from what a constitutional scholar by the name Professor Ben Nubweze says. He says this: the president coordinates and therefore dominates both the executive and legislative processes of government. And he poses this: unless parliament is in fact independent of the executive, then the sovereignty of parliament, to which African leaders are fond of constantly referring, means simply the sovereignty of the executive. Do you relate with this insofar as Kenya is concerned? Does parliament give you the results you want? Of the three arms of government, you should not find surprise in the statement that the judiciary appears to be the one that is most prepared for this election. And indeed, they are. Parliament and executive are not. If I had 2 hours, we would have had a very long discourse on this issue. But why is it that Parliament is least prepared? The other day, a very good friend of mine, a retired judge of the Court of Appeal, asked me, Lord Nelson, why do you want to go to Parliament? I told him, King Richard, I've accomplished my 3-point agenda as president of the Law Society. I need to go and fix Parliament. Then he told me, no, you can't go to Parliament because it is a house of unlearned fellows. I told him, no, King Richard, we have so many of our colleagues there. Then he told me, they're not learned. Perhaps they're just educated. Now, let me depart from what Professor Nobweza says about the responsibilities of elected leaders insofar as the Constitution is concerned. He says this: no constitution, however strongly entrenched, can be guaranteed against the temptations of power on the part of the executive unless there is an independent legislature to act as a counterpoise against such temptations, and unless there is a strong national ethic against executive pretensions. The other day, we were told you do not require a degree to be a member of the National Assembly or of the County Assembly. I do not want to espouse a view on that point. But let me just read what Nobweza said as he concludes. It is members by virtue of their education and standing in society who are eminently and well placed to act as the articulators and guardians of the nation's ethic. And the Assembly provides them with an excellent platform from which to try to mobilize public opinion against abuse of power by the executive. A transformative constitution, the best in the world, has been in place for the last 10 years. Have the people you've elected to parliament been able to oversight the executive? Have they been able to rein on taxation, excessive borrowing? Have they been able to ensure that there's equity and parity insofar as two-thirds gender representative is concerned? Have they oversighted the executive when it comes to public appointments and declarations? These are germane points that you must consider, even as you ponder on how best to guarantee electoral justice in Kenya. Permit me to say this. It is a game of musical chairs. The problem is not with the people. The problem is with the people who you've put to sit on those chairs. Often the people you've put in these chairs will cobble arrangements befitting their peculiar situations, power sharing. You see, on the 28th of February 2008, a coalition agreement was cobbled, the result of which was to create a hybrid presidential and parliamentary system in Kenya. How far did we go with it? Did you see the bickering between the Prime Minister and my very good friend, the former Vice President? We're being told this is an enterprise that will guarantee electoral justice and fairness. And Senior Counsel, just allow me to fire at close range, because it is at this point that we need to deploy intellectual violence. 10 years later, we're being told we need to do exactly that which we did on the 28th of February. Is that the solution? Will you find reprieve in these measures you're putting in place to guarantee electoral justice? Perhaps that is a question that you need to consider. Justice Ewan Kriegler, the judge given the responsibility of giving us a solution to the problem that bedeviled us after the contested 2007 general election, said this in his executive summary. Kenya's constitutional and legal framework relating to election contains a number of weaknesses and inconsistencies that weaken its effectiveness. This legislation needs urgent and radical revision, including consolidation. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, Kenyan, all that Kriegler said we do has been done. We have consolidated all electoral laws. We have reformed. The institutions are in place. They are capable of delivering. What then is the problem? The problem is not the chairs. The problem is the chair ladies and the chairmen. And often, you will find them seated on seats like this, beside a table like this. On rare occasions, it's you Kenyans who provide the foothold for these tables. What is the solution? You must say no. Stand up. There will be no table for them to sit. You see, let's compare the democratic process in Commonwealth Africa since the fall of Berlin and the communist state. Why is it that in Ghana there has been profound stability whenever we go for elections? How is it that we don't experience the problems in Kenya? In Zambia, there was a complete metamorphosis of what the people of Ghana and Zambia intended. You see, in Ghana, it was a little bit drastic, it was violent. But there is stability. Unfortunately, many of us here may not even remember the name of the president of Ghana right now. Do you? Yes, it's a good point. Do you know the name of the president of Zambia? Good. Sacrifices had to be made. Chiloba, the one who took over from Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, had to be jailed for the message to be passed. Flight Lieutenant Jerry Rawlings had to take drastic measures in Ghana to guarantee democratic sustainability. People cannot be allowed to be corrupt insofar as regime changes are concerned. It's as simple as that. You may undertake all these discourses. They will take us nowhere. Let me progress. Sorry if I look like a professor of law with papers strewn all over. Maybe one day I'll be a professor of law. Fast forward, 9th March 2018, the great grand handshake. What did they say? This is what they said as they stood on the staircase of that building to guarantee you that they want to bring change. There are changes that are required in our system of governance for us to succeed, and we have been in a process of reform to deal with them for the last 20 years. Really? Yet, despite all the reforms, we continue to have deep and bitter disagreements, ethnic antagonism, and divisive political competition have become a way of life. I'm sure they do not have in their library the Kriegler report. This is how they conclude. His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta and His Excellency Raila Odinga have agreed to roll out a program that will implement their shared objectives. Shared objectives. How many of them? 2 individuals. The program shall establish an office and retain a retinue of advisors to assist in this implementation. They have mandated both Ambassador Martin Kimani and Mr. Paul Mwangi to observe, to oversee the establishment. Now, this is where I give accolades to my mother's age mate and my very good friend, Martha Karua Senior Counsel. She said no. She was alone. Many here sought to pursue a Sir Neville Chamberlain approach to pacify the aggressor. To what end? Well, I don't want to unpack this because a demand letter may be drafted and forwarded to my office as I speak. Where's Benta Opante? Benta, these are the real issues. Executive overreach, inability of parliament to reign supreme. I don't know how much time I have, but the 2 minutes will do. The 2 minutes will do. Let me tell you what your Solicitor General said insofar as the need for this constitution. Please maintain some silence. It is very rare that you listen to the President of the Law Society. Thank you. He said this, that the BBI process is supposed to preempt perennial election-related violence end marginalization, and it is imperative for the process to be concluded before the next general election, scheduled for next year. That is what he said. Now, friends, you see, you may be looking for these solutions everywhere, but the solutions may not be there. They are here in your midst. And this is what Kriegler said in conclusion. In order to start trying to prevent a recurrence of the tragic aftermath of the 2007 general elections, Kenyans, from president to peasant, will have to do an agonizing stocktake of where their country stands, from president to peasant, bourgeoisie to peasant. They will have to show their commitment to the rule of law and its equal applicability to all citizens, irrespective of economic, social, and political or any other belief. And it makes the conclusion quite affirmative. No, the solution does not merely lie in constitutional and legislative changes. The culture of impunity in Kenya needs a fix too. The relevant law enforcement institutions also need to do their jobs properly. I think I'm not competent to add to what that great jurist said. But because I'm an artist, permit me to show you two cartoons that exemplify what is happening. This is the Standard of June 2001, must have been on the 14th. It's by Gado. You've seen it? Okay. Fine. Let me just read in brief what it says. Now, Wanjiku, I don't know who is Wanjiku is speaking to. She says, we don't seem to know what the problem is with our elections. We keep going in circles. Then she pauses and proceeds. Manual versus electronic system. We procure new systems and register new voters every time. Then Wanjiku proceeds. And remember, the other gentleman on the other side, who often feels he is Wanjiku, whenever it is convenient, is just looking. And then she says, we create new laws while keeping old and troublesome ones to benefit the few. And after a long pause, the gentleman who always feels he is Wanjiku says, indeed, IBC is ready to conduct a referendum. Lastly, there is a cartoon in the Daily Nation of the 22nd of June 2021 at page 18. It is very historic, blurred lines. We do not have a parliament because it has been emasculated. We do not have an opposition because it has been purchased. That is the state of affairs in Kenya. Kenyans, on the part of the Law Society, this is my commitment. I've asked my members, especially the youthful ones, to call off the game. They will stand up and there will be no table for these individuals to sit on and determine the fate of Kenyans. A majority of my youthful advocates will run for elective office. They will go to Parliament. They will be in the National Assembly. They will be in the Senate. And I want to beseech you all Kenyans, irrespective of your professional qualification, to take the opportunity. Otherwise, the game of musical chairs will never end. We'll have these discussions today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, and maybe we'll be back here 10 years and review what Kriegler has said. I don't want to be doing that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nelson. Thank you very much, President of the Law Society of Kenya, Nelson Harvey. That's a very strong commitment, which is stopping the musical chairs. And you have suggested what needs to be done apart from offering candidates who are credible and courageous. And we now want to request, did Churchill Otieno come back online so that he can have his 2 minutes? You want to do that? Yeah, Churchill has. Okay, Churchill has requested the exec director to take the floor and take a few minutes to conclude the presentation. Let's welcome her, please, so that she's encouraged.
Thank you very much. This will be the statement and commitment by Kenya Editors Guild. My name is Rosalia Omungo, the Chief Executive Officer of Kenya Editors Guild. So we have a commitment. Journalists and the media have no candidates in the general elections due on August 9, 2022, or indeed any other political, partisan election for that matter. We have a code of conduct of journalists, and any transgressions should get the attention of the Media Complaints Commission. Our duty is to serve the public interest by using journalism to inform, to enable, debate, and to hold the privileged and powerful accountable. To the people, we are working to reduce any chances that the editorial space gets contaminated by the influential. We acknowledge that interests by some media owners, managers, and leaders leave media professionals torn between telling the story as it is or following the boss's covert or overt instructions. There are instances where media owners have declared their political biases openly. In such instances, the journalists come under much pressure and sometimes personal risk. We are conducting self-reflection to assess whether our democracy has matured enough to allow media houses to do what happens elsewhere. That is, endorse parties or candidates. What would be the effect of that? So, on access to information, as we tell political stories, we balance 3 conflicting rights. Rights of voters to be helped to make the right choice, rights of aspirants and candidates to sell their policies so that they are understood by the voter, and the journalist's own right to inform, enable debates, and to hold the privileged to account. All players in the electoral arena owe journalists a duty. They must enable access to information, for that is owed to the people. IBC, the courts, parliament, civil society, but more so the executive, must play their role in ensuring that citizens have the right information in a timely manner and in a useful format. It worries us a great deal when the emerging culture of ignoring court orders gets celebrated rather than scorned upon. The rule of law is a cardinal pillar of any nation of worthy ladies, of any nation. Ignoring court orders cultivates impunity and makes it difficult for us to enforce orders or to enforce orders on access to information, which information ensures stories in our media are consistently factual. I must say, though, that the judiciary, too, must put in measures to access its courts are not abused or misused by those keen to block information from getting to the public. We are having way too many instances of gag orders whose ultimate effect is to draw curtains on public interest. The culture of impunity, politics of violence, hate, and ethnicity inhibits effective media performance. The bell tolls for us to join forces and to put a stop to our 5-year festival of chaos and bloodshed in the name of elections. It is most selfish and shameless to destroy lives and livelihoods in pursuit of political power. But the bigger shame is on those who know better but choose not to act to remedy the situation. In the media, when leaders elevate sectarian interests over the national ones, they make it very challenging for us to deploy the best professionals we would wish to. Worse, it invites threats and attacks against journalists. Sometimes our names betray us. This is the elephant in the room. And I adduce, it is of little help discussing electoral justice unless we are willing and ready to confront the politics of violence, hate, and ethnicity. We must confront the culture of impunity, and those who flout the election law need to be called out publicly. In this digital age where data is gold, it is outrageous that many Kenyans today find that their private data are out in the political parties. The outcry from thousands of Kenyans that they were unlawfully added as members of political parties has significant implications on the integrity of the general election. That this is possible and can happen without any reaction whatsoever from the data commissioner and from the entirety of the criminal justice system is a major alarm bell. I move that this meeting should take a strong position on this matter. So for us, we have practical steps as the media and as Kenya Editors Guild. One, the Kenya Media Stakeholders Working Group convenes next week to consider systemic challenges in the industry and to discuss opportunities for effective reporting of the 2022 elections. The election reporting guidelines are ready, and we have started engagement to ensure a supportive ecosystem. We seek to partner with supportive institutions, human rights bodies, and independent election observers to enhance journalists' capacities. We will conduct training of journalists on laws that guide elections, communication, and human rights abuses. We will collaborate with key institutions to ensure a free flow of information on elections. Talks with IBC are already underway. Others are planned as well. Work to elevate reportage to the standard that emphasizes verification, the rights of journalists and the media in political and democratic processes. We also seek to empower journalists to interrogate issues, to seek information and safeguard their role in society as frontline human rights defendants. On the rights of the people in the political process, design a plan for media to empower citizens to fully participate in each stage of the electoral process and thereafter as a right. This includes civic education, educating people on their rights and their duty to hold politicians, political parties, and candidates to account throughout their tenures. Finally, gender and the political process ensure that media practitioners understand the rights of women and men, the importance of inclusiveness, and importance of giving sufficient or adequate space for them to articulate their issues. I thank you.
That is very eloquent, very powerful, but also exposes the dilemma that journalists find themselves in the country, because the studies are showing that between 2005 and 2015, ownership of the media in Kenya has fallen to people in power. That in 2005, it was only 8 to 10% of the media that was owned by people in political office, but that the ownership of media by people in government and in power has increased dramatically to nearly 46% from 8% over a period of 10 years. So when people who have political interests and are in power own the media, then journalists find themselves in the dilemma that the editors are expressing this afternoon. Allow me, honorable participants to this conference, to now invite the chairman of SUPKEM, my brother Ole Nado, to use 2 minutes or so to greet us and give us a message of commitment before we invite His Grace Martin Kivuva to speak on behalf of the Dialogue Reference Group.
Distinguished participants of this conference, allow me to greet you the best greetings, the greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum. I have been requested to do what we call in Africa kusindikiza, because we seems to not to have been in the program, but as part of our demonstration as the leaders of the faith to speak and work together for the interest of this country, I said yes to sindikiza Archbishop Kivuva, who is speaking on behalf of Dialogue Reference Group, which is a combination of the faith leadership in the country. I think a lot have been said since morning, and I've been listening carefully and keenly also on some of the issues that have been mentioned by the speakers. And for us to have a credible election as a country, the process is very, very critical. If we get it right in the process from the beginning, then we can actually be assured of a positive results at the end of it. It has been mentioned by one of the speakers, the challenge of the registration of persons. As the chair of the Supreme Council of Kenya Muslims, the most affected single community in this country facing discrimination in the process of registration are the Muslim youth. It's not only in the northeast or at the coastal strip, but all over the country, as long as someone professes the Islamic faith, or even if he shares the Islamic name, you are subjected to certain processes which are not properly documented to inform whether those are the processes that are normal to every other Kenyan. And if we want really to have serious involvement of young people in this process of elections, I think part of the commitment of this sitting today is to ensure or to speak to the fact that young people, a segment of young people of this country, are discriminated upon, and it takes ages for them to receive their national identity cards, which is a critical document for one to participate in the election process. We have also heard from the public a discussion about the possibilities of postponement of the general election in 2022. As the religious leaders, we say no to any attempt to push the calendar of the general election. Elections have to be done as stipulated in the calendar and in our constitution. And again, we commit ourselves to stand against any effort or any attempt to change the calendar of elections. And we support the IEBC to continue the preparation of the general election so that we have, as advised by the regular committee or commission, that the 12 months of elections should be only emphasized on the preparation of elections, and nothing else should be allowed to interfere with that particular process. And finally, challenges and issues of security. We may talk about elections and anything about elections, and we forget the problem that has really messed up this country for many, many years. We have a cycle of violence in every 5 years in this country. And I wonder whether we are actually seeing some signs of possible violence in other forms. For the last 1 month, we have seen the increase in abductions and forceful disappearances of people of all faiths and in every other place in this country. I want really to urge all of us, let us not take this issue as a normal criminality. It is more than what we think. There is actually no guarantee that tomorrow a politician could also be abducted the same way many others are being abducted in this country, never to be seen or never to be heard again. And it should be an issue that we really raise our voices and call upon the duty bearers to the cognizance of the dangers and risks we are facing as a country. We know we have a lot of challenges on corona and other things. The economy is not doing well, but we should not make it an excuse to have a lot of criminal activities going on in the country. And finally, as we talk about the 2022 elections, the religious leaders, we should not allow our pulpits to be used as platforms of spreading hatred to the Kenyan people. Our pulpits should be places of peace, the places where we should really not advance parochial political interests, because that is where Kenyans run whenever they face challenges. People want positive messages from the pulpit, and we should actually provide exactly that. And we leave politics to be done elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother, the chairman of SUPKEM, Hassan Ole Naado, for that very eloquent and clear statement of commitment and direction in terms of how the country should prepare for the 2022 general election. Allow me now to invite the chairman of the Dialogue Reference Group, who has also recently been elected the chairman of the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops. He's also a member bishop to the Catholic Justice and Peace Commission, to represent the DRG in making brief remarks as relates to the preparations for the 2022 general election. Join me in inviting His Grace Archbishop Martin Kivuva of the Archdiocese of Mombasa.
So, honorable members, Your Excellency, the former Vice President, members of the judiciary, our DRG members and friends, all members of the faiths, Christians, Muslims, Hindus, Quakers, and others. I must admit, I was very, very touched by this conference. And it reminds me of a one quote given by a man well known, Winston Churchill, who said, war. He said, Jojo is better than war. What that meant for him was he had tried everything in the area of war, fighting different places, but peace was never achieved until they went Jojo, which means dialoguing. So conveniently, this dialogue conference meeting is really appropriate. So congratulations, our organizers, best wishes, and best wishes to Kenyans, because this country is ours, and we need to talk about it positively, and at any moment, all the time, to seek ways how we can improve it. So that well said and done, we are here for at a very critical moment of our history, where we have gone through the history of violence, of fighting during elections, and especially moments when elections are hereby. Since the turn of the elections 1992, elections have been moments of violence. And what happened was there was death, there was loss of property, there's misunderstanding, life is lost. Our churches turned to places of refuge to provide food, security, and so on and so on. And we find this is again coming, as my brother just ended up saying, a point of concern. And therefore, my dear brothers and sisters, where we are, whatever docket you hold, whatever docket I hold, we must work together towards a serious preparations. And I'm glad it is happening by all stakeholders here. You deserve a clap. You deserve a clap. And I'm here to join all those who have spoken before me to say once again, it's a common effort, our common agenda, particularly these moments when we have been given an opportunity to think through without violence at each other, or throwing words against each other, taking a chance and a look at where we are coming from, where we are, and where we want to go. The IEBC audit report was declared many times insufficient. Once again, the electoral justice agenda has been mixed up with political alliances, building of governance, and questions of our country. We must unite now and state clearly that politics and elections are too important to be left to politicians and IEBC alone. That's why you and I are here. Applicants for jobs should not dictate to us how they want the interview to be conducted. We are part of that exercise now. It is us, the people of Kenya, who you and I are. It is us from all affiliation of faiths, social status, and more so the ordinary person. We are referred now to Wanjiku and so on, to meet and look at again where we are stuck and stand again to energize ourselves. The country, more than ever before, needs to prepare adequately for these forthcoming elections to ensure that they are conducted in a free, fair manner and a peaceful environment by upholding the principles of free and fair elections outlined in our Constitution, Article 21, all of us know, page 1. And it says this: number 1, freedom of citizen to exercise their political rights under the Article 38. B, they say, not more than 2/3 of members of elective public bodies shall be the same gender. Fair representation of persons with disability. Universal strive based on aspiration for fair representation and equality of vote. Free and fair elections, which are, and we have already discussed about it, we have heard about it, by secret ballot, free from violence, intimidation, improper influence, or corruption. Number 3, conducted by independent body, our IEBC. Transparency, or transparent, administered in an impartial, neutral, effective, and accurate and accountable manner. This has been repeated over and over again All those speakers have come before me. So in order to prepare, my dear brothers and sisters, for holding an election that truly renders the will of the people, it is, and that is legitimate and credible in respecting these principles, there are that we need to do, and a certain consideration and a national action. These include what we already talked about, the IEBC fixing, and the process is on, and we thank God it started, and does engage people, we hope and pray. The electoral systems and processes and the electoral environment continue to be conducive. The IEBC preparedness and the role and its role to provide credible elections, we already discussed, we have heard about it. Recruitment, which is now going on, or is already about to be completed, we hope, of the commissioners and the clarity of roles between the commissioners and the members of the secretariat. We saw what happened. The recruitment seems not to give us the most outstanding in Kenya. Number B, accountability of the commission to the people of Kenya on independence, procurement, recruitment, competence, and then preparedness and fairness and impartiality. Of course, it has been told and said, listen to why we don't have it and why we can now insist on it. Number C, recruitment of election officials across the country and holding each official accountable for the elections. And the recommendation we hear being made here that the finality of counting at the station, that gives us confidence and gives our people confidence. Implementation of election-related laws, including amendments since 2016-2017. I think we had our judiciary saying we are ready, we are just waiting for the moment. E, achieving electoral justice principles, including attaining not only more than 2/3 gender rule, participation in the Kenyan diaspora is key. Women, youth, we had them, peoples with disability, Kenyans in the marginal regions who are almost always excluded in the electoral process in Kenya. The broad question around the cost of elections has been mentioned, and we want to repeat this. I know a country where elections was done by volunteers. There are many examples in the world. I don't say we go that way, because we know why we are where we are. We do not trust one another. That's for sure. So where there's really complete trust and everybody sees it as a matter of their own commitment to get the right leaders, there are cases and situations where people don't ask all that big money. They're able to do their work, exercise their work as their commitment. And I believe in the churches and in mosques and temples, I saw a place where they would leave the boxes there. And during the church services or elections, people would just drop their vote and go. And security is not an issue because they trust and they know each other. But the Kenya we have, it's been kind of a very tricky one. So nobody trusts anybody, and if the elections, those who come to vote, you may not know where they come from. The voter apathy and civic education question. Due to this kind of a way where elections have become a very challenged, violent, and even brutal exercise, it has been cleared here and said, many people say, well, we don't go that way. Thank God, the last one we had started well. And I remember even the case where media did pick up a guy who was just busy waiting for his election with his githeri. And it became a story for us to talk about while we are voting. And this is the Kenya we were hoping and praying we can continue to have. We need all these credible election processes sorted out. And who will do that? it is us agitating. And last but not least, on the same, we need the civic education, which all of us realize we need to educate our people, inform them, and challenge them and tell them, junk in, junk out. If you put the wrong guys on or in parliament or in whatever positions, don't expect any good results. So we get what we vote for. The voter registration matter has been discussed, so I won't go back to it. I looked about it. The election technology has been mentioned, where training is key, and even our first speaker said, look, how do you expect a battery of a kitty to last a whole day when it's only half? Political parties has been mentioned, and I say, I concur with those who have spoken before me that funding is key. Regulating political parties to ensure that they adhere to democratic principles outlined in the Constitution remains a big question. Party primaries and their management, will they be organized above board? Those are questions. Vetting candidates, how do you do it? These are things we need seriously to look at. Campaign accountability. And last but not least, the voting and the counting of the votes. These are really key issues we need to deal with. And where we come from, especially in the rural areas and so on, such places, it is a really aggressive matter. And places become almost rowdy, no peace anymore, and we need to look at all that. There are, of course, mentioned already earlier, the electoral disputes, that political party and electoral disputes in elections arising from party primaries should be streamlined. And we got that confidence from me. I want to say, as people of faith and the people who are dealing with dialogue every day with our people, we want to say that is the way to go. Let's allow those disputes sorted out where possible at the lower level before they go to the higher level. Election environment for credible, free, and elections. The recipe is very simple. Roadblocks to peaceful elections are identified as lack of trust among communities. Kenyans have become, especially during elections, tribe. You become a Luo, you become a Kikuyu, you become a Kamba, you become a Luo. And this has also created, where communities were living in harmony, things begin to change. So, these are some of the roadblocks. Some culture of violence has taken root, as many drivers have already mentioned. Divisive, selfish politics made it difficult in Kenya to relate cohesively. Ethnic polarization, as we have spoken. So, my dear brothers and sisters, I think we are here to say only this particular moment, if we squander it, we don't know what else God has given us. The church, the religious people, all the way right from independence, has walked with the people, the ordinary people, the marginalized people, the eloquent and the learned and so on, through educating people on their rights, on their mandate, and their responsibility. Of interest, of course, the church looks at, doesn't campaign for any particular person per se. We are saying we identify a good leader, and that is the person in the line of our teaching. You're looking for a leader who has the qualities of care, who has the people at heart, who is ready to share and not there to just grab and try to give us the peanuts. Last but not least, as we get close to the 2022, I want to reiterate what my brother Leonardo has said from SUPKEM. We had been discussing and sharing and dialoguing about these matters. This is a moment we should not allow to slip out of our hands. And we must not allow anyone to suggest tungoje kidogo. No. we have an opportunity of a rare time. We have tried several things, but still we have a hope because we still have a bit of time, but not a long time. We have very little in terms of less than 13 months, and we are looking at a country which is up in very big need of leadership. So let me go into another area. So, my dear brothers, electoral justice, friends and present and those online, I propose that we focus on the following tasks going forward. Number one, first, to work with the political leaders. Where we come from, we are ready to form small think tanks and really help people out. And the Parliamentary Select Committee, similar to the one we convened and set up in 2016 to discuss the essential legal, constitutional, and administrative instructional actions that are needed to prepare the country for the election in August 21. We must not allow any possibilities of postponing, I repeat. Work with IEBC, we are ready. I remember 2016, before the 2017 elections, we had a team. We remember the late Bishop Corril. We had to do shuttle diplomacy from IEBC Isaac Hayson office to the Right Honorable, to His Excellency the President, and say, look, can we do it differently? Yes. So the idea of the Kirawitu, Murungi, and Orengo team came together. That gave us a way and a talking space. So these are possibilities. We also need to work with NCIC to deal with the hate speech, because that also spoils the soup. It messes up people's credibility. You go out and begin to call names that are not necessarily becoming, and that creates also acrimony and a misunderstanding, and everybody's digging deeper to looking at the evils of the other. We must also work with the police. The police can be sometime forums within the constituencies that are also we call inclusive, a common place where we can express ourselves, we can move together. So I am very anxious to see all these things take place, but the moment is now, because we know time is not on our side. So as I end, a conclusive environment our heads, we will be doing a great service to our people. So at the end, let me say this. There's a need for all election stakeholders to come together as we have done today. And an action plan inspired by the roadmap we will agree on this conference. We need leaders and conveners.
And, realize that we can only deliver, especially because of the very short time period, if we act together. And I'm really hoping that a movement is going to flow from this meeting, and the Archbishop has actually suggested that we need an action plan. I hope that, that this will be available tomorrow, so that we know what is the short term, what is the medium term, and what is the comprehensive plan as we go towards the 2022 general election. We are now going to take the last set of speakers before we take the lunch break, and we have reserved this space for our political leaders. We do have 4 of them, and the Honorable Senator Susan Kihika will be representing the Deputy President, and after the Honorable Senator Susan Kihika, we will be listening to the Honorable Opio Wandai, who is representing the Honorable Raila Odinga and ODM. And after that, the Honorable Martha Karua, the NARC Kenya party leader, will also be speaking thereafter. I'm sure that Daisy will be trying to encourage her to also carry the flag of Linda Katiba, I suspect. Yeah, so Mheshimiwa, see how you wear both hats, you know, when that time comes. And after the Honorable Martha, we will be listening to His Excellency, the Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, the former Vice President and the party leader of WIPA. And let me say this, that the many speakers are raising 5 important questions, honorable leaders. This is especially for the Honorable Kika, who was not there at the beginning. This meeting, this conference is saying that institutions are so captured and compromised that they are not able to discharge of their mandates because of the institutional capture of the state. The judiciary, which has tried to do its work independently, has been revisited, and we've seen the consequences that have followed. That's the first thing. There's a massive trust deficit in our politics and our elections. There is a problem of impunity, and Advocate Wachira Maina spoke about this extensively, that bad behavior rewards and good behavior is for losers. There is the problem of corruption, from the tendering all the way to the recruitment to the operations of elections. Big problem. The fifth is the whole question of inclusivity and participation of the various sectors and categories of the people of Kenya. And finally, a legal framework that is revised, that is full with loopholes, and this was extended by the president of LSK to include the problem of jurisprudence, and also Wachira spoke about it. So the whole legal framework, the way rules are made and implemented, sometimes too close to the election, and we remember what Kriegler said, is problematic. Your Excellencies and honorable members, where do you stand with the issue of a referendum before elections 2022? Where do you stand as relates to the calls that are seeming to gain grounds from your quarters that elections be postponed so that a referendum can be conducted and those kinds of discussions? And finally, where do you stand as regards this culture of violence which has been fertilized by impunity, and including after His Grace has spoken, so that as you come forward to give us your commitments, let them be fairly specific, because you are the only ones who access State House and access Parliament freely, because you are even tenants there. You are policymakers and you are duty bearers and the leaders of political parties who hold this country in your hands. And we rarely get opportunities to raise these questions with you. So join me, honorable participants, in welcoming our first speaker in the last category of the political party representatives, the Honorable Senator Susan Kihika of Nakuru, please.
Thank you very much, honorable participants and the organizers of this event. Good afternoon. I bring this afternoon the remarks of His Excellency, the Deputy President, Dr. William Ruto, who was not in other engagements, but I'm here as his very, very glad to be able to participate in this extremely important event. Okay. I'm humbled to have been invited to participate in this important and timely forum. The assembly of iconic civil society institutions at the time is a notable milestone. However, the fact that you have convened to discuss democratic elections and people's effective participation in them is not only a reminder that eternal vigilance is the price we pay for democracy, it is also a sobering notice to pay closer attention to the growing threats faced by our democracy. Strong and effective national institutions grow out of a robust constitutional framework and through the deepening of democracy. Our strong civil society movement is indispensable for both endeavors. I do not take for granted my invitation to join you today and must use this early opportunity to state that I'm very alive to the fact that my relationship with many actors in this space has not been as cordial as it should be. List is acknowledged. I will go so far as to... He will, trust me, he will. I will go so far as to also state that any administration's attitude towards the civil society actors need not have been as feisty as it turned out to be. At least we are acknowledging. There is space for all of us to do our best to bring matters to a more diplomatic footing. I have been on a journey to explore possibilities of enriching each other's work and experience through a more productive framework of engagement. For a few years now, I have gone out on a limb to cultivate working relationships with personalities in this space. A number have been hostile, and many have been anxious to do it confidentially, while some have been more receptive and encouraging. Throughout the process, I have been enlightened and a very unique and transformative perspective of how the public as well as the private sector impact society and affect the rights of citizens, both positively and negatively. I appreciate the channels of engagement we have forged, and I'm optimistic that our best days are ahead of us. I therefore do not take this forum for granted, and I'm truly grateful for the opportunity to participate. Questions about elections, who votes, where, when, and how, whether votes are accurately counted, and the resultant democratic decisions really matters. These direct our attention to foundational values and principles that underpin the essence of our state. Democracy and the sovereignty of the people are fundamental defining values, and voting in elections is an important but only one of the various ways in which people express themselves and exercise their sovereignty. Through elections, the people democratically appoint those who will exercise sovereign power on their behalf and for their benefit. They also express their preferences and opinions on certain issues and also participate in democratic decision-making. The notion of electoral justice encompasses the means and mechanisms for ensuring it means putting in place measures that ensure the entire electoral cycle and processes are fair, regular, transparent to both political players as well as to the citizens. Rather than just focus on the election day itself, it must cast its net wide to focus on the political environment that precedes the election and whether the environment facilitates or impedes fair electoral outcomes for all. We must address the extent to which voters are enfranchised. What is the level of voter registration and the integrity? Openness and verifiability of voter registration frameworks, systems, and technology. The character of political parties, capacity for fairness in primaries, their internal dispute systems, and the independence of the regulator. Issues of campaign financing, electoral management body composition, integrity, capacity, readiness, perceived fairness, use of technology, openness, procurement systems, and independence from capture are critical to a fair and free election. In addition, electoral dispute settlement mechanisms and processes, including the judiciary and party tribunals, are critical components to a just election. Apart from elections, the people also may go before courts demanding adjudication so that state officers exercising sovereign power on their behalf and for their benefit can evaluate whether decisions and actions violate the sovereignty of the people or align with the Constitution. The people can also petition Parliament to attend to an issue, mobilize, organize, assemble, protest, demonstrate, and picket. And in all these instances, their voices must be heard and attended to effectively. For this to happen, the people have unique institutions that must exist outside the reach of formal state institutions in order to effectively check the public sector and preserve democracy. Civils intensify political networks within society and catalyze people's movements and keep the people's representatives and their institutions from falling into the lethargy or abuse. They amplify voices and strengthen linkages between social and political actors to ensure that no one falls into the shadows of both the public and private domains, and that no one is left behind. The media shine an unwavering spotlight upon all these interactions and facilitate democracy by curating the social and political agenda for discourse and action. The Constitution gives us a self-regulating and self-enforcing framework for deepening democracy. For our republic to actualize itself, democratic participation must be robust and informed. This implies falls into monopolies is a recipe for gaps of accountability, checks and balances. The idea that citizens must lie dormant in a form of political hibernation in between elections, or that their only function in a democracy begins and ends at the polling station, is sacrilegious. The usurpations permitted by such thinking have attracted consistent harsh rebuke from the courts, exposing a stubborn, primitive instinct of the political class, the heedless default to constitutional amendment to cure what in reality are constitution-making and constitutional change to serve unconstitutional ends is a dangerous enterprise aimed at destroying the foundations of this republic. Truth be told, we must be embarrassed by the backwardness of thinking that occasionally advertises itself in the name of statecraft. Over a decade into the new constitutional dispensation, some of the controversies keeping our institutions, especially the courts, busy should not be arising. The determination to stretch, strain, and sever institutional tethers and anchors are visible manifestations of active impunity, which requires all citizens to stand together in order to defend hard-won guarantees. Thus, we must be cognizant of the defining features of our operating environment so as to be proactive in securing credible elections in a political abounding with diverse threats to our democracy in terms of credible, free, and fair elections. Institutional shortcomings combined with rising impunity and disregard for legal constraints are setting the stage for patriots and change makers to assert themselves and not only save the day, but also set the country firmly towards democratic consolidation, electoral justice, and constitutionalism. Contemporary political economy is centered on the power of the individual. Modern capitalism compulsively locates its advantages in the consumer's preferences and is constantly innovating new ways to detect and satisfy fleeting propensities. Understanding the individual's makeup and general disposition goes hand in hand with tracking and mapping her every momentary switch in personal comportment. The idea that monopolies can design one product and compel consumers to adapt to it is audaciously retrogressive and assured of failure. In governance, citizen-centered approaches are likewise devolving public policy, attention to how individuals can best be served. Diversity now enjoins us to pay attention to the granularities of choice formation, even when preferences are aggravated. Much more than this, our constitutional dispensation centers governance on the individual citizen as the central actor in the formation of we the people. The rights of the individual are therefore directly connected to the idea of the sovereignty of the people. Their choices matter. Their voices matter. This is why every event involving them must be carefully managed to amplify their choices and their voices. I'm an advocate of the power of the people to not only participate in enterprise and governance, but also to directly make choices that transform their own lives and our nation for good. I believe that the ideas of sovereignty of the people, democracy, and Kenya as a republic are inseparably connected to a people-centered governance of the state and society. As I conclude, it is therefore my strong submission that just as I champion a bottom-up model of economic governance, I also champion a bottom-up model of political governance with equal vigor. I'm saying this because for our democracy to truly work for all of us, the citizen at the polling station must have the final say in the election, and it is our collective duty to do everything we can to defend and advance our opportunity to speak and be heard. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Not only was the Deputy President's address to this conference interesting, it is also encouraging. And Susan, Honorable Susan, there's a request that address be made available, and there are several of us who would want to say a few things that you give feedback to the Deputy President as you take feedback back to him. Now, please let's now invite the Honorable Opiyo Wandayi. Mheshimiwa, you are not, our relationship is not strained. So please answer the questions that I raised. You saw Susan, Mheshimiwa Susan did not answer several of them. Please answer as many as you can. Please join me in welcoming Mheshimiwa Opiyo Wandayi.
Good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, I wish to clarify that indeed I am representing the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, the leader of the ODM, in this conference. I can't say why he chose on me to represent him, but it's important to note that I'm one of MPs in Parliament on his party, the ODM. I'm also the Secretary for Political Affairs for ODM. In Parliament, I chair the Public Accounts Committee. In that capacity, I've also come to interact with the IBC. Yes. First and foremost, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga would have really wished to be here personally. And therefore, he extends his apologies because other commitments cropped up. The Right Honorable Raila Odinga, in the journey for the transformation of Kenya, has walked hand in hand with the civil society and other progressive forces. And therefore, through me, he is in familiar territory in this conference. The history of this country is such that when it comes to matters elections, we have fallen to cynicism. It is reported that it was Adolf Hitler of the infamous Nazi Germany that once remarked that it is not the truth that matters, but victory. And again, it is reported, whether correctly or otherwise, I don't know, that it was Joseph Stalin, okay, their famed dictator, Joseph Stalin, who said that those who cast the votes decide nothing, that those who count the votes decide everything. That's the kind of cynicism that this country had fallen into. And therefore, it is important to state from the outset that ODM does not agree with these quotes, and that ODM believes in a working democracy. ODM believes in democracy, and that electoral justice is an integral part of democracy. It's also a matter of public notoriety that ODM and its partners, really, of electoral injustice in this country. For ODM, right from 2007, 2013, and 2017. And therefore, to ODM and its leader, Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga, this conference couldn't have come at a better time, especially taking into consideration the fact that we're basically into an electioneering period for season. And we believe that this conversation that starts here today should continue and should involve as many people as possible. We are very eloquently captured by Mr. Harvey. But again, you know, Justice Kregler did not stop Kenyans from thinking. Even as we implement those very, very noble recommendations in his report, we must continue to think as Kenyans and devise new mechanisms of addressing the issues that confront us as a country. And that is the spirit in which that the matter of inclusivity should not be treated lightly, really. And therefore, when you say people are seated around a table, they don't just sit in their own individual capacities. They represent multitudes of others who perhaps can't have the opportunity to come around those tables. We need to nurture that spirit of representation. The issue, again, of oversight institutions was spoken to earlier on. And coming to specifically Parliament, because we know, of course, Parliament, the judiciary, the Office of the Auditor General all play a critical role in oversight. But when you come to Parliament, you need to look at the role that Parliament has continued to play, which may not have been satisfactory in the eyes of many, but there's room for improvement. When you're now down to the issue of the IBC, specifically, the position of Prime Minister Raila Odinga strengthened for it to be able to conduct credible elections. And Prime Minister Raila Odinga adopts the position that Parliament took when it adopted the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the IBC in respect of the financial year 2016-2017, which covered the period of the 2017 elections. And I want to quote, if you allow me, some 2 or 3 paragraphs of that report, which is in public domain. The picture that emerged was that of an IBC that was held hostage by incessant battles of supremacy between the chairman and the chief executive. Honorable Speaker, during our inquiries, it was clear right from the outset that prudent management of public resources by the IBC had been sacrificed at the altar of self-aggrandizement. Speculators and wheeler dealers had a field day as internal controls, where they existed, failed or were made to fail spectacularly. From the analysis of the evidence that was placed before the committee, it is safe to conclude that perhaps the true cost of the August 2017 general elections and the repeat October 2017 presidential election may never be known. Though earlier on, Mr. Wachera Maina did give us some figures, okay? But one thing is clear, I'm continuing. It is a cost that was highly inflated, and the taxpayers did not get value for the investment. In the same vein, the actual amount of public money that was lost from the manipulation of procurement processes and creative accounting may never be fully ascertained. Therefore, in conclusion, Honorable Speaker, this report should be considered as a first step in dealing decisively with the rot that has come to be associated with the IBC for a long time now. And finally, in the circumstances, the continued existence of the IBC as currently constituted, even for one extra day, is untenable. As Parliament must provide leadership by developing a clear roadmap to midwife a seamless transition from the current order of management of elections to a totally new order. Particular emphasis should be put in creating a robust organizational structure with inbuilt accountability mechanisms to guard against mismanagement and misuse of public funds in future. That is what the Public Accounts Committee, which I, together with my able deputy, the Honorable Jessica Mbali, reported, and which was adopted by Parliament. It is true that not much has been done in terms of implementing these recommendations as we speak. And that's why in the BBI bill, we were hoping that we'd be able to address some of the issues that were highlighted in this report. But even then, it is true that steps have been taken to fill the vacancies that had existed for too long in the IBC, the vacancies of commissioners. So it's my hope that going forward, and even after this conference, the matter of reforming the IBC will be given the seriousness it deserves. The third issue is the role of political parties in the electoral process. The role of political parties. The Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga holds the view that political parties need to be strengthened and need to be given the latitude to manage their internal affairs. And here we are talking about the regulations, the rules that are provided for under the Elections Act and the Political Parties Act. Specifically, we would wish to see a situation where political parties have got greater freedom in making decisions concerning their members, those whom whose names they put in the party list, and when they do so. And when they do so, we'd want a situation where parties have got the capacity to be able through internal consultative mechanisms to decide whose name appears in which list and when. And when. Of course, within the confines of democracy. Secondly, the Prime Minister Raila Odinga believes in a strengthened and a protected judiciary, and more specifically, the Political Parties Disputes Tribunal. Prime Minister Raila Odinga would want to see a situation where the resolutions of the Political Parties Disputes Tribunal are implemented. There is the issue of vigilance, as I'm nearing conclusion. Prime Minister Raila Odinga holds the view that for the public needs to continue remaining vigilant at all times. But very finally, Prime Minister Raila Odinga makes the following commitments. Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga commits to continue supporting electoral reforms, both inside and outside Parliament, for an entrenched democratic culture in Kenya. Towards this end, he will support any and all legislative initiatives that would be geared towards addressing the issues that have been flagged within the electoral laws, specifically the Elections Act. Secondly, Prime Minister Raila Odinga commits that the Orange Democratic Movement party that he leads will continue to conduct democratic, free and fair party primaries, not only in 2022 election, but even in subsequent elections. Prime Minister Raila Odinga commits that his party will continue to conduct peaceful and clean campaigns. Peaceful and clean campaigns within the context of our democracy. Third, Prime Minister Raila Odinga commits to continue protecting the independence of institutions of our democracy, such as the IBC, the judiciary, and the media, among others. Fourth, Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga commits to continue, or he commits to the promotion of unity of the whole country. Unity that is premised on justice and equity. Fifth, Prime Minister Raila Odinga commits to the rule of law and respect of human rights. And finally, Prime Minister Raila Odinga commits to be available for consultations, for further consultations with the planning committee of this conference and any other groups or persons who share the common beliefs of democracy and electoral justice. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pio Wandai, and the very clear commitments and communication from not just the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, but also the ODM party. And we will continue to, follow and cooperate and sustain a conversation and a dialogue around these issues, especially now that as the communication that the Prime Minister is available for consultations around these very, very critical issues. Irene, I want the number to be projected so that people can vote in terms of how they rate preparedness for elections before I invite. Just allow me 1 minute. Are we able to see that number? Are you ready right away? It has just been covered. Yes. Minimize so that they see the number where they are voting, they are sending their rating of preparedness. We are working on the online material as well as the rating that is coming from the room. Allow me to just recognize those who are online, not all of them, before I invite the Honorable Martha Karua. Miria Matembe of Uganda, and she is one of our key speakers in this conference. We have Lucy Gedaiga representing Diaconia, Gladwell Otieno of AFRICOG. We have Clarice Oganga of the Office of the High Commission on Human Rights. We have Commissioner Bobby Mukangi, formerly of the Committee of Experts. We have various foreign missions. FCDO is represented by Jerusha Ouma, Nancy Muigei, the Federal Republic of Germany Embassy in Nairobi, the Honorable Kabando Wakabando, my brother Okia Umtata, the Honorable Zaina Bakar, Veronica Nduva of the United States of America Embassy in Kenya, Senator Petronila Were, the Honorable Paddy Onyango, and the list is long. I've just been given a snapshot of those who are following us online, and we really thank you for continuing to follow and participate in the conference through the voting and the charts that are coming through. Now, ladies and gentlemen, honorable participants, it is really my pleasure to now at this stage call and invite the Honorable Martha Karua, the NA Kenya party leader, and the leader of Linda Katiba, and the foremost democracy and human rights defender in this country. Please join me in inviting the Honorable Martha Karua.
Thank you. Thank you, and to correct, yes, I'm the leader of NAC Kenya, but I'm one of the leaders of Linda Katiba, not its leader. We have several conveners, and I'm one of them. Good afternoon, and all protocols observed. A lot has been said, so I'll try not to go by the text, because we are coming at the tail end. But I want to remind us that the 2010 Constitution was finalized and enacted after the disputed 2007 elections and following the agreements or priorities set out in the National Accord. It was therefore expected that the 2010 Constitution would radically transform the electoral landscape and also the political landscape. And if you go to Article 4 of the 2010 Constitution, it proclaims Kenya a republic, a multi-party democracy. Democracy cannot occur without credible elections. It is therefore sad that the past two elections under the 2010 Constitution, in my rating, have actually been worse than the elections before the 2010 document. If you ask anybody on the streets, the elections Kenyans remember as largely free and fair are the 2002 general elections. So what is the problem? The problem is impunity, utadu culture, because the Constitution for the first time spells out the imperatives of credible elections. The Constitution expects that Article 10, which has the foundational principles, will be followed to the letter, that the IEBC will not lock itself at anniversary towers and plan elections alone. We must participate. How shall we participate? And we are over 50 million. Simple. For the political parties, there is a liaison committee. Civil society, given slots, they'll organize themselves and nominate representatives, the various sectors, so that we are able to question, not later, but in advance, the methods that are being used to lead us to the election. We should be able to question why we are using gadgets and continuing to use black books, whether we should forget those electronic gadgets and save our money, and just go with the old registers we used to go to. We should be able to question why when I enter the polling station and my biometrics are taken, my name will still have to be searched for in the manual register and underlined. This duality, why do we use so much money? These are the questions I asked the IEBC if we had a chance to participate. The participation has to be devolved. You arrange elections at the national level, but at the county level, there is still organization. Should the IEBC lock itself up and decide the returning and presiding officers, sometimes with the influence of one of the players? Is it that what we want? Somebody has said here one of our problems is a deficit of trust, and it is true. We don't trust each other. We don't trust our institutions. You don't trust the police to be fair to you, IBC to be fair to you. When we go to court, we rarely trust the court to be fair and impartial. When it does happen, it comes as a surprise. So what are we saying here? That we as Kenyans have fallen short of being trustworthy, even to ourselves. Remember, there is individual trust and accountability and institutional. Institutional accountability cannot come without the individual accountability and integrity of the people manning that institution. An institution is as good as the quality of the people who man it. Look at the IEBC. We even proclaim their name, Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. It is as infirm as before we had the word independent. We have, in this constitution, entrenched the independence of the judiciary. But the independence of the judiciary means individual independence and integrity of the people who sit. We do have very good judges and very good magistrates, but we are also having infirmity in that institution as well. Which area don't we have infirmity? In the executive, it abounds. In parliament, the same. We are the people who are manning those institutions. We need a conversation with ourselves, and I want to thank the organizers. This is a long overdue conversation, and I hope this is a beginning because we can't exhaust the issues today. This is a beginning, and I want to salute those who have given their time to patiently be here to distill these issues. We are in a messy situation, and nobody is going to pick up the mess. We have to do it ourselves. It's our mess collectively. And when I talk of individual accountability, I'm reminded of the recent US elections, where the Secretary of State of Georgia is reported to have been told by President Trump, just find 11 million votes. 11,000. And he just answered, Mr. President, I got a job to do, according to their constitution. Where Mike Pence, a loyal vice president of the ex-president Donald Trump, was under pressure not to go and validate the Biden vote in the Senate. But he just told his buddy, Mr. President, I got a job to do. I am using those to demonstrate individual integrity, which becomes institutional integrity. In Kenya, I want to give you, maybe I shouldn't mention the exact case, but I'll leave no doubt in your mind. Recently, we had a very good judgment, which demonstrated the individual integrity of the bench, and I will not mention because it's sub judice. And occasionally we have such good judgments that demonstrate integrity. What I'm trying to say is that you and me have a job to do. We just have to check ourselves and stand up to be counted for our country. We will not have credible elections until we have credibility ourselves. until we have integrity. I want to recall that the 2013 general elections were accompanied by several presidential petitions, which were all dismissed. In 2017, there were again several petitions, but the one by the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, the main challenger to President Uhuru, was allowed, sending seismic shockwaves, not just in Kenya, but around Africa and the world. Disappointingly, when the recent ruling came, it failed to provide jurisprudential beacons for us to follow in similar cases and indeed in all petitions. Remember, our elections are simultaneous, the 6 of them. So if there was infirmity in the presidential petition, guarantee is that there was infirmity in the entire process. Granted that the Supreme Court did not have power over the elections in the lower courts. But how did we apply that ruling? I am saying the ruling itself failed to give the beacons of what we can apply, and we have had contradictory rulings. Just to demonstrate, since that presidential election was annulled because the IEBC, mainly, IEBC was not forthcoming with revealing information to the court, so the election was totally unverifiable and unaccountable. Very good, because the Constitution says so in Article 86. How come then that those of us who petitioned, when you go to the court and you want the documents, you want the, what were they called, the kits, the electronic kits, the BVR, you want those, you want forms that, whatever forms you need to verify, the question the court asks you is to justify why. How can I justify that which the Constitution justifies? What does it mean when it says accurate, accountable, verifiable? How do I verify without those documents? Why should I be asked a question that was asked before 2010? We are following the jurisprudence, pre-2010 jurisprudence, and this is to the courts because really we must examine these things. The rules of today should be telling litigants that anybody before the court who wants the records, the IEBC should keep them ready. Why should the IEBC waste our money hiring lawyers to oppose applications to bear the records? In whose interest? Is that a transparent institution? Some of these things we don't even need rules. The person manning that, if you have taken time to read the Constitution, you would meet the litigant at the court door with all the boxes of the documents they want. And no server would be asleep, whether in France or in Kenya. I am very glad that the IBC chair has now said he will have multiple servers and he will open all of them. My plea to them, open the 2017 servers first so that we find where the problem is and we rectify it now. There is no law barring that institution from opening the servers just now so that we see all of them. Why? We want to audit ourselves. And I do believe that the petitions we are giving the court will lessen in number if we make it automatic for parties to be shown the records. The records may just show you have no petition or determine the petition in your favor instantly. The IEBC will have individual accountability if they know that the records will be opened automatically. No presiding officer will inflate the records because they know they will be discovered immediately the election is over. We are here to find solutions. We can't give all the suggestions from this podium, and I'm hoping that later on there will be technical working groups before the series of the next conferences so that we can give suggestions on how to put right what we have missed. We can also have mechanisms of policing one another, because if I can't trust you, I will police you. And likewise, you will police me. If we did that both at the county and at the national level, all will be well. For me, I know the changes we need do not require any constitutional amendment. The Constitution already says it. A simple rules, simple legislation. For me, you can change the IEBC 1,000 times. The result will be the same. We changed Keboito. We then changed the next person. We have changed Hassan. And now we would, maybe there are some who would want to change Chebukati. The chair you bring will be the same. We need to change the management of elections, not individuals. It's the systems we need to go for, both at the national and at the local level. Think about that. And ask how many times we have to amend the Constitution when it's already giving us the mechanisms of doing so. What we really need to do is to implement and safeguard the Constitution. A country with deficit of trust, how were we supposed to embrace BBI when it did not want to be questioned, when it was not inclusive, when it was intolerant? I don't want to go on and on. I just wanted to say that's an enterprise you cannot sell to a majority, you know? Let us go back to the drawing board. My party, the first round, I led them to present to those people at KICC. And we told them, one, you are wrongly constituted because this is not national. These are the whims of two people. However large the parties are, that's not Kenya. Call the others. Even the small parties can, through CMD, send one person. Call the religious. Call everybody. So, and at that time, it was not a constitutional thing. It was a national dialogue. Let us once again read the Constitution and remember that President Moi, whom we sometimes love to hate, accepted to dialogue with the opposition when there was no constitutional framework. How dare you refuse to dialogue with us when the Constitution demands of you? These are the simple things that we must ask each other. And I want to ask it brazenly so that you may remember. I don't want to be polite. I just want to be bad. Now, I want to say one other thing, that the 2017 elections were held under a very dark cloud, the murder of Musado. Shame on us. We went on with the elections as though nothing had happened. Even the IBC, from among whom he had been he had been plucked and murdered from that institution, they went on. But we too, we went on as though nothing had happened. He was killed a day after he had said that he will safeguard the integrity of the IT system. He had to go. It is the surest indication that there were among the political elite people hell-bent on violating and manipulating the IT system. No wonder then that Kenyans say that we have elected leaders and computer-generated leaders. This is a fact that not the courts, not us, the petitioners, have articulated well in the courts when we litigated, because it has a bearing. If we go to the next elections without solving that issue, because again, shame on us, the murder of Musado remains unresolved, we are not going to have free and fair elections. We must have elections on due date in 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a job to do as Kenyans. This is our mess. We've got to clean this before then. And we must continue meeting as stakeholders. I don't know whether the president or office of the president is represented, but I do hope the organizers will send him a bundle of the papers presented here and the resolutions. They must be part of this because they work for us. We demand that any office working for us and earning a salary from us must be accountable to us. For now, I will not blame. I do not know why, if at all, they are not represented, they are not here. Now, so that I may finish quickly, and I have said most of the things, I want to answer your questions and then I get out of here. We were asked, deficit of trust I have covered. The deficit of trust comes because of impunity. There are laws, we know them. There are things we know we should do that decency demands. We do not adhere to them. And it is not just political parties, it is the candidates, it is our surrogates, sometimes it's the voters themselves, but we are to blame more than anybody else. Even if you bring another Chebukati by another name, the political players will contaminate that particular person you bring. That is why I say we need to change. We need to find a way of policing each other and stop attacking the commission every time. We need participation. I've already covered that. And obviously, we can't have a referendum before 2022. There is no time. So anybody entertaining that dream, please come off it. Let us agree we already have enough work of correcting the things that need fixing before the next general election. Let's not pretend that we can have two processes, unless if the question will come with the elections. It is not possible, in my view. Finally, do we need a new electoral regime? I've already said it's us who need to change, not the law. Maybe rules and regulations, but the framework is there. You and me have to change the way we do things. We owe it to ourselves, we owe it to our country. Finally, a call to us, as the elite, as professionals. It is you and me who will change this country. Can you for once take a minute, in whatever space you occupy, and say, I've got a job to my country. I've got a job to do, and forget anything else. When we are infirm, a majority are infirm, we expose people of integrity like the late Musando, because they are in the minority. But when a majority of us stand up, we protect each other. God bless. I forgot to give commitment. Yes, on my own behalf, on NARC Kenya's behalf, and my friends at Linda Katiba, we affirm that we will do whatever is humanly possible to ensure integrity of the coming elections, which must be held on time.
Yes. All right. Okay, thank you so much. You deserve that clap. If you want to applaud the Honorable Martha Karua, please do it. You are free to do so. Let us now, as I invite the Honorable His Excellency Kalonzo to come, Your Excellency, let me say this, that 90%, nearly 92%, believe that we are not ready and we are not prepared to hold a credible, free and fair election next year. 92%. Nearly 10%, which is 9 votes out of the total of 132, feel that we are prepared for the next general election. That's a very small number. So that's where we stand at the moment. And the Kenyans are ready for 2022 elections, but not for a referendum, which the Honorable Martha Karua said very, very clearly. So now join me, finally, to invite His Excellency, the Honorable Stephen Kalonzo, to make his remarks and speak to election preparedness. Karibu sana, Mheshimiwa.
A very good afternoon to all of us fellow Kenyans. I believe the majority of us are Kenyans, and we have members from the diplomatic corps as well. Your Grace, the Archbishop Martin Kivuva, the chair of SUPKEM, my president, Havi, of the Law Society of Kenya, and I'm happy to know you are ANC. Therefore, by implication, you are One Kenya Alliance. And therefore, I'm going to have to represent you now. Senior Counsel Martha, I respect you. She's the only person I know who says it as she believes it is, even if you hate her or love her. So she's chosen to be a bad lady today. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also thank the organizers of this very important conference. And if you notice, I've been sitting all around except for the occasional telephonic interference, been listening. Maina Wachira, great mind. In fact, I demanded that I get the full presentation by Wachira and all kinds of things. Vote, voter capture, state capture, he said it all. So as I stand before you, I feel ashamed that the top national leaders are not here on such an important conference. And now we have had it. I mean, my friends Raila and Wandai, who must have named, repeated the name Raila Odinga over 20 times. But I wish my friend Raila was here to sign on a commitment. The Deputy President sends a very eloquent senator for Nakuru, read a very well-written, I suspect not by William Ruto because I know his language. The culprit here is David Ndii, the economist. And David, a member of the civil society, par excellence. We must call out each other because we are Kenyans. And truth be told, 92 of us, 92% of us believe we are not prepared for the next election. Therefore, let me read you what I've written partly in my notes. Under Article 1 of the Constitution, this provides a provision that all sovereignty belongs to the people and may only be exercised in accordance with Constitution 2010, which you all applaud as one of the most progressive documents anywhere in the world. It therefore goes without saying that elections must be conducted in the manner that reflects the will of the people. We also agree that elections are a process. They are not an event. And if we take that to be true, and 92% of us seated here believe we are not prepared, how then can we say that August the 9th, next year, we will see the next general election? Therefore, already we are saying we are compromised. How many of us here are prepared to abide by the provisions of Chapter 6 of Constitution 2010 on integrity, demanding integrity, accountability of the elections? We've heard it even from the spiritual leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2022 general elections will be conducted on the backdrop of the nullified 2017 presidential elections. the decision the Supreme Court imposed an onerous responsibility on IEBC to ensure that elections are conducted strictly in conformity with the law. As the 2022 election cycle gathers pace, a cloud of anxiety hangs over all stakeholders, and we've seen it here demonstrated with regard to the preparedness of the IEBC. Article 86, to which my senior counsel colleague Martha referred, of the Constitution provides that at every election, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission shall ensure that A, whatever voting method is used, the system is simple, accurate, verifiable, secure. Mother, you forgot the word secure. Accountable and transparent. And B, the votes cast are counted, tabulated, and the results are announced promptly by the presiding officer at each polling station. Now, I want to thank Chairman Chebukati, because recently has come out very clean on this. He said the results at every polling station as announced are final. Why is it there's always a dispute? Recently, we had, I'm sure you noticed, by-election, senatorial by-election in the county of Machakos. And it took us, because we got people at every polling station, young people, university graduates, sharp minds. And they count and tabulate the results, and the returning officer announced that. But it took us another 24 hours because they insisted the final results will be announced in Machakos. Now, ladies and gentlemen, either we are strictlers for law or we are not, because this Article 86 is very clear on this matter. I want to say that my colleagues in One Kenya Alliance, the Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, the Honorable Gideon Moy, and the Honorable Moses Wetangula are fully in agreement with what I'm saying. But I also say that the next conversation, I want to suggest all of us commit, because these commitments that we've been asked to announce will be meaningless unless we look people in the eyes and ask them, do you love this country? Are you a believer in chapter 6 on integrity? Because the process, which is already flawed, has seen a situation where we are antagonizing one Kenyan against another. I have it on authority of an ambassador or high commissioner who must remain nameless. That recently on a tour of the Coast Province, they found the conversation has now moved from dynasties and hustlers to haves and have-nots. Now that is dangerous. This is the kind of process that is going to lead to a free, fair, accountable election. And I agree with the Mother that the next elections will be on the 9th of August, 2022. And nobody can do anything about it. First of all, that matter was not even canvassed under BBI or by anybody. And therefore, the only time this country can fail to have that election is if we are at war with another country. And even if we are at war with another country, and please check the relevant article, I think I give that to my learned friend Harvey to check, the article under the Constitution, that it's on a 6-monthly basis that both houses of Parliament, the National Assembly and the Senate, must pass a resolution to postpone the election. During wartime, not another time. Now I'm talking to a senior counsel, and I see that my friend is nodding. Not another time. But even if the country is at war, after every 6 months, the country, the same houses must pass another resolution, affirming the earlier resolution, but so that cumulatively you cannot postpone an election during wartime for more than 12 months. That is how clear the Constitution is. Therefore, please, let's disabuse ourselves of any notion that elections will not be on the 9th of August next year. Therefore, that is the truth. And if we are saying 92% of us, we are not ready for that election, what are we saying? That's why I'm demanding that all of us sign these commitments. We will not have anybody representing anybody. So, and I want to say I'm a friend of the civil society in spirit and everything. That's why when I saw this invitation, I came running. I'm actually a human rights lawyer in my own house. My own daughter is doing a PhD on international human rights. And so it is important as a country that we take the bull by the horns. IEBC. I agree again that today as we congregate, I've seen that the IBC are saying they've received money from the exchequer. They're going to roll out now voter registration. They are targeting the figure of 25 million Kenyans. And of course, we also know that this is a continuous process. But how many young Kenyans have gotten out their IDs? We heard it from Wako, their representative. In fact, she almost sent a chill down my spine because she said, the youth are asking, why should I vote in the first place? If indeed getting employment is a privilege and not a right. Now that is a state of mind of the young Kenyans. And I want to say that they should not lose hope because this is their country. We all know we're operating under a very difficult challenge right now, COVID-19. And my urge is if 15 million of us can immediately get the jab, we can open this country. Indeed, we see President Biden has already opened the United States. Why is it that Bishop, Your Grace, Bishop Martin Kivuva and the SUPKEM chair, please help us. There are people misleading Kenyans that if you get a job, you have only 2 years to live. Please, again, you know, I believe in the freedom of the social media. But some of these things are retarding even the possibility of getting our young people the jobs they so much desperately need and which should be made available to them. I do not intend to talk for long, but I'm recalling the case of Musando. One feels very bad. And Kenyans need to know who killed Musando and why. Mr. Chebukati, I agree that there's no time now, no time to even think of changing that. What the process is now ongoing to bring on board another, how many commissioners? 4. Because we have already 3 in place. And I agree that Chairman Chebukati should take it as his responsibility to restore the integrity and the dignity of the IEBC. But do you have time to bring on board the other 4? Therefore, this process, I urge, must be concluded expeditiously, so that then, within the remaining 13 months, the new commissioners will be acclimatized. But you know, the Commission has not addressed the issue of elections technology and has only been offering public assurances that are devoid of practical evidence. Procuring technology close to elections is deliberately preparing to fail. It is imperative that the Commission transparently procures relevant technology by putting into consideration some of the concerns raised by stakeholders on the integrity of some of the service providers, and Honorable Wandai was able to read even the conclusions of the Public Accounts Committee with regard to the performance and the procurement process of IEBC before the last general election. Mass voter registration is yet to be conducted, with millions of youths having obtained identity cards since the last election. I mean, very many have not even gotten them. Considering that the Commission has to revise and compile the register of voters and roll it out at the polling stations for verification, All this within 7 or so months clearly points to an institution that is out of its depth in trying to carry out its mandate. Election-related procurement, especially with regard to ballot papers, remains opaque, and the Commission is yet to publicly share how it will depart from the quagmire it faced in the last general election. I want to address our sister, Anne Ritu, the Registrar of Political Parties. I think that the political parties need to be strengthened. Why is it that every Tom, Dick, and Harry can today go register a new political party? Because then you're going to have not only tenderpreneurs, but political party tenderpreneurs, but the people carrying briefcases ready to give out nomination papers to anybody who comes to them for money. Now we are talking about, I think, close to 100 political parties. Is this the country we need? I also want to say the Register of Political Parties should really be given the mandate even to intervene where coalitions that are public documents and are registered with the Register of Political Parties remain even undisclosed. I want to suggest, for instance, the NASA coalition agreement, which is a public document. I want to suggest the Register of Political Party makes it public so the Kenyans know, because again, as we go to the next elections, we want leadership that can be trustworthy one of another. It was somebody, I think Mother repeated it when she said there's a massive trust deficit in this country, particularly between leaders. So the leaders who commit to work together for a certain period will do so. And if they go before the Register of Political Parties, we do not want to be told, my hands are tied. Even if they are tied, do something about it. Because this is it. We must open up this country by opening even our own minds. And therefore, the Political Parties Tribunal was really a mess, I'm sorry to say. The previous, a complete mess. Where people got bought with money and you get the judgment you want. Please, chapter 6, if all of us are to internalize the values, the national values, enunciated under chapter 6, will make this country greater by far. This invitation, I suggest you do not end it here. Get everybody, particularly those who want to run for presidential elections, to come and commit before Kenyans and before media that they are not going to cause confusion, they are not going to cause violence in this country. I've said elsewhere that this country will never again see the violence we saw in 2007, 2008. We will never see it. The reason is simple. Under Constitution 20, Nambi Kiai gave me, he's a member of the civil society, his card is written Article 19. This is it. We have domesticated this. Kill your people and get away with it. Never again. You will not cause people to take up machetes, pangas, arrows and bows and arrows and kill each other in the name of getting elected to whatever office and get away with it. At least I'm so pleased about that. And if they are not aware of it, let them ask their legal teams to download the conventions to which this country is now sometimes losing their composure, but because all of us love this country. Therefore, may God bless Kenya. Amen.
Good afternoon. Hey, apart from Daisy, I'm Danny. No one wants to say good afternoon back to me. Good afternoon, everybody. I refuse. You must speak back to me. Imagine my mother, what she would say if I was just here saying good afternoon and no one is responding. Good afternoon, everybody. How was the JoJo session, the one you've just come from? It was good. Let me encourage you, please, to take your seats. We have a number of speakers who are joining us online, and some of them would need to go very quickly, so if I can encourage you in a couple of minutes, we'll be starting. Not yet. Okay, good afternoon. It is such a pleasure and a privilege to hold this space for the afternoon discussions. My name is Mishai Mwangola, and I stand here as a Kenyan. By saying thank you for all that you do. To each speaker, because we are running short of time. And also just to announce that we will make a few changes to the program as we go, because there are people who've been waiting and had other engagements that they need to go to. Waikwa Wanyoike is one of those, we say Kenyans who need no intro. Of the many, many years that Waikwa invested in working on the Constitution and showing us what it means when we say in Article 3 that Kenyans should stand up and defend the Constitution. So Waikwa will be speaking on the topic of the judiciary as a platform for political validation of elections. Karibu Waikwa.
Asante sana Mshai, and just to apologize as I'm not able to stay the whole time, although I was here the whole morning. So I just want to talk about judiciary as a platform political validation of elections. And what I'll be doing is I'll be trying to problematize the issue of political validation. Then I'll speak about the first principles. What role does the Constitution assign the judiciary when it comes to elections and electoral disputes? I'll talk protected and promoted. We know what the principles of the Constitution are, because they litter every part of the Constitution. Whether you go to Article 10, they are enumerated there. Almost every chapter of the Constitution starts with values and principles. But you cannot find in the Constitution an express place where the purpose of the Constitution is as well stated or as well articulated. So that's the first point. So then the question becomes, what is that purpose? And who determines that purpose? And how do you discover that purpose? But critically, if you go through the Constitution, I have not seen another institution that has been given the mandate to protect the purpose, or where that mandate is as underlined as the judiciary. And this, to me, is critical. Critical because then the judiciary has to ask itself, where should it go to discover the purpose of the Constitution? In my own postulation or discernment, I believe that the purpose of the Constitution, and a lot of us articulate this, so this is not my original thought. In fact, and excusing compliance by Parliament, or at least postponing that. The Raila Odinga 2013, we've spoken a lot about that, so I don't need to belabor that. There is a very critical case that very few of us know about. In 2017, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, working together with a number of civil societies led by Transparency International, brought an advisory opinion to the Supreme Court asking the question, what the legal test was that IBC should use to vet candidates for integrity. What did the Supreme Court do? Supreme Court ducked. It refused to hear the case in good time. It did not even say that it wasn't hearing the case until I think last year, when it rendered a ruling saying that it could not take jurisdiction because there were issues of similar cases pending at the High Court. Again, for me, that was a direct dereliction of duty by the Supreme Court. At the minimum, it should have resolved the issue sooner instead of just waiting until the matter was no longer that important. And now we are going to 2022 elections without an articulated standard from the judiciary. Then there is the case of two cases of Helef Halifa and the one by John Jamue. The first one is the one relating to whether the election, the presiding officers and returning officers, I think, in the second presidential election were in the office legally. And we know Justice Odunga found that there were problems, although that was overturned or at least frustrated by the Court of Appeal later. But the second case relating to Helef was on the repeat elections. First, trying to ask the court to intervene just before the election and to see whether the standards or IBC had met the standards required. Two last cases very quickly. Wajir governor case, that is on whether somebody who does not have the requisite qualifications to run for office should run, and how the Supreme Court judgment seems to have frustrated a fairly robust standard established especially by the High Court. And finally, on this negative jurisprudence, the Martha Karua case, where the court frustrated electoral justice for Honorable Karua and then ended up saying it had run out of time. But what about the positive? Minor KI case of 2016 relating to what the finality of the results for the constituencies were. I think for me is one of the key constituency elections. It's Clement Kumu Waibara case. What Justice Gugi had done at the High Court is to say that instead of having to use or to rely too much on the Election Act to decide whether the election, the IBC met the standards, the constitutional standards, what the court should be starting with is to look at whether, in fact, under the Constitution, the IBC met the standard. We call it the constitutional per se test. And what Justice Gugi was trying to say is that let's not mix things. The first thing that we always have to be satisfied is complied with is the Constitution. If it's not, then that's the end of it. Let's not debate it. Unfortunately, that was also overturned at the Court of Appeal in sort of the jurisprudence mandate. Just one or two more cases. There is a case brought by Katiba Institute on gender, where the political parties, when they are nominating, if they are doing nominations for competitive seats during the general elections, should meet the two-thirds gender rule at the nomination stage to make this very clear. And Justice Chacha Mwita actually determined that they should, and that is applicable in 2022. IBC, unfortunately, has been telling people that it's impossible, even though there is a court order that IBC itself never appealed, because this case was against IBC. And of course, the political parties are happy to hear that. So I think IBC needs to come clean on that, and especially now that it's very clear that we may not have a constitutional formula for two-thirds under Article 27.8. And finally, positive case, Martha Karua, which I ended with the other section, at the East African Court of Justice. I would urge people to study that. And what the Court of Justice said is it was wrong for the Kenyan judiciary to say that it could not find remedy for Martha Karua just because time had run out, when the Constitution is so rich and demands that justice should not be technical. So finally, as I end, what are some of the things I think we should be asking the judiciary to do, especially to be able to discover the purpose that I talked about, which is in 159(4)(e)? One, obviously, to clarify, to start from the question, what is our purpose as the judiciary? Are we just going to be taking every case and deciding who won, who didn't win? Or is there a higher question for us to clarify for ourselves and craft our purpose. And this is important. In other jurisdictions, courts, and especially Supreme Court, which should be the one guiding us, but has been one of our weakest links in Kenya, sometimes say this is the philosophy of our jurisprudence. So at some point, for example, courts in Colombia have said, we are now advancing the jurisprudence of poverty. So I don't see why our Supreme Court and the judiciary cannot articulate the philosophy of their electoral jurisprudence. The second is we are still using very, very high standards in assessing whether an election should be overturned. The Supreme Court still says that the test where you have not alleged criminal activity is an intermediary, and now I'm getting into a bit of technical legal issues, but critical one, which is above the balance of probability. So it's asking that you go beyond showing it was more likely than not that in fact all these malpractices happened, to something that is unclear what it is, but below the balance of probability. So below the beyond reasonable doubt, which is the standard we use in criminal cases, but also Supreme Court seems to endorse when somebody is alleging criminal activity. And that has to change. Malawi Supreme Court has already confirmed that the standard should be lower. But it should be lower, and this is where I end, because when you look at the architecture of our constitution when it comes to electoral justice, the primary obligation of ensuring that we have the election conducted in compliance with the constitution is IBC. When somebody goes to court and is able to show with some evidence that the election was not conducted in accordance with the constitution, then the court ought to use a standard that is quite permissive, and in my view, at least a balance of probability standard, and actually require then IBC to demonstrate, because it has that constitutional obligation, to demonstrate that in fact, given the evidence, what I would call prima facie evidence, given that evidence, that in fact it undertook its mandate in compliance with the Constitution. Because in the end, we will only fix our electoral democracy when we demand professionalism at IBC and stop finding ways to explain and rationalize its failure. I thank the organizers and the moderator. Thank you.
I want to thank Waikwa very much. Waikwa is my go-to person. I am not a lawyer, so when I am trying to figure out what the law says, I look for Waikwa to explain and break things down. And so the law is very clear, and I had Waikwa saying, well, that's what the young people have told us. We began with young people in the morning, and those of you who know Peperuka, they keep reminding us the law is very clear. And Waikwa keeps telling me the same thing. So we will hold on to what he has told us. The Constitution is rich. And the challenge that he has given us to IBC, which we will hear from, I've got the pleasure of sitting next to the commissioner over there, and also the judiciary whom we talked about, who we had a chance to engage with earlier on. It is now my pleasure to go into thinking, taking us into thinking about historical and political perspectives. And coming up to speak to us for 10 minutes is George Kegoro. George is somebody I can honestly say, as a Kenyan, I sleep easier at night because of the work that George has done. He is currently the executive director of OSIA, and many of us know George from very, very many other things that he has done. So George, welcome as you come to talk to us about the future of 2022 elections, tactics employed to delay elections, and control of the political space. We will all be taking notes.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. We've got very little time. There's so many people who want to speak. It's almost very difficult and very unfair on everybody. So I'll try and be very, very quick. The topic I'm going to present on is similar, very similar. I'm actually going to have a take on the same issues that Waiko has spoken about, and he has therefore made life a lot easier for me to speak. But just give it a slightly different bent, which is more political, because I think that's what people wanted to hear. So I will do really a summary that will probably be very jumbled rather than logical and so on and so forth, as would have been possible if we had a little more time. If we recall the history of this country, I mean, the longer history is that we come into independence in 1963. We hold the first elections in 1963, which Kanu wins. And that gives Kenyatta the right to become the Prime Minister of the country. In 1964, we amend the Constitution to make Kenyatta president. Section 8 of the 1964 Constitution says, the person for the time being who is Prime Minister shall become president, and so Kenyatta becomes president without facing an election, and remains president until he dies without ever facing an election. Moi takes over in 1978, but doesn't face an election because of the way they control the political space to make it difficult for the opposition to field a candidate, the one-party thing. So Moi does the 79 election without, there is a general election in 79, but Moi doesn't face opposition. Moi doesn't face opposition in the next election in 1984, 83, yes, when he calls a snap election, and 88 when he does Mlolongo. And then Moi faces the first challenge in 1992. Some of you have heard some of my views about this, and I'm sorry if you are going to hear me repeat myself and so on and so forth. So Moi faces the first, the country, Kenya holds the first presidential election, competitive presidential election in its history in 1992. And all the reform efforts by the reform forces concentrate around the CKC. So we say, let's have this kind of CKC and this kind of CKC, that kind of thing. The assumption being that the CKC, once you have a particular type of CKC, that will translate into free and fair elections. So that doesn't happen because there are many ways to steal an election. You go to the next election in 1997, again the CKC is at the heart of the political agitation for reforms ahead of the elections. So what happened in those two elections is the CKC, that body running elections, it's how it looks. It became the symbol of the political agitation for electoral reforms. So it doesn't matter what the police do, it doesn't matter what the chiefs and DOs do, it doesn't matter what KBC does, but if you have, so all the problems people had around the elections and how to fix them, the symbolism of that is represented. The consensus of the political consensus is, let's have a type of CKC, then we are okay. When it doesn't happen in 1992, and it doesn't happen in 1997, somehow we have a different kind of arrangement in 2002, and Moi gets removed from power. Not because he was a contestant, but because, I mean, his time runs out and the forces against him are too much, so he tries to hand over power in a particular way, but that's also defeated. And an assumption is that all the factors for sustainable and sustained political electoral reforms have finally come into place and will be sustained and increased over time. But what happened soon after that? We go into 2005. We know the history of the attempted constitutional change. It's all that bile builds into 2007, and we have all this disaster of 2007. After 2007, we then also abolished the CKC and established something else in its place. We established we established the interim independent electoral and boundaries commission, that long thing. And then we finally, I'm just trying to be as quick as possible, that we finally move a little more forward and establish this one we have now. I'm trying to, I will not go into what we did with Isaac Hassan in the process, but what we had done also to the people who had preceded Isaac Hassan, which was political anger, our anger collectively as a country. The IBC or the electoral people have let us down, so we will show by example by sacrificing these people. I would like to say this. Something else happened in the way that we imagine electoral politics in the course of that. We started imagining as a country that it is not possible now to put our eggs in the IBC as the collection of all our political aspirations as to free and fair elections. We shifted that. So the country stopped, the country doesn't have expectations that the IBC is the guarantor of its free and fair elections anymore. Something else was brought in that became that guarantor. What is that thing? The Supreme Court. It took the place of IEBC as the guarantor of free and fair elections. How did we do that? First of all, we created, so it's not the judiciary, I would have said the judiciary rather than the Supreme Court. It's a judiciary, but with particular reference to the Supreme Court. So we transferred our political hopes as a country from the IBC to the judiciary. We established a Supreme Court, which wasn't there, and clothed it with the jurisdiction to hear presidential election petitions. Now, if you go back to history, this country's original constitution wasn't created, there wasn't a serious constitutional expectation that there would be, the judiciary can manage presidential electoral disputes. It was an incidental jurisdiction. So the constitution of 63 provided around section 44 for disputes to do with MPs. And then provided, I think at section 10, that the procedure for dealing with MPs, election petitions, shall be followed when you are dealing with presidential election petitions. So it didn't have an out-and-out jurisdiction. It was by reference. And it said, remember, the president needed to be a member of parliament as well. So the inquiry by the High Court was whether you had been validly nominated to run as MP, you had been validly elected as MP, because if you are not validly elected as MP, you couldn't hold the position of president. And the third jurisdiction is whether you had actually been validly elected as president. So that was a backwater jurisdiction given to a relatively lower tier of the judiciary, subjected to appeals and the delays that can come from those appeals. In 1992, when the first election petition is filed by Matiba, it's had after 24 months. That's when the decision is made. 24 months in politics, a week in politics is a long time. Can a court of law annul a presidential election 2 years after it took place? The president has appointed ministers and sacked others in the process, and now a judge reads a file in the court and says, that election we held 2 years ago, we have actually found it is invalid, so we've got to go back. You can't do that. It's politically impossible. And in 1997, it takes another 12 months before when Kibaki challenges Moi's election. Again, 12 months, if a week is a long time in politics, 12 months is an eternity. It is impossible that the judiciary could have annulled Moi's 2 elections on that occasion. Now, how did we innovate when we moved our collective political hopes away from the IBC to the judiciary? We created a Supreme Court, a higher court than the High Court that had that jurisdiction. That means there are no appeals, because what used to happen with Matiba in particular is the petition is in the High Court, their interlocutory interim appeals are in relation to the petition that have been filed in the Court of Appeal. So it's all messy, nothing can proceed. So when you create a Supreme Court as the only place, it means nobody's going to appeal, it's the highest court, and it's got to be, everything is contained in one place, and all the political pressure is in one place. Secondly, we dealt with time. We said the decision must come out in 14 days, which means we hold politics, all the pressure, and in the meantime, you will not be sworn in as president until this court tells us who won that election. So all that, and then to add to that, you have got 6 judges. It's not one judge. So you are saying all 6 of you, if you can't find courage as one judge, 6 of you can be lions and lionesses. 7 of you surely coming together need to tell us how to run this country. So and then the way then we've gone about appointing those judges, constituting that court, is decidedly ethnic. So we are saying, because elections are ethnic, and because this court is about who runs this country, and it also has to be ethnic. So it is 2 ethnic approaches, then we can all be sure that our interests are going to be represented in this court, and so on and so forth. So the Supreme Court meets in 2013, and you know what it did under Mutunga? They monkeyed with that jurisdiction, and it was not very good. And we went for them for the next 5 years. We went for those judges. I was in a judges conference in Mombasa. I spoke the way I think I would. And one of the judges left the conference. He said he was going to answer my questions, the questions I had raised about how they dealt with the Supreme Court case. We went for tea break. He checked out of the hotel and left Mombasa. Rather than answer questions. So the pressure on them was so much. In my estimation, this is my assertion, if the Supreme Court did not nullify Uhuru Kenyatta's election, the Supreme Court was going to have to be abolished the way we have abolished the IBC before. Because this is the organ where political pressure for elections has been transferred to, but it is not delivering on that mandate. Why keep it? If we can break up IBC, we can also break up this court. So Maraga had to annul Uhuru Kenyatta's election to save his court. That is my assertion. So he saved this court and save the idea that the Supreme Court can be and remains the valid place for putting all our political hopes as to free and fair elections. Maraga would have hoped, falsely we think, that we realize that having done what you people sent us here to do, there will be, on the one hand, the constituency of people who support the Supreme Court as a place where political settlement should be done. They would say, finally, we have a Supreme Court that does what it was built to do. And the people who have been found out, the Jubilee Party and their supporters would sort of sit quietly and go and replan. I mean, they would be humbled by the annulment, and this other group would be strongly exalted and strengthened by the annulment. Now, that is not what happened. What happened is there followed a very, very massive and extremely effective backlash against Maraga and his judiciary. So effective that the group that felt good about the annulment, that feeling was ultimately only temporary. and people forget that they even felt it. So, and this is the way I would like to conclude. What has happened in the recent, since 2017 up to now, is this. The attacks on the Supreme Court and the judiciary constitutes a vitiation. That's a word. That's an abrogation of that political consensus that we had built into the Constitution. By going after the Supreme Court so successfully as the political establishment has done, it has shredded the political consensus that was built around the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court did not give itself this jurisdiction. It is all of the society's interests, the political activists, the civic activists like ourselves. All the pressure and all the history of the country is what has built the Supreme Court into the organ where our political hopes are deposited. But that has been shredded at the political level. The consensus, you can call it an elite consensus, that this is the one place where regime validation or regime corroboration will actually authoritatively happen. And when the court does that, it earns all our respect as a country and keeps us stable. That has been shredded, and every day of backlash that happens against the Supreme Court is a further negation of that consensus. I'm building this into the picture that was created in the morning, that we are actually in a lot of trouble because the things we said that we want to do as a country in the 2010 Constitution and the attempts we've done in 2013 and 2017, all that has been vacated. Because if the Supreme Court, if we can't respect the Supreme Court, moving forward into 2022, for example, it is not available. It is not now in its current state. It is not the place where we can put our collective political consensus or hopes as to the next elections. If the Supreme Court isn't that, and we know that the IBC isn't that, then what is? Thank you very much.
So I had said that George is one of the people who helps me sleep better at night. And now I'm just going to change my mind on that. But thank you, George, for what you do and what you and the way you keep reminding us like a gadfly that we have work to do. We started by talking about institutions. And then George reminded us we've also got to put in politics. And the next speaker is going to make us feel better because she's going to tell us why it is not impossible, I hope. Because it is we, the people of Kenya. And she is going to come to us to speak about civic engagements, representation, and inclusion in electoral processes, and why we must fight for this. Daisy Amdani has a track record of working in this area. Most of us know her as a leader of CREW, which is a community advocacy and awareness trust, and Crown. And that's what she does. She's always advocating, she's always making sure that more and more and more people can get involved. Daisy speaks what she believes. She talks truth to power and to all of us with clarity. And I am so pleased that she's somebody who inspires me. Welcome, Daisy.
Thank you. Mshai, you've put me on the spot. I don't know if I'm going to make you feel better. I hope I'm going to make us all feel better. Now, can I leave this thing hanging? Oh no, it's going to look weird. They will not understand. Okay. Oh yeah, my kitamba. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, as they say. It's really my pleasure to be here. I'm not sure that I'm going to make you feel better. I'm going to try, but I haven't been feeling better since all the speakers have been speaking. I've been listening and saying, really? We are at crossroads as a country. Really, we are at crossroads. I'm standing here, yes, as ED of Crown Trust, but proudly also as a member of Linda Katiba, which I'm sure you all know, that is fighting for the Constitution of Kenya, for the integrity of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 to be upheld. And so when we talk about civic engagements, representation, and inclusion in electoral processes in Kenya, I want to remind us where we are coming from as a country. Because I think that sometimes, because of competing interests and pressures and everything, we forget where we have come from. We forget what we have as a people. And it's important to remind ourselves that when Kenya adopted, enacted, and gave ourselves and our future generations the Constitution in August of 2010, it was actually not an ordinary political moment. It was not an empty ritual. Because, you know, we're here, we're talking about institutions, we're talking about our leaders, but we must also talk about ourselves as citizens. Because these people can only get away with the things that they do because we allow them to. Okay? So it's important to understand that it was a pivotal moment because it was a culmination of a very long process. And I really want to thank, there are many people in this room that have been part of the struggle for a new Kenya, you know, and continue, you know, and they continue. They've been in government, like John Githongo here, who he struggled in civil society, went into government, but upheld the principles. In fact, I always say that he's one of the people that I admire most because he stood for something. Even when he went into government, he continued to stand for that. How many people can we say that about, you know? So it was also a manifestation of the indomitable will of Kenyans, you know? That one of taking their destiny, because we know that we haven't had it good as a people. And Kenyans wanted to have a say on how they wish to be governed and organize themselves. It was a momentous act, and it was an act of sovereignty and self-determination. And one since independence, because remember, the former constitution was not really, it was a negotiated document, and it was negotiated by a few people. But the one we have, it was a consensus of Kenyans, and over a long period of time, okay? Kenyans saying this is how we want to be governed. So it is no accident that Chapter 1 of our Constitution proclaims the sovereignty of the people and the supremacy of the Constitution, and imposes on every person, every single one of us, not just our leaders, every single one of us, a solemn obligation to respect, to defend, and uphold the Constitution. And this is what we must remind ourselves. And we know that ours is indisputably a transformative constitution. It provides for a strengthened human rights framework, a revamped and strengthened governance structure that is inclusive and responsive and is meant to be delivered by a responsible government. So when we talk about government, we're talking about the executive, all the institutions of governance. But it's also about us, because remember, it is we the people, okay? And if we are the sovereign, it's also about us. We must also be responsive. We must also ensure that it is delivering on expectation. Now, we are reminded often that you cannot bring democracy into urgent maturation. But if we understand that our constitution is organized around the ideology of inclusion, participation, and co-ownership of public and political decisions, then at the very core is the belief that real progress in our governance and democratic setup can only be achieved if all citizens participate fully in political and decision-making processes. It is this ideology of inclusion and participation that undergirds Kenya's constitutional architecture. The preamble outlines what it considers the essential values intended to inspire and influence the new approach. Please note, new approach, not old approach, new approach to governance. And at the core are the national values and principles of governance, and I've heard other people talking about them, so I'm not going to rehash them. But equity and participation of the people is central. So now I'm going into my pet subject, which is the inclusion of women. And you know women are people. I know, I don't need to remind us, but you know when we talk about we the people, sometimes I wonder if people know that women are also people. Article 27 on equality and non-discrimination espouses the rights of women as being equal to that of men and accords them equal protection and benefit before the law. And this benefit extends to the political, economic, and social spheres. Politically, the not more than two-thirds gender principle has been set as the bare minimum threshold for the representation of women and men in any elective or appointive public body. And I need to make this clear, that it is this principle, because I've been hearing some people celebrate that, you know, maybe the government is responsible for the number of women we see, but I want to tell you it is the Constitution. It is the Constitution, and it is this principle, the two-thirds principle, not more than two-thirds principle, has been instrumental in ensuring a larger representation of women in leadership and decision-making since Kenya's independence. Now, despite the Constitution being clear about the not more than two-thirds gender principle, close to 11 years post-promulgation, it will be 11 years in August this year, there are no implementation frameworks in place. We have watched as the political class have exercised veto power over women's constitutional rights as they disobey the Constitution and disregard court orders. There have been at least 6 court orders on this matter and directions from the courts for the implementation of the two-thirds gender principle. I will remind you of a few of them. Waikwa spoke of some of them. We have the Supreme Court advisory of December 2012, in which the court gave a specific timeline of August 27, 2015 for the mechanism to be in place. Parliament failed to pass it. Petition number 182 of 2015 by Justice Mumbi, compelling the Attorney General to table a bill in Parliament within 40 days. The bill was tabled, but it failed to get the numbers, and so it failed. Petition number 566 of 2015 by Justice Onguto, declaring the cabinet unconstitutional in its composition and found that the president and parliament were in violation of the rule of law and the constitution with regards to the two-thirds gender principle. Petition number 371 of 2016 by Justice Mativo, which found parliament in violation of the rule of law and the constitution and instructed that legislation to implement the gender principle be in place within 60 days, and that ruling expired on the May 2017 with no mechanism in place. We still went for an election. Petition number 19 of 2017, which directs the Electoral Management Body, the IEBC, to put in place a policy and mechanism to enforce compliance of political parties' adherence to the two-thirds gender principle within 6 months of the ruling. And of course now, the famous CJ Emeritus David Maraga's advisory of 2020 arising from the petition of 2016, 371 of 2016, in which the president was advised to dissolve parliament for failure to enact legislation according to the court orders. IBC, as Waikwa told us, have not put in the mechanism in place, but Professor is here and he can tell us, because the court suspended this judgment until it is applicable in 2022. So, Article 3(2) states that any attempt at forming government other than in compliance with the Constitution is unlawful. Yet, here we are, going on 11 years post-promulgation of a new constitution. We have an unlawful cabinet, we have an unlawful parliament, and we are heading for a third election with no mechanism in place to ensure the implementation of the not more than two-thirds gender principle. For many, they see this push as a women's issue. They don't see it as a constitutional issue. So very little attention was paid to this breach of law. But to be sure, I want to tell you this, and I wait for somebody to correct me, but I believe that the two-thirds gender principle was the one provision that was used to begin the journey of the effort to unravel our nascent constitution. Because if you can successfully exclude over half of your population from leadership and decision-making, then everything else is fair game. And remember that women constitute over half of our population. We're talking about approximately 26 million, and 47% of those are registered voters, about 9.4 million. So if you can successfully exclude this group, then everything else is fair game. To date, the articles of the Constitution which guarantee inclusion and participation of previously marginalized groups, including persons with disability, remain unimplemented 11 years on. The manifest lack of political will at ensuring inclusion and participation of previously marginalized groups is but a demonstration of the prevailing political culture. It shows that it has not changed to permit the full realization of the constitutional promise. Instead, we have watched as impunity has continued to deepen and widen, because in Kenya, there are no political consequences to breaking the law and to shortchanging women and other marginalized groups. Although the Constitution ushered in a new dawn and hoped to inspire change and renewal in public and political life, the political elite have sought to short-circuit the process of the incubation of that new technique of governance, ensuring that women, youth, and persons with disability are not as intimately involved in governance and decision-making processes in the manner that the Constitution hopes to achieve. But political will is only one part of the challenge. It really should be a point of shame that in the face of such a transformative constitution, many of the barriers that we face as women and youth and persons with disability remain in place. Political engagement in Kenya remains a blood sport, and the political landscape is a veritable minefield. From flawed party nominations, negative social cultural attitudes, electoral violence, all these conspire to obstruct women's political participation. We have seen recently in just the concluded by-elections, the levels of violence that have accompanied it. Not a single person has been arrested. Not one person. And this has happened in the full glare of the media, and some of that violence is meted out by state agencies. And we are heading for an election. So, I mean, this is it. It is fearful. Article 81, which provides the principles of the electoral process, that the electoral process must abide by, and I looked up the word principle. What is a principle? A principle is a fundamental truth or proposition that serves as the foundation of a system. So that's what a principle is. So it's a foundation of a system. So Article 81, which provides the principles that the electoral process must abide by, reiterates in 81B that among the principles is the requirement that not more than 2/3 of members of elective public bodies shall be of the same gender. 81C calls for the fair representation of persons with disability. These principles have not been adhered to, meaning that our elections, particularly the 2017 ones, because the 2013 ones were allowed to continue by the Supreme Court without the 2/3 gender principle. But the 2017 one lacked credibility, because if the principles as enshrined in Article 81B is what counts for a credible process, then it simply means that we are not having credible elections. We cannot say that when you have excluded women, youth, persons with disability, that we have a credible process. So I want to assure the IEBC and the political class that this is where it ends. That is our assurance. That's our commitment. That is going to end. We're not going to allow it to continue. No longer will those feeble excuses that the continued exclusion of women, persons with disabilities, and youth in the electoral process, that they cannot be enfranchised. We cannot continue to tolerate it. So here are some recommendations for their full participation. One, and I'm glad my friend Anne, the ORPP, the registrar, there's the 30% funds that goes to political parties, for which they are supposed to have programs to enfranchise women, youth, and persons with disabilities. We do not know how these programs are carried out. And we are asking, why should political parties receive taxpayer money, and you know women pay taxes, all these groups pay taxes, and they're not enfranchised. So where's the accountability mechanism for this? So that mechanism must be in place. Civic education. Now, you know, it is, who is it who said, Winston Churchill is quoted as saying that the best argument against democracy is a 5-minute voter with, it's a 5-minute conversation with an ordinary voter. We assume that because this is our business, that it's everybody's business. There are so many competing interests that Kenyans are fighting with. So civic education and awareness on political rights and responsibilities should be an ongoing exercise. It should not be an exercise that is done when elections are coming up, and it is done hurriedly. This is something that should be entrenched within our education system, and it should be an ongoing process continually. And so we want to see civic education as an ongoing process, because democracy depends, a functioning democracy depends on an aware citizenry. We are calling for the amendment to the Elections and Political Parties Act to provide the necessary mechanisms for political parties to ensure that nominations for election and party lists for elections do not have more than 2/3 of the same gender. Enact regulations for nominations to ensure that party leagues of women, youth, and persons with disability have mechanisms where they are the ones who elect and choose those who will represent their interests, not the party leader, not people who come from nowhere, because we have seen political parties get nominations and they bring their relatives. They bring people who are not part of the party, and the people who have been working for the party, who've been part of the party, are excluded. So we need regulations that stop that. The IBC must put in place a policy to reject party lists for elections that have more than 2/3 of the same gender. The IBC must also ensure that the lists for nominations remain closed. Our lists are not closed, they change. They are submitted, but then we see them changing. How many times? And this we know from women. Many of them have been removed from lists. Millie, you can bear me witness. So we need those lists to remain closed. We also need IBC to give us the formula that they use to nominate, allocate seats for nomination. And with this, I want to remind people that we have a mechanism in the county assemblies, Article 177B, that all but guarantees that the 2/3 will be met. But do you know that we have counties right now in Kenya that do not meet the 2/3 gender principle, because the nominations that were done, there are about 8 or 9 counties that do not meet the 2/3 gender principle because of the nominations. How did this happen if IBC are following the law? So what is the formula that they're using? And I know the Honorable Martha Karua, now Kenya, actually went to court on this matter, demanding for IBC to tell us the formula that they used to allocate these seats. So it cannot be, it cannot be, you know that you are called mathematicians, as in the maths that IBC does is magic. Nobody knows what it is, it just emerges like that. So it can't be like that. IBC must ensure that mechanisms are in place to ensure the fair representation of persons with disability in keeping with Article 81C. IBC and other relevant agencies must ensure strict penalties for breaches of the law. We can't, you people have not penalized anybody. We've seen with our own eyes, even one of your officers being frog-marched, and there's nothing that is happening to perpetrators. A governor storms a counting hall and shooting in the air. What is that? People need to be penalized. We need penalties for breaches of the law, because for as long as there are no penalties, they will continue to do it. And these penalties must include disqualification of candidates and political parties. Political parties must be barred from fielding candidates in areas where they engage in violence or their candidates engage in violence. If their members engage in violence, members who engage in zoning, where you cannot campaign in this because it's this party zone. That is not what democracy is about. Democracy is a marketplace of ideas. So there must be penalties, zoning of areas, obstruction, and other electoral offenses. Put in place necessary and strict measures to deal with social media violence. This is something that so many women are suffering from. Fake news, Photoshop, all these kind of things. How are we going to deal with it? Social media is good, but it is also terrible when it comes to elections. Strengthen and properly resource the office of the Registrar of Political Parties. You're almost like an illegitimate child of the government, to enable them perform their role and ensure the proper functioning. The ORPP, Madam Registrar, you must ensure proper functioning of the integrated political parties management system. We need to know who are party members. Party nominations cannot be by universal suffrage. That's how it has been. It's not members of political parties that are participating in primaries. People import voters for nominations. So that integrated system must function properly. We've seen people, I'm in the right party, and I hope I have not changed by checking, but there are many people who are not, you know? So the party nominations should be by bona fide members. Put in place necessary mechanisms to ensure that party nominations are free, fair processes, free from violence, and that political parties adhere to their own rules. They're talking, I was hearing Wandai talking here, Honorable Wandai, and I'm like, what? Political parties are notorious. We talk about a process. The most fraudulent process in Kenya is the political party process. It's like a war, you know? Enact the campaign financing regulations. We really need to stop the inflow of illicit money into campaigns. We need campaigns to be open and transparent, and the funding of political parties and their candidates to be clear. Put in place the necessary measures to eliminate and prevent, to put in place the necessary measures to eliminate and prevent and respond to all forms of electoral violence. All forms of electoral violence, especially violence against women, in both public and private spaces, including ending impunity of perpetrators. We must also, I think as civil society, we need to push for user institutions, that is ORPP, IEBC and all, to be able to formulate their own policies and regulations. I think this is an oversight. It's done by Parliament, and so Parliament throw out rules that will restrict them, because they are also key stakeholders in the electoral process. As independent institutions, they should be able to formulate their own regulations and policies in keeping with the law. In conclusion, Kenya must stop this shameful act of shifting expectations for women and other marginalized groups in the political sphere. We remain the shame of the region as the political leadership pay lip service to inclusion. Women, youth, and persons with disability are ready and they are restive. The time has come to step into the future. On our part, we commit to coming up with a charter of inclusion and getting our political parties and all institutions to signing up to this charter of inclusion, that they will ensure the proper mechanisms are in place for the inclusion of these previously marginalized groups. We will mobilize and continue to educate women to actively participate in the electoral process, and we will continue with advocacy for mechanisms to include women, and we've even talked here with Felix that we will have a scorecard, and Felix will talk about it, but we will join that effort to track the measures that are being put in place, because we need to agree at a certain point. If measures are not in place, then we are not going to have a free, fair, or credible election. So mine is to say there's no turning back. We are moving and stepping forward into that future boldly. The future is ours, and we will be included. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, right there, because Daisy said we are the shame of the region. We have to change that. And you did not disappoint. I hoped you would do what you did, and you did. Kenyans, it's up to us. We've talked about institutions, but we've also heard that institutions rely on us as Kenyans. The public servants sitting in those institutions are Kenyans, and they rely on us as Kenyans to hold them accountable and to make sure that when they come under political pressure, we support them. So now we're going to go into a session where we will have a number of institutions speak to us. I know time is far gone, and I'm going to ask them to try and speak 5 minutes. But as these public institutions and also civil society institutions come up, I hope we'll be hearing from them what it is that we can do to make sure that the next election will be the best we have ever had. I'm going to start with the Office of the Registrar of Public Parties. I want to thank you because I know you have another engagement, and I thank you for staying this long. I am one of those who found out that we are registered in parties we did not know we were, so I'm really been waiting for what you had to say. As she comes up, for those of you who do not know, the office's mandate is to regulate the formation, registration, and funding of public parties. They are not the ones who register us in those parties, but she will tell us what happened. Karibu.
Thank you so much. All protocols observed. I want to really thank the organizers of this particular forum for thinking quite early on how we can come together so that we deliberate on various issues so that we are able to continue planning. I stand here and I want to go very quickly because I know time is of essence and address some of the issues that have been raised mainly in this meeting. For those who know, the Office of Registrar of Political Parties was established in 2007 as a department at the IEBC. And since then, it continued to be a department until 2015, when it was then delinked from IEBC to become an independent institution. So that institution is about 5 or so years old as a delinked independent institution. That means we are still putting structures and building on what has been done before so that we make it respond to the issues that are captured in the mandate as provided in Political Parties Act. Having said that, allow me to go straight to the matters raised and also try to address some of the issues we think are critical and important as we go towards 2022. The first important and critical issue is the question of political party membership. And that's why we started with it, because it's very clear that, as has been alluded and said here, political parties usually hold their elections using, most of the time, the IBC register. And that is one issue that we think it is important for us to address as an institution and also as political parties. What was happening, and this is a good forum to explain about why you checked your record. What was happening, we hold a database of all political party membership as provided in Section 34 of the Political Parties Act. We are probably the only institution that hold large data that we have not made ourselves. It has been made elsewhere, but we are the custodian of that data. And when you hold, it is expected by the Political Parties Act that you are expected to make that data accessible, available for people to check and also inspect. What we were doing at that particular time, last week and towards towards Monday and Tuesday of this week, up to yesterday actually, we were trying to see what is contained in that register by opening it to the members of public in a pilot project so that members of public are able to see whether they are in the right parties and where are they. So that is data that has been made and be brought to us by the respective political parties. We wanted to get the kind of feedback we got. And I would say that to us, from an institution point of view, it was a successful exercise. Very successful, because we are able to get feedback. And we are documenting that feedback from all over. Unfortunately, some Kenyans were not able to understand, so they went on public in terms of attacking the Office of Registrar of Political Parties. But I can only say that they also attacked Jesus Christ when he wanted to save them. They never knew who was there. They never knew who was supposed to be the savior. That membership, the reason we have actually been talking with political parties, not that we did it without talking to political parties. What we are supposed to do with the feedback is then sit down with the political parties and agree how we move forward to look at that particular register. The question of how you move out, you can only move out by either writing an objection. Yes, because how do I know how you want to move out? Yes, you must write an objection that you are in the wrong. Yeah, you are in the wrong party, or you write a resignation letter. When you don't write an objection, I cannot, because of social media noise, now no, this one want to move, this other one to move. So there must be a written something to show that really you found yourself in the wrong place and then you're objecting. Then you object to the party because data belongs to the party, but copy us. When you copy us, we are supposed to act. When the party does not act in the framework that we have given them, then we are supposed to act and remove you from that membership list if you are in the wrong party. However, we also note that there were concerns from Kenyans in parties, especially those who were registered long time ago. And we have been misquoted, that I said that Kenyans forget. What I was saying when I said that people can forget that they registered, if you registered in a party 2008 and it was called Tip Tip, later it was merged with Jubilee. The register of Tip Tip is part of the Jubilee register. So you are going to see an indication that you are registered 2008, but really, and you are in Jubilee, and then you start asking the question, how was Jubilee was registered in 2017? How then is it that I'm registered in 2008? So that was what I was saying. Sometimes Kenyans forget that mergers have taken place. Others actually registered that time and forget they were Tip members, or they were, which other party was merged? All those parties that were merged at that particular time. But today, then we have one big register. So I think I've addressed that matter, and we shall continue improving the register. It's our responsibility together with the political parties to improve that register. We shall have a discussion with all the political parties and know how to move forward. On that, and because somebody have said that improvement of that membership register is looking at easier way of resigning from a platform where you can click and resign from a platform. You cannot resign before you are resigned. What shall happen is that you shall give a notice to the party through the platform saying that I want to resign, and then another notice to the registrar of political parties. Then you are able to resign. And particularly important actually is leave alone the rest of the Kenyans, the political class. As we go to the next election, there has been problems in terms of the register that is being taken to IBC without passing through the registrar of political parties. Then the IBC is holding a different register from what the registrar is holding. Then a dispute comes, and the Act demands in section 34 still that when there's a dispute, the registrar should investigate from the register and report to the commission. So that disparity is what actually we want to address as far as the register is concerned. So we shall improve the membership register so that it is responsive to the needs of the political parties. And I know we shall work together with them. We are not working in isolation. So the system, we close the pilot stage, and then we shall embark on the stakeholder engagement on that register, especially with the political parties, and then create a way forward, and we shall inform Kenyans accordingly. The other important issue that we want to raise is the question of dispute resolution. While PPDT has been doing very well because their timelines are very well stipulated, that after 3 months you should have concluded a dispute moved from PPDT to other courts. It goes to the High Court, to Court of Appeal, some of them up to Supreme Court. That delays the party processes, because once the party is in a dispute, that dispute continues, and it takes forever to be resolved. As we speak today, we have quite a number of political parties that are in various courts, and the disputes are still continuing. That makes it impossible for them then to come together and prepare for elections. Our recommendation, which we think should be a legal reform issue, is that there should be a cap to how far a dispute should go as far as a political party is concerned. Just like we capped the election dispute, and we said it should take about 6 months. After 6 months, that dispute should be resolved. And there are several thresholds. This one reaches this court, this other one reaches this other court. I think that has been a concern because we are not able to prepare parties when they continue to be in dispute and the wiring function are pulling in different sides. The other issue that is important to us is the strengthening of IDRM, the internal dispute resolution mechanism of the political parties, and the various other organs of political parties, including the elections board. And we shall embark on training of especially the elections board as we go towards the next general elections and the dispute resolution committees within the parties. We also are keen on the question of independent candidates, management of independent candidates. Especially to us, we believe that politics are better organized through political parties. But in the current law, there was a window of about 1 month where somebody will move from party nominations, and when you are defeated, you jump to becoming a dependent candidate. To us, we think it's even better if you allowed parties, somebody to jump from one party to another. It's more smarter to organize politics that way, rather than from jumping from a party to independent candidate. Last election brought on board 4,567 independent candidates. That is a very large number to manage. And if you can remember, it was hectic at OLPP and also hectic at IBC, where I was sitting at that particular time. And I think we can do better as a country to try and also strengthen the political parties so that they become responsive to the needs of candidates and aspirants who want to run, so that people do not feel the need to become independent candidates. And if they have to become independent candidates, that determination should be made long before party primaries, so that somebody is already and has already determined in himself, I actually want to be an independent candidate, rather than jumping when party primaries has happened. The other question, as I move fast, is the question of political party agents. We have seen how significant during the petitions, how political parties agents are. But as we were discussing with Algia the other day, we leave the political parties agents to be untrained the longest time possible. We can't train a few at the end of the chain of election, and then we are not able to have a control over how the parties then continue forward to train the agents. This time, we are committed to start the training of agents early. We want to start by training at least 2 agents per political party who become the chief agents, and from there we go rolling down up to the level of the constituency. So it is important that parties have agents that can continue engaging with the Electoral Commission and OLPP and other institutions as people who understand the electoral process, so that they will be able to bounce back and train the rest of the people. The question of OLPP is also considering and coming up with regulations on membership, as a standalone regulation on membership, together with what Miri was talking about, the rules, the dispute resolution rules, which we are working together with PPDT, so that it's become easier. As they understand us, we understand them in the dispute process. We also continue to do advocacy on inclusion, especially on compliance of political parties on inclusion, governing body being compliant to the gender rule and among other issues. So compliance is on top of the list. The other question very important to us, which we are doing this week, is the inspection of party offices to be compliant with Political Parties Act 2011. We have been inspecting the whole of this week and next week. That's where all the teams that we have outside are doing, so that political parties are compliant. Not that we want to be punitive to political parties, but what we want is to ensure that political parties are actually prepared. And if they are not prepared, we enforce compliance on that particular area, because we no longer want to hear that Kenyans saying that we have briefcase parties, because a briefcase party means that that party has no office. That is not something we want to be associated with. We want parties that have offices, that we can send somebody and face it, and a candidate will go there and be attended to. So let's forget that question of briefcase parties. Finally, the question of strengthening political parties liaison committee, especially towards this period when we are going towards election. One of the greatest impediment that we have is that especially the parliamentary, let me call them parliamentary, not the bigger, the parliamentary political parties, majority of the time you find that they do not set high-level representation in this political party, in the political parties liaison committee. And then the dialogue issues that we are doing together with IBC and the political parties, then when the junior officer from a political party then come, he's not able to translate to the decisions that have been made at that political party's liaison. So it is our request as we continue strengthening political party liaison committee, we have the big parties and the parliamentary parties bringing their best into the liaison so that we discuss issues and finish them and we are able to move forward. So I do not want to belabor many points. I want to say our commitment is to continue firmly dealing with all the issues that are raised to us within the rule of law. Our commitment actually is to the rule of law and to firmly and decisively move forward the regulation function and registration function of the Office of Registrar of Political Parties. To the question, finally, of registration of political parties, I know somebody raised it in the morning, whether political parties should continue with the registration. We currently have 73 registered political parties. And in terms of application, it's 1,000 plus. Applications. In terms of processing, we may have about 20 or so that are in process. But there's the delicate balance between the provisions of Article 38 on political rights, the right to association through political parties, and the issue of wanting to have fewer numbers of political parties. And we are torn between that. But the question is, we must guarantee that the Constitution is followed in terms of ensuring political rights of Kenyans who want to come together and form an association. However, we have made it that every provisions of the law must be followed as when you are registering a political party, because that is what the Act says on how a political party should be registered. But our commitment is to continue upholding the law and firmly dealing with the issues that will come as a result of the processes that are leading to the next general election. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Nderitu, and I think you've demonstrated you are listening very keenly, and we really appreciate your taking on very hot questions and doing so well with that. I want to thank Commissioner Guleye, who has graciously allowed us to bring in one of our other guests who's been waiting since morning to do a presentation. We thought it would be very interesting to hear from other regions, other countries in our region who have been thinking about elections, working on elections recently. And we will want to go to Uganda for an experience now before we come back to the IBC. And we're truly, truly privileged to be joined by a veteran of electoral processes who herself has been through elections as a former member of both the Pan-African Parliament and the Ugandan Parliament. She serves currently as the chairperson of the Citizens Coalition on Electoral Democracy in Uganda, and has been actively involved in elections all over. I think she also worked on the Constitution in Tanzania. So she comes with a wealth of experience. If you want to know more, she's got a wonderful book that I've just been looking at, where she talks about the struggles of freedom and democracy betrayed. And she's not talking about Kenya there, she's talking about Uganda. Please welcome Honorable Miria Matembe from Uganda.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator.
I must say that I'm very happy to have sat here since 9 o'clock, religiously listening to everybody that has talked. I listen with passion, with interest and commitment, because really there is no difference between Kenya and Uganda and Tanzania in the region. I want to thank the Human Rights Commission and all its partners for organizing this, what I call a very crucial dialogue. Very, very important. I have listened with waiting to see whether there is still hope in this region. I wanted to leave this conference with some grain of hope that we are still there. I want to thank you for also inviting me to participate. Martin Luther Jr. said one time that if you can't fly, at least walk. If you can't walk, run. If you can't run, at least walk. If you can't walk, crawl. But whatever you do, continue moving. As I listen to all of you talk, that is what I want to charge you Kenyans. And I want to tell you that for us, we have failed in this. Because for the last 10 years, we've been trying to organize a dialogue like this, and we are so intimidated and shut down. And in the end, I'm going to tell you what happened, what in fact you must work hard to avoid. As I listened to all of you, I was resonating with everything, because it's just like we are talking about Uganda, but to just summarize a little bit, listening to Mr. Wachira Maina, your keynote address, and the chairman of Law Society. Anybody passing by, a Ugandan passing by and hearing those presentations would have said, oh, she's presenting about Uganda. Because I listened and I said, this is Uganda kabisa. Now, having said that, I want to present what you asked me to present. The subject is elections at gunpoint. In fact, if I were to make that topic myself, I would have said war instead of elections. But, you know, some bit of diplomacy, you just say elections at gunpoint. Because surely, that's what happened in Uganda. And I want, because mindful of time, I just wanted to give the key highlights, because I'm telling you what happened 2021 in Uganda as you go to 2022 to see whether indeed you can avoid that. And I want to say that the government of President Museveni, which has been in power in Uganda for the last 35 years, has never liked multi-party democracy. In fact, it hates it with a passion. Although the ban on political party was lifted since 2006 general elections, the environment under which elections... Do you hear me? Oh my God, what has happened? What has happened? Hey. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Hello? May I continue?
Yes.
Okay, I had thought you lost me. So I want to say that, wow, the political parties have not had the opportunity to peacefully mobilize, recruit members, and build their parties into viable institutions that can freely and fairly compete in elections with Museveni's NRM. During elections of 2006, 2011, 2016, opposition presidential candidates and their supporters have always been persecuted, arrested, detained, and sometimes some killed. Their rallies are always dispersed with tear gas and other forms of violence with impunity. The 2021 elections were the worst. These are elections which attracted 11 presidential candidates, 6 of whom were independent. But the contest was really between two, President Museveni's party and Kyagulanyi's party, NUP. But these elections were the worst. We saw open, shameless military and police brutality unleashed on 2 main opposition candidates, one of NUP and one of FDC, and their supporters, which made the electoral process look more of war than elections, and that's why we call them elections at gunpoint. What happened? 2 factors made all the difference. A young, vibrant Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, Bobi Wine, a popular musician turned into a politician, came on the political scene in 2017. He came on the scene and inspired the young population below the age of 35, which has never seen any other president of Uganda except President Museveni. These young people were already fed up due to a number of factors, including poverty and lack of jobs. This wave of vigilant young people getting on the scene brought great fear to Museveni, who saw this as a formidable challenge to his life presidency. Secondly, the emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic that became a threat to the people who needed to distance one from another, a condition not conducive to conducting political rallies, became a threat to 3 critical tenets for free and fair elections, namely freedom of association, freedom of assembly, and freedom of expression. The violent mode to 2021 elections was set in motion in 2017 after the elections of Honorable Kyagulanyi to Parliament, when the military invaded the Parliament to beat up and brutalize the opposition members in Parliament who were objecting to the amendment of the Constitution to remove presidential age limit to pave the way for President Museveni's life presidency. In fact, some of the members were left with permanent disability, but the age limit was nevertheless successfully removed. This marked the beginning of merciless brutality on the opposition presidential candidates and their supporters. Time for election came during COVID lockdown, and so political rallies were banned, allowing only a maximum of 200 people for a meeting to look for votes. Unfortunately, the military and police took advantage of this regulation to unleash their violence through tear gas, arrests, shooting of the opposition presidential candidates and their supporters under the pretext that they were breaking the COVID SPOs about numbers. And this started right at the nomination, and yet nobody shot at the President Museveni's rally. They continued as normal. On their nomination day, the 2 main presidential opposition candidates, Honorable Kyagulanyi of NUP and Amuriat of FDC, were arrested and humiliated to the extent that Amuriat was nominated barefooted because he lost his shoes in the scuffle. And Kyagulanyi was beaten, having his clothes suits torn and put under house arrest. And some of his supporters were shot at and others injured. All these were done in the presence
of Uganda's Electoral Commission, which took no action. The trend continued up to the end of electoral campaigns. There was no single time when Honorable Kyagulanyi held any peaceful meetings. All the time his meetings were invaded by security forces, shot at, tear gas, some injured, and some people killed. In fact, he himself escaped bullets twice and had to continue with his rallies in an armored vehicle and armored clothes in order to remain alive. You can't imagine this is what happened. And on the 18th November, when he was arrested and his supporters got onto the streets to demonstrate, over 54 people were killed on the spot and many were injured. And President Museveni got out and said, yes, we have killed them. President Museveni and Minister for Security clearly declared a war on the opposition, saying that they would crush them and would kill them. And a fact which they did, and this continued to happen even for some time after elections. So many opposition members were kidnapped, over 121 people kidnapped, while some have been seen, some charged under military court-martial, and some dumped dead in the swamps. Others have never been seen up to now. The president admitted publicly that he was the one arresting and detaining them, yet he could not find where they were when we asked them to produce them. Probably this violence is the cause for why 7.7 million registered voters never turned up to vote. 2, opposition candidates were denied media coverage and they would not campaign via any form of media. Remember, this was, virtual. We were supposed to campaign on media, TV, radio, and so on, but most of this media, like we are saying in Kenya, are owned by the government people, so opposition members had no chance. While they were outrightly banned from radio and TV stations, the internet was occasionally slowed down when they attempted to address the public via social media platforms. Most of the opposition social media platforms were hacked in and stopped. Number 3, not only opposition were affected by this environment, but also the civic space for civil society was highly shrinked. Some of the leading civil society organizations were closed and denied accreditation to observe the elections. Like said, which I hold, which is the most largest credible organization that has been observing elections in Uganda. Some of the leaders were arrested and detained with trumped charges of money laundering and terrorism and released only after elections. Journalists were not spared. They also suffered so much. Some were killed, others injured, arrested and beaten, and everything was just going like that. Prior and after the elections, internet was totally closed for about a week. And besides all these, the elections were marred by voter bribery, voter purchase, and massive rigging. Can you imagine, for instance, in 123 polling stations, President Museveni scored 100% registered, 100% voted for him. Can you imagine that? And in all these irregularities, the Electoral Commission seemed to be a spectator. And at one time, in fact, it publicly closed campaigns in about 20 of the 146 districts which were regarded as opposition strongholds. So, one would be correct to say that all these institutions of the state, Electoral Commission, security, judiciary, all connived in fighting the opposition for the sake of returning their boss to power. In fact, I'm talking about elections, but it was so amazing to see even on time of electing the speaker and deputy speaker, President Museveni openly violated the constitution, entered parliament, sat there, and he was a stranger with all his security people, sat there to ensure that the two people he wanted were elected. And can you imagine, after they were elected into position, he took over the powers of the Chief Justice to swear in the Speaker, and he himself were the one who swore in the Speaker and handed over the instruments of power to the Speaker, therefore making both the Chief Justice and the Speaker bow before him on that day. So what do we expect? And what happened is the judicial petition by Honorable Chagulanyi could not take place. It was denied on technicality grounds, and eventually he had to withdraw it. Now, in conclusion, because there is no time, I was just giving you what happened against the context which you read, which is all similar to us, so that you may perhaps say, open up your eyes and say, no, we can't joke about this thing. Let's get up and do what we've been committing ourselves on this platform. Otherwise, you will follow us. What is so sad is that with all this violation of human rights, the government, the new government has been sworn in, and now it is business as usual, forgetting the hurting people. They are in pain. The young wives who have been widowed, whose husbands can never be seen. The mothers crying out for their sons and daughters who have disappeared, and children who have been left fatherless. It is just business as usual. Incidentally, I had the opportunity to virtually, together with some Kenyans there, to virtually observe Tanzania's elections, which were not very different from Uganda's case. I really cry out for our people in this region. That's why I sat here all these hours to hear what you are saying and gauge where we are going. My appeal to all you Kenyans and all those people who want to go in power is that you should learn from your neighbors and see how you can avoid causing evil, pain, and hurt to the citizens for whom and from whom you are seeking power. I want to say finally that the last statement of my friend, His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka, was like a pleasant music in my ears when he said that never again will Kenyan elections cause death of Kenyans. I would like to end up by saying, may it indeed be so in the mighty name of Jesus. Watch out. I have listened to you. You are pledging to yourself. You are saying all this. You are saying, and by the way, I was a very important participant in the Kenyan processes. Ask the women of Kenya in the making of that constitution. Remember, I'm one of the 21-member commission that made the constitution of Uganda, and I was the CA. I was there when you are doing all this constitution of yours. I have always been there, and it is just being violated as much as the Ugandan is being violated. My challenge to you, please, you have started this journey. If you cannot continue flying, run. If you can't run, walk. At least crawl. But for goodness sake, keep moving on what you have started. We are praying for you. Otherwise, going our way, going the Tanzanian way, we say woe and cry the beloved region. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matembe, with those really sobering reflection. Sometimes, you know, we think things will just continue. And it is really important to be reminded of where impunity can take us. We cannot say as Kenya we know everything will go well, but we really appreciate your time and we appreciate your wisdom in challenging us. Remember, we said Kenya istahili heshima. We must make that happen. I now want to ask Commissioner Abdi Gule, who's been sitting here patiently listening. I know a lot has been said about the IEBC. There's been a lot of advice offered. A very sobering reflection by Wachira Maina set us off this morning. Many questions have been raised, and so we would like to invite you, as a public servant who is helping us prepare for elections, to come and tell us how far we have got and what it is we can do as the people of Kenya to hold IEBC to accountability on this. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The Constitution of Kenya provides that general election shall be held on the second Tuesday in August in every 5th year for the President, members of Parliament, members of County Assembly, and county governors. I'm sure you are aware of the debates in recent weeks or months about change of this particular date, but that's what the Constitution says. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, as provided for by Article 88(4) of the Constitution, is responsible for conducting or supervising referenda and elections to any elective body or office established by the Constitution and any other elections as prescribed by an Act of Parliament. The conduct of elections in Kenya follows a 5-year electoral cycle that has 3 phases, namely pre-electoral, electoral, and post-electoral phases. This therefore makes the conduct of elections a process and not a single-day event as believed by most Kenyans. The last 5-year electoral cycle, within which the 2017 general elections was conducted, ended with the launch of the post-election evaluation report on 12th of February 2019. The Commission launched continuous voter registration at an event that was held in Makueni County on 15th October 2018, and this event marked the commencement of the current 5-year electoral cycle. Since the CVR, or continuous voter registration, was launched that time until 30th of May this year, the Commission managed to register a total of 149,600 new voters. Now, due to lack of budgetary allocation to this particular exercise, the continuous voter registration exercise, since 2018, the Commission confined the registration of voters to its 290 IEBC constituency offices. However, in the 2021-2022 financial year, the Commission has been allocated the first tranche of election budget, and will therefore undertake mass voter registration once funds are availed by the National Treasury. And I'm sure Kenyans look forward to mass voter registrations rather than continuously registering themselves, and since our offices are open for that particular exercise, we've had very little turnout in terms of registering themselves. In the meantime, the Commission urges Kenyans who have attained 18 years and have acquired national identity cards to visit our offices in constituencies they would like to vote so as to be registered as a voter. Ladies and gentlemen, on 15th of June 2021, the Commission launched the 2020-2024 Strategic Plan, together with Elections Operations Plan, Boundaries Review Operations Plan, and other Commission manuals, which we have been developing since 2018. These documents provide roadmap to the 2022 general elections. It is my hope that stakeholders here have had an opportunity to interact with these documents, and we welcome any discussions around these documents. The Commission appreciates the input provided by stakeholders during the preparation of these plans, especially from ELOG, URAIA, and ORPP. From the strategic plan, the Commission's strategic focus is now on 6 key results areas, namely strengthening corporate governance, and this was as a result of what we found when we joined the Commission in 2017. There were a number of areas that needed tidying up, and this made us to develop a lot of manuals, particularly operational manuals. The second result area, is strengthening legal framework. Third, effective conduct of elections. 4, public outreach through effective voter education, strategic partnerships, collaborations, and communication. 5, equitable representation. And 6, strengthening strategic operations. To operationalize the strategic plan, the Commission has developed the Boundaries Review Operations Plan and the Elections Operations Plan, both of which were launched alongside the strategic plan. And these 2 documents set out the implementation and coordination of framework for boundaries review and 2022 general elections, respectively. The successful implementation of the strategic plan is dependent on timely availability of funding and goodwill from all stakeholders, especially the political players. The Commission calls upon all stakeholders for their support in order to achieve successful implementation of the strategic plan. The 2017 General Election Post-Election Evaluation Report highlighted key areas that required improvements in the existing electoral laws. The Commission therefore conducted a review of the current electoral laws in order to identify gaps, ambiguities, and inconsistencies, and recommended to Parliament reforms to improve election management. Consequently, as a result of that exercise, the Commission developed and presented 3 bills. 1, the Referendum Bill 2020, the Elections Campaign Financing Bill 2020, and the IEBC Amendment Bill 2020. Additionally, the Commission prepared and submitted to both houses of Parliament a report entitled Electoral Law Reform in Kenya, the IEBC Experience. The report, which is available on the Commission's website, details a comparative analysis of electoral systems similar to Kenya and gives an understanding of the basic threshold that electoral systems must meet. This report further details areas of review of our electoral legal framework and recommends laws that should be amended or enacted to regulate conduct of elections. It is sad that these documents have been with Parliament, especially the bills. The one that has nearest gone to near conclusion is the referendum bill, which again got stuck somewhere. Remember the debate of is it favoring Tanga Tanga or Kieleweke? And therefore, even that one, which was making some progress, is now stalled. The other document which we submitted, there has been no word on it. Nobody has called us, neither JLAG of Parliament, of National Assembly, or that one, the sister in the Senate. And we would like these documents to be scrutinized and these laws that requires to be amended to be done well before the next general elections. for the simple reason that those amendments or amended laws will have to impact on preparation of the elections. It will inform documents such as the teaching materials and other documents for election preparation. The sooner they are concluded, the better for us. And in any case, we have been advised by Kriegler not to make changes to electoral laws 2 years to an election. And we are 13 months away from election. And all these documents we submitted are lying somewhere. And we call upon each one of you to pressurize so that we can have these laws concluded. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of preparations for 2022 general election, the Commission launched this year's annual Voter Education Week, AVU, on the 14th June 2021 in Nairobi, and in all 47 counties under the theme Inclusive Engagement and Education for a Stronger Democracy. AVU activities were also rolled out in each of the constituencies' 290 constituency offices during the week. The objectives of the AVU were, one, to sensitize citizens on the broad mandate of the Commission and specifically on elections. Two, sensitize the public on legal framework that governs election management in Kenya. Third, reinforce peace messages during pre, during, and post-election period. Four, to educate the public on matters elections and particularly on use of technology in elections. And finally, to carry out continuous voter registration. In February 2021, the Commission and the Communications Authority, CAK, of Kenya, held deliberations and agreed on key deliverables that included the CAK undertaking quality of service parameters of polling stations to identify those that have no adequate 3G network coverage before next general election. This will be critical during planning for alternative technologies for election, for transmission of election results. I'm sure you know in 2017 elections, nearly a quarter of our polling stations were not in a 3G coverage area. As a commission, we tried to to get services of satellite technologies, but as you all know, it's a very expensive venture, and we couldn't manage. We only managed about 3,000 or so polling stations, and the remaining ones were without 3G network coverage. And since it is mandatory to transmit results from the polling station, then obviously we were not in compliance with that. And those are part of the reasons why 2017 general election were nullified. And of course, if the same challenges persist, nothing stops the 2022 general elections from being nullified, isn't it? Yes. So we should have been investing, since we have made it mandatory to transmit presidential results from polling stations, that throughout the country we have 3G network coverage. I'm sure the CAK is making attempts to narrow this gap, and we will work with them. The two institutions have established a joint technical committee to address matters relating to communication network coverage. On the front of acquisition of strategic and non-strategic electoral goods and services, the Commission has commenced the process of identifying suppliers of goods and services to be used in the coming general elections. The commencement of this process at this time will enable early resolution of any disputes arising from the award of supply of goods and services, thus minimizing vendor wars that could derail election preparations. In 2017, I remember the ballot paper printing case had to go all the way to the Court of Appeal, and it was resolved just a couple of weeks before the general election. So this time we are trying to say we want to avoid that. I know there are a lot of vendors who are interested in the business of, that will be offered by IEBC, and they will fight over it. But we said if we can start this process now, then these guys can have their wars, the courts can resolve issues well before the next general election, and this is our intention. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to highlight some emerging threats or challenges to electoral management and democracy. One is the COVID-19. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected all aspects of human life, including the right to representation through electoral processes. This means that as a country, we must adopt to what has become the new normal without suppressing the tenets of democracy. On its part, the Commission, in conjunction with the Ministry of Health, developed protocols for conducting electoral activities in COVID-19 context. The overall objectives of the guidelines is to provide a framework for managing COVID-19 pandemic while undertaking key electoral cycle activities relating to conduct of elections. These protocols have been successfully applied in by-elections conducted in 2020 and 2021. It is expected that the protocols will be enforced until the country is safe for normal human activities. So no one should use COVID-19 as an excuse to postpone elections. That's what we are saying. To complement these efforts, players in the political processes must adhere to COVID-19 prevention and containment measures put in place by the government, while exploring technological means of interactions in exercise of their political rights, including holding meetings virtually. It is equally imperative that enforcement of these protocols by relevant agencies be carried out without any form of discrimination against any individuals or political parties. Secondly, lapse in election security. One of the challenges facing electoral processes in our country are lapses in election security that have given rise to electoral violence as witnessed in recent by-elections. This flies in the face of the principle of free and fair elections that is free from violence and intimidation. The National Police Service has a duty to take all necessary measures for maintenance of law and order necessary for conduct of free and fair elections. Indeed, Section 105(3) of the Elections Act 2011 places a superior responsibility on police officers assigned duties during conduct of an election or referendum to be election officers for purposes of the Elections Act, and declares the said officers to be subject to the direction and instruction of the Commission. The effect of this legal provision is to ensure that the Commission has instruments of enforcement. Therefore, the police have a duty to take lawful instructions from the Commission to prevent occurrence of violence or to contain chaos when it occurs. The country has been treated to ugly incidences of violence during by-elections in Ganda and London wards, Masambweni, Matungu, Kabuchai, and Juja constituencies. To address the lapses in election security, the Commission has initiated efforts to meet the Inspector General, who is yet to respond to our request for a meeting. Thirdly, inadequate and untimely funding of Commission activities. The manner in which the Commission is currently funded undermines full implementation of the strategic plan that we have just launched. For instance, any release of both budget and exchequer for implementation of electoral activities is at the discretion of National Treasury. I'm sure many of you are surprised. We are treated like a vote. You give a quarterly work plan. Somebody in Treasury decides what to fund and what not to fund. And if they approve a particular activity, we have no guarantee that we will get the funding in time to undertake that activity. Indeed, in some instances, poll officials who are temporary poll officials, presiding officers, deputy presiding officers, and clerks are not paid 2-3 months after the by-elections have been concluded. So these are some of the challenges the Commission faces. Now, this hinders preparation for elections within stipulated timelines and undermines the independence of the Commission. Further, the inadequate funding of Commission programs like the continuous voter registration and voter education restricts activities of the Commission to constituency and county offices. The ideal scenario is that funds are allocated for frequent field outreach programs that sensitize citizenry on their political rights and the electoral processes, as well as mobilize eligible voters to be registered. To address the untimely and inadequate budgetary allocation to the Commission activities by the National Treasury, the Commission has persistently advocated for operationalization of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Fund as provided for in Section 18 of IEBC Act 2011. Financing the Commission under a fund model, as the case is in South Africa and in India, among other jurisdictions, will accord the Commission the much-needed financial autonomy to undertake its programs and operations effectively and efficiently. In conclusion, the Commission remains committed to delivering a free, fair, credible elections, free from violence and intimidation. In doing so, the Commission remains alive to the dynamic environment in which election management operates. The Commission calls upon all stakeholders to partner with us in realization of free, fair, transparent, and credible elections in 2022. We welcome all of you to join us, visit us, advise us, work with us. Thank you very much for your attention. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I know it's been a long day and it was really important to hear from you. And I had some really important things in terms of places that work needs to be done, because we have said we will have the elections, but if certain laws are not passed and money is not provided, and all the things he said, then I'm wondering if we'll have these elections. We're trying to reorganize the program, so I'm going to come back to you with just how we're going to do it in a few minutes. But I'm going to ask Felix Odhiambo. I'm strictly giving you 5 minutes to speak directly to what has been said. I know especially the issue of electoral cost is important. And then we will, I think we'll have Fatma Karume from Tanzania.
That we have done a comprehensive reflection on the question of electoral reforms in Kenya and the question of elections integrity, that we will simply present or give highlights of a research that we did in which Wachira Maina himself was the lead consultant. And it's called The Decline and the Fall of Electoral Integrity in Kenya, explaining how and why election seems to frustrate popular will in Kenya. It's a research report which is available in our website, and as we spoke with my friend Daisy, we will be more than willing to share it with the organizers of this meeting, most of whom we're already working with, KHRC, Daisy, as well as ELOG. Now, to the extent, therefore, that Wachira Maina highlighted pretty much everything that we wanted to talk about in terms of reforms. And virtually every speaker after that, the Honorable Karua was here when she was speaking, Daisy, the perspective of women, George Kegoro, Waikwa Wanyoike, and indeed everybody else, the issues have been mentioned. I just therefore want to flag about 3 issues. And the first is in responding to the question as to why Kenya seems to have elections, problems with holding elections that meet the credibility or the integrity threshold. We were puzzled that since the reintroduction of multi-party democracy, in every election since 1992, the question of credible elections or elections that meet the threshold of free, fair, and credible has dogged this country. In every election. It's a feature, it's a permanent and recurring feature. Then we in that process, and trying to unpack that puzzle, came up with the following. One, that this country is caught up in a phenomenon called the inconclusive electoral cycle. And simply put, it means that every election, challenges and shortcomings are flagged out. They are openly and passionately discussed, to some extent even leading to loss of life. And yet these issues are unresolved and are imported in the next election. There are issues that came up in 92, in 97, 202, 2007, 2013 that we are still talking about. And that explains why, as was said, the question of election management and administration has been one such issue, where since 1992, we've held 6 multi-party elections. And in all the 6 multi-party elections, we have changed the structure, the composition of the Electoral Commission 6 times. The Chesoni Commission, the Kivitu Commission, the IPPG Commission, the Interim Independent Electoral Commission, Medizaka IEBC, and now, as we call it, Chebukati IEBC. And as we approach the 7th multi-party election, and with the selection panel set to recruit additional commissioners, the structure and the composition will change 7 times. The second point is what we call the inadequate reckoning with the 2 dimensions of electoral integrity. The external dimension, which is the constitutional and body politic. And that is where state capture is explained. And secondly, the internal dimension, which is the Electoral Commission itself. Then the third issue, the third reform issue, 3 reform issues that I want to flag out, in addition to what has been said. Number 1 is the threshold and the standard for holding a credible election. And that is the debate on the qualitative or quantitative election. What should we go about? The Kenyan Constitution is clear. It speaks only to one thing, quality and credible elections. Article 1, Article 38, Article 81, and Article 86. And in 2017, the Supreme Court of Kenya gave an elaboration, and in their judgment seemed to affirm that this constitution speaks to quality elections. So the affliction with the numbers, and I think, and by the way, the Supreme Court of Malawi went further to even elaborate it, and they did what Honorable Karua was saying, and that is putting the beacon, the jurisprudential beacon, in what is meant by a quality election and a credible election. And so the honors, therefore, is on IEBC. If they do not, the development is pointing to a very clear path. It's not going just to be numbers. The last thing that I want to talk about is results management and the results management system. This is the elephant in the room, and we plead with the IEBC to be able to take serious reforms. In this country, the question with respect to results management is this: what happens when a voter casts his ballot and the results are declared? In 2013 and 2017, and indeed even in 2007, this was the elephant in the room. The reforms that you probably can't think is, 1, work with this civil society organization to be able to explore different ways. Number 2, technology with respect to transmission must work. Number 3, the media must be allowed, we must repeal or amend the election general regulations to allow the media to also relay the results live. That happened in 2002 elections, that happened in 2005 referendum. In fact, President Mwai Kibaki was declared president on the basis of the media report. We have this paper, it's very elaborate, we will be able to share it with you, and I think it speaks comprehensively and authoritatively on issues of securing credible elections in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I really do apologize that I am rushing everybody who is coming, and I look forward to reading the report. I now, it is now a pleasure to ask for us to take you to Tanzania, where Fatma Karume, who is known as Shangazi, not just in Tanzania, I think even in Kenya, we all follow her wisdom. She makes what is happening in Tanzania very clear. And I'll only say one thing in introducing her. The Kofi Annan Foundation described her as somebody with an impeccable reputation. And we are all following the case in Tanzania where the High Court has overturned, some of you know that she had been disbarred. And so even as we are fighting for justice through the courts here, it is wonderful to watch what is happening in Tanzania and to learn from that. Karibu sana, Shangazi.
Can you hear me? Hello, everybody. I'm assuming, okay.
We can hear you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for the kind introduction, and thank you so much for inviting me to speak today on the experience in Tanzania from past election. I'm going to first of all commence by saying that brutality during the election cycle is not something that is strange in East Africa. It is something I think we all share. Tanzanians share it, Zanzibaris share it, Kenyans share it, and obviously even the Ugandans share it. We all share this cycle of violence and brutality that happens every 5 years in our jurisdictions on the pretext that we're going through an election cycle. Now, so why does this happen? My take is simply this. Our institutions fail us. Our police force fail us. The army fails us. The politicians fail us. The National Electoral Commissions fail us. And it is all because they somehow seem to think that they have absolute loyalty to the party that is in power. It's almost a fear that if there is a changing of the guard, that members of the judiciary will lose their positions or their standing or privilege. Members of the armed forces will also have the same impact, and the police. So we then have this violence that occurs where the people who are supposed to hold our constitution and hold our institutions to a high standard of integrity fail us miserably, and we'll end up. Sorry. Hello? I'm sorry, is there a problem? Hello? Should I continue? Because there seems to have been an interruption.
Yes, please. Sorry about
Okay, good. So I will continue. So there's a failure of our institutions, but I'm going to discuss with you our experience in Tanzania. So let's start in 1995. I think I should inform you that 1995 were the first multi-party elections in Tanzania since 1962. And CCM has been in power in one form or another since 1961, when Tanzania got its independence. In 1992, CCM decided to reintroduce multi-party democracy because in 1962, TANU decided on their own to turn Tanzania into a one-party state. So one of the most important things that they decided to do was to form an independent national elections commissions. And they amended the constitution. And as a result, we had an independent national electoral commission, so to speak, in writing legally. The returning officers were appointed by the commission. The chair, though, was appointed by the president. The director was appointed by the president, and the members were appointed by the president or ministers. So 1995, we go to the general elections, and lo and behold, Benjamin Mkapa stands for CCM, and CCM gets a shock of its life. They win the presidential election by 62%. This is a party that is accustomed to winning by 99% because it was the only party that used to stand. So it gets a shock. It didn't believe that after, in those days, it must have been 40 years of running a country, that it could only attract 62% of the vote. CCM wins 80% of the parliamentary seats. So it starts getting nervous. In Zanzibar, CCM actually loses the election and finds a way of retaining power illegally, but it continues to hold power. So it worries, it finds itself in a terrible predicament. It starts worrying, what does it do now? And this is where it started amending the laws to ensure that it has control of the people who count the votes, which is the National Electoral Commission. Between 1998 and 1999, the William Benjamin Mkapa administration amended the Regional Administrative Act and also the National Elections Act. They, on the pretext of saving government money, the government said it would amend the law, the National Elections Act, to ensure that district executive directors became returning officers within the National Electoral Commission. Now, one would ask, who are these district executive directors? In principle, they're supposed to be civil servants, and therefore, in principle, one would say we don't have an objection to district executive directors being returning officers. However, the CCM government did something else. It amended the Regional Administrative Act and gave power to the president to appoint district executive directors, thereby politicizing these positions. In the past, district executive directors were appointed by the Civil Service Commission, and therefore they were consummate civil servants. What they did between 1998 and 1999 is turn these positions into political positions and make politically appointed executive directors returning officers within the National Electoral Commission. So we now have the National Electoral Commission. The chairman is appointed by the president, the director is appointed by the president, the members are appointed by the president and his ministers, but the returning officers, the most powerful members of the National Elections Commission, are also appointed by the president. They are district executive directors who turn into returning officers as soon as we have the election cycle begins. So what is the impact of these changes? In 2000, CCM won the presidency by 72%. So you can see immediately we moved from 62% to 72%. They win 87% of parliament. 2005, CCM wins the presidency by 80%, and they win 88% of parliament. 2010, something changes in Tanzania. CCM moves from 80% presidential win to 63% and 78% of the parliament. And this trend continues. This downward trajectory continues. In 2015, CCM wins by 58% under Magufuli, and parliamentary seats, they take 73% of the seats. This becomes a scary position for CCM, frightening because they have always had the power to amend the constitution. Our constitution can be amended by 2/3 majority. Well, let's put it this way, they can amend the constitution on things which have nothing to do with the union because they had the necessary 2/3 majority. And now they're worrying that they no longer have the power to amend the constitution. They may no longer retain the power to amend the constitution. What do they do in 2020? In order to prepare for 2020, Magufuli made sure that he appointed all the district executive directors in Tanzania. He turned them all into presidential appointees because in the past they appointed district executive directors in those regions which they felt slightly worried about, but left the civil service commission to do its job in other regions. Magufuli did not do that. He appointed all the district executive directors, he called them into meetings, he prepped them to prepare for a win. 2020, Magufuli comes out victorious. He wins by 84%. It's never happened in the history of Tanzania since multi-party elections started. He takes 97% of the parliamentary seats. And it was one of the most brutal and bloody elections in our history. How did he manage that? He managed that by, first of all, ensuring that the ballot papers that were printed for the 2020 elections were not security ballot papers. They were printed locally in Tanzania. As a result, we had massive ballot stuffing. There were ballot papers being carried in bags, particularly with respect to Magufuli himself. And ballot papers were ticked and ready to go. The other thing he did is the National Elections Commission ensured that they disqualified, there was mass disqualification of candidates on technical grounds. So a lot of the candidates, CCM candidates, parliamentary candidates, won their seats without opposition. There were opposition members who wanted those seats, but the National Electoral Commission decided to disqualify them for things like they didn't fill in their forms properly, they didn't put a full stop after a name, or they didn't put their date of birth correctly. There were ludicrous excuses for disqualifying opposition members. What is important to note is that those opposition members who were disqualified happened to be members who were going against the Speaker of Parliament, Job Ndugai, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Palamagamba Kabudi. So it was targeted. And then to ensure that Magufuli and CCM had the requisite 2/3 majority from Zanzibar as well as from the mainland, they disqualified also members of the opposition in Pemba. And for the first time in the history of Zanzibar, there are constituencies in Pemba that were, they went to CCM unopposed. And Pemba is an opposition stronghold. What they also did is they ensured that we had no independent observers. So independent missions were not allowed in, they controlled all that, and they allowed observer missions which pleased them. And that is how we went into a bloody election cycle. There were lots of tear gases, lots of use of tear gas, lots of use of violence and brutality against the people of Tanzania so that CCM could retain power. Before the election cycle began in about, I think it was 2018, I took up a case against the National Elections Commission on grounds that it was not a constitutional case, on the grounds that it was not independent because of the amendments that had been done between 1998 and 1999 by the Mkapa administration. At first instance, before the High Court, I won the case. The High Court actually said that the fact that the president appoints the returning officers indirectly through the appointment of district executive directors was contravened the constitution, which requires the National Electoral Commission to be independent. Well, one would say that makes sense, and it was an extremely well thought out and very well argued decision. However, within a period of, I think it was less than 6 weeks, and this is unprecedented, to be honest with you, the Chief Justice listed the case for appeal before the Court of Appeal, and the Court of Appeal decided that it was perfectly all right for the president to appoint returning officers, so long as the returning officers swore, took oath to say that they would remain independent, irrespective of whether they were members of CCM or not. And we had proof that they were members of CCM. But I think the issue is not even whether they were members of CCM or not. The issue really is whether someone running in an election should have the power to appoint the people who are judging him. That in itself is wrong. And the Court of Appeal decided it was perfectly all right, so long as those people who are appointed by the president take oath that they will remain independent. Now, we all know that people can take oaths that they remain independent, but independence is not guaranteed by the oath you take. Independence is guaranteed by the structure that is set up. And you can take an oath to tell the truth and still lie. So it was an extremely disheartening and erroneous decision legally, because when you're conflicted, an oath doesn't remove conflict. You have to recuse yourself just so that you create an environment of fairness. But the Court of Appeal seemed not to understand that and thought that you could swear to become independent, and that sufficed. And that's where we're at in Tanzania. We have a completely compromised National Elections Commission. We have a judiciary that is not prepared to assist to take us out of this quagmire. And I'm saddened because I think unless there is some sort of political will to move Tanzania into a new constitution and a new format, the only way out may be violence and this repetition of these violent election cycles. I still can't see why our politicians, and the judiciary, the police force, and the army are prepared to inflict violence on the people of the United Republic of Tanzania every 5 years, just so that CCM retains power. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is indeed sobering to hear somebody who's been president of the Law Society, Tanganyika Law Society, coming to that conclusion that we might end up in violence. Well, we wish Tanzania all the best, just like we wish Uganda all the best. And thank you very much for coming in and offering such a clear reflection on how Tanzania has got to where it is. And I think that has many lessons for us in Kenya. As we come to the end of today, there will be a press conference tomorrow, and we'll do the reflections and bringing together of everything that has been spoken today. We wanted to finish with a bit of hope, which we will do at the end, and we have partners who have worked to bring this together in some way or the other. Don't worry, I have hope for you. I have hope for you. But before that, we're also going to just make visible the work that is happening and some of the concerns. Every institution that's represented over here is a partner, and I just want to very quickly introduce them and then give each of them a couple of minutes just to speak to some of the things that are on their hearts. I'll start here and I'll go down, and this is Elsie Saina, who is ED of the International Commission of Jurists, And they really, she derives their membership from both the bar and the bench. So I'm really happy that you're going to be sitting here and giving us that perspective. Then I have next to her Transparency International, which is represented, Kenya chapter, represented by Sheila Masinde. And they're thinking about how to make the ethical standards when it comes to the people whom we elect. Then I have Caroline Gaita from Zalendo Trust, who keep an eye on Parliament for us and will be thinking about the role that Parliament plays. And then I have Salome Nduta. We talked about the Defenders Coalition. We talked about not just Chris Musando, but other people who have put their lives on the line. And she will be talking to us also on that. And then finally, we'll come to John Githongo, who is CEO of Inuka Kenya. And he will give us a perspective from Somaliland as he ties up the things that we can look at, the lessons. And John, you have to give us a word of hope to go on. So I am thinking that the way we will do it is each person, I'll just give you a couple of minutes. And maybe the place to start is with the question of reforms. I'll take Karibu.
Thank you very much, Mushai. I hope you can hear me. Good evening. Good evening, everybody, and thank you for this opportunity. Mine is just to give you reflections of the ICJ Kenya on the electoral dispute resolution mechanisms and our observations since we've been monitoring the work of the judiciary with regards to electoral disputes. Not only do ICJ members also litigate in court, and I'm glad the Law Society of Kenya president was here and raised concerns around questions around, how do you engage the organs around dispute resolution? And for me, I'll begin by stating that for an effective electoral dispute resolution mechanism to be in place, it is important that it is, first of all, underscored by three pillars. Three pillars, that is one, it is, first of all, it is independent, it inspires public confidence, and number three, adheres to international human rights principles. And I situate ICJ's observations and underscore what has been said today throughout since the keynote address, that an effective dispute resolution process will ensure stability of a country. Kenya, you've seen the historical journey we've had, and confidence in judicial processes is important to institutionalize democratization. And I'll also speak up from what Waikwa said earlier. I will not talk about the court's jurisprudence per se or the EDR mechanisms, legal and policy, because of time, but I'll just quickly say that he talked about positive jurisprudence, which is what we have observed from 2020, since the new constitution to where we are presently. So turning to the EDR mechanisms itself and our observations, we have noted that there's been an increase in institutionalizing legal and policy frameworks, not just within the judiciary, but also as IEBC has mentioned today in their strategic plan and their own outlook. Other than that, institutionalized a permanent committee on elections, which is the JCE, to enable the judiciary manage how it will resolve electoral disputes. As an oversight mechanism also, the judiciary has taken its role to ensuring that it actually trains judicial officers in the resolution of disputes. So the observation this morning was judiciary is ahead in terms of the three organs. Against the executive and the legislature, judiciary seems a bit more prepared, which is in consonant with our observations as ICJ. However, still gaps, and we talked about it today. The political parties, I'm glad the ORPP was here, the political dispute resolution representative was here, saying there's need to strengthen internal dispute resolution mechanisms. Particularly, as Daisy said earlier, political party primaries. That is the biggest fertile ground for disputes. And it has demonstrated it is attributed to their weak internal mechanisms for dispute resolution. Do they employ ADR, alternative dispute resolution processes? Maybe that's something they could think about, or entrench further. The IBC, and I'm glad Professor is here, the collaboration between the IBC with the, for example, the ODPP, in terms of the enforcement of electoral disputes and electoral code, is still an area we see a lot of weaknesses. And we hope that they can work together, even as Sheila is talking about the questions of integrity and candidates' integrity. How does IEBC collaborate with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission when questions around candidates' integrity are raised, not just in court, but also at the political party level? So looking ahead, and if I shift the gears on the issues around what do we see that will be the challenges for the judiciary, based on lessons learned through the COVID pandemic and increasing challenges to access to justice questions. One of the things that we've discussed with the JCE is technology and EDR. And the representative, the secretary to the JCE mentioned it today. How will the judiciary embrace technology questions when disputes arise? Questions of about, e-register, evidence questions. Secondly, what are the nature of the disputes that we foresee? Increasingly, fake news, gender-based violence. How will the evidence be preserved? Video recordings of glaring gender violence. We've seen that even during the by-elections. How will that be embraced? And it's likely to increase going to the 2022. On enforcement of electoral offenses, it's also a weak link. Increasingly, as we noted also in the by-elections, and Elo gave us a presentation on that, ballot stuffing, intimidation, voter bribery. So we still have a long way. So in drawing my conclusions, what are we saying? What is the way forward? For the pre-election dispute processes, where we make the argument that whereas the legal frameworks are inbuilt, we need to strengthen the jurisdictional conflict between the internal dispute resolution mechanisms, the IEBC, and also the PPDT. Earlier on, Millie referred to an MOU that was entered into in 2017. Is that likely to be renewed? On the question of accessing to justice, highly centralized for the PPDT, how will that be devolved? Quickly running to the judiciary, challenges on jurisprudence, and I will not delve in what Waikwa said. He says there's a lot of conflicting, there's no direction from the Supreme Court, and also the politicization of the judiciary. Finally, the questions around pending policy and legal issues. So I will stop there, and I'll just say, for civil society, our rallying call is to ensure that we remain active in advocacy for necessary legal and policy issues, engage in collecting the evidence so that to support the dispute resolution. And finally, we need to interrogate the role of security agents in investigating and enforcing the electoral offenses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elsie. And I know you had to put a lot together. I wanted to start with electoral disputes because usually we bring it at the end, and actually we are starting with it even now. Caroline, when we talk about reform, we heard about laws that, IEBC is just waiting, they're just sitting. So your people in parliament, tell us, electoral reform.
Okay, so good afternoon. Gives me great pleasure to be here and to partner with colleagues in the civil society in this very important conference. So throughout the morning, of course, we've heard about the role of legislation that is required to ensure that there's a proper electoral process, Article 95, because Parliament has the role of appropriating funds, government and other national state organs. And this morning we've had conversation about funding, not just of IEBC, but also of the judiciary, of the registrar of political parties. And finally, to exercise oversight of revenue and its expenditure. So in view of this broad role, what are the priority areas that we are looking at as we get into the 22 elections is in today's order paper. So if you follow our handle Mzalendo at Mzalendo Watch, you'll see that it is listed for discussion this afternoon. It's supposed in front of the Committee of the Whole House. It hasn't been discussed yet, but because Parliament is doing late sittings, it's likely to be discussed before the end of the day. So that's the referendum bill. Transparency International, and Sheila may touch on it. We've already engaged parliamentary caucuses and committees on this. We had a meeting with APNAC last week, and there was a meeting yesterday with JLAC to see if it can also be prioritized. There's also the party primaries bill. I think Kenyan experience is that elections are won or lost at the primary stage, and therefore, I won't get into it. And the public participation bill, that we don't have the framework. So we don't have a framework. A bill was passed by Senate last year, but when it was taken to the National Assembly, there's been a dispute, and therefore we still don't have a public participation act. The second area is around resourcing the electoral process. Current budget, IBC 14.6 billion is what they've been given this year. Question is whether it's adequate for staffing, for running the elections and the administrative costs. 14.6 billion is what had been also mentioned as a figure that would have been necessary if a referendum was to take place. So the question is, should that happen? Are there the resources? Then there's
to ensure that come next year we do the requisite vetting and the institutions involved actually execute their mandate. So I'll just quickly jump on to what I think are the next logical steps to ensure that we actually vet candidates, and whoever is presented in the ballot are actually people who meet the requirements of Chapter 6. I think one of the things that needs to be done, and I'm happy IEBC is here, is, and we are civil society, we have come together and we are open to partner and support IEBC. We as TI have actually gone ahead to even develop a vetting tool to help the probing of people who seek elective office in terms of financial integrity, their education qualifications, issues around their contribution or to the promotion or detrimentation of national cohesion and other things that need to be checked before they are cleared. So what IBC needs to do is actually put together a vetting framework, and we know that there have been challenges in terms of them having a multi-agency kind of setup to be able to perform some of these the vetting procedures, and it's actually a matter that was taken to court in 2017, and we ourselves, I think WICWA highlighted that we moved to court and supported the Kenya National Commission of Human Rights to just seek interpretation on the application of Chapter 6. Well, the Supreme Court deferred that case to the High Court, and it's something that we're...
They had thought about elections, the passion they had for this country, and one simple thing about security never occurred into their minds. And what I'm asking us today, even as we prepare, is to learn lessons from that petition and take those lessons with us. Let us learn lessons, IEBC, from what we are seeing happening to our officials. We work with it as we go to 2022. The election monitoring bodies, ELOG, all partners, let us learn lessons from 2017. Because if what we are seeing now with the BBI campaign,
that you go to Hargeisa and do some benchmarking there. Because there's some lessons that we learned. We spent just over a week there, but we had done our homework in advance. Somaliland is not a country that is recognized internationally or even within the continent. GDP is about $500 per person. So it's a poor country. It has poor hardware, but very good software. It's a high-trust society, and the particular reasons for that, with lessons, I think, for our Kenyan situation, because when I looked at all the elections I've observed in Kenya and Uganda, Tanzania as well, and it's a combination of three things. Number one, they've integrated their Islamic culture into a sense of an honor code that all politicians have to adhere to. So it's bad form, for example, to reject the results without good reason. It's just bad form, and your own family will be the first one to remonstrate you. Said, well, why are you complaining? Let's also have a system, the Gurti, who are the elders who have considerable influence in that society, and the upper house, what is our Senate.
Every single person who has spoken, particularly Honorable Matembe and Ms. Karume, who joined us and were online the whole day with us from Tanzania and Kenya. I want to thank every one of the institutions, and I know you all had so much more to say. We're grateful for what has been given, and all of that will be consolidated, but I just want to thank you for doing those short highlights of the work that you're all doing. And especially let me thank the teams, all the institutions that are represented up there, because we wouldn't be able to do this if they had not worked together. And indeed, the idea of bringing up a representation of them as a panel, instead of bringing up one person and sending them back, was to show that we are working together. We're not in competition with each other. We who are Kenyans and don't work with civil society, we want to say thank you to the work that you do as civil society. We who are Kenyans who are not entrusted with political parties, we thank you. Even though we've not been members of your parties, we've been challenged to come into your parties and hold you to high standards. And those of us who are members, we will now lift up our game. We who are Kenyans who do not do the hard work that public servants do, we are going to hold you accountable. But you can also trust us to support you, to speak out, to make sure that you do not come in a situation where you are afraid for your own lives. Thank you so much for what you do. Finally, let me thank the technical team. You guys have been fantastic. I know you had a brief that ended at a particular time and there was no complaint. Thank you so much for what you do. Sign language, well, yes, there will not be, I'm sure. Sign language interpretation, we talked about disabilities. Thank you so much for making sure that every Kenyan who was with us online or here in this place could be able to join us. And finally, let me remind you that we're not done. Tomorrow morning, we haven't had a chance to consolidate all our thoughts. Please join us. We will consolidate our thoughts, and then there will be a press conference, because there was so much that was said